Chapter 1664 Mysterious Yin Dragon. Under Lu Ming's gaze, Su Lei continued to move forward. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from Su Lei's body. A true dragon's shadow appeared on Su Lei's body, emitting a shocking cold air. Mysterious Yin Dragon Body. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. At this moment, a dragon's roar was heard from the brilliant light. Then, the light flew directly towards Su Lei and enveloped her. Slowly, the ball of light turned into a true dragon. The appearance of this true dragon was extremely similar to the vacuum that appeared on Su Lei's body. The mysterious Yin Dragon. Roar! The true dragon formed by the light wrapped around Su Lei. Su Lei seemed to have sensed something. She sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes. She looked solemn. Whoosh! In front of her, a bracelet flew over and floated above Su Lei's head. Inheritance, storage bracelet. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and a smile appeared on his face. Then, he took a step forward and appeared where the ball of light had been. There, a snow-white jade-like bone chi was lying on the ground. True dragon bone goo. As expected. The smile on Lu Ming's face grew wider. It turned out that a powerful true dragon had fallen in the so-called ancestral land. Although the true dragon had fallen, its soul was not destroyed. Therefore, every time the Su family's disciples came, the true dragon's soul would give them a treasure. The bracelet floating above Su Lei's head was the storage bracelet of the true dragon. The function of a storage bracelet was the same as a storage ring. It contained space and was a treasure for storing items. Moreover, this true dragon was the mysterious Yin Dragon, which was a perfect match for Su Lei's physique. Therefore, when Su Lei came in this time, the soul of the true dragon wanted to pass the inheritance to her. From now on, the descendants of the four great families would not be able to obtain any benefits when they entered. Lu Ming's mind turned and he understood everything clearly. This was Su Lei's chance. However, this dragon's bone was of great use to Lu Ming. When this mysterious Yin Dragon was alive, it was definitely not just at the Bright Saint stage. It was at least above the Great Saint stage. Since Lu Ming had come across it, he would not miss it. He waved his hand and kept the dragon bone. Then, he sat cross-legged not far from Su Lei and waited. From the looks of it, the inheritance wouldn't end any time soon. The figure of the mysterious Yin Dragon wrapped around Su Lei's body, and the light continuously seeped into Su Lei's body. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At this moment, the true dragon that was coiling around Su Lei's body had completely disappeared. A terrifying cold chi spread out from Su Lei's body, and a river of profound Yin water curled around her body. My body constitution has actually evolved into a superior earth spiritual body and is infinitely close to a heaven spiritual body. My cultivation has also reached the peak of the LV6 martial royal realm. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with shock. Su Lei's physique was originally a medium-grade earth spiritual body, but now it had reached a superior-grade earth spiritual body, which was infinitely close to a heaven spiritual body. The power of the mysterious Yin River was absolutely terrifying. An ordinary 6th or even 7th level martial emperor would be frozen to death in an instant. Su Lei's cultivation had previously been at the early stage of the 6th level martial emperor realm. Now, it had advanced to the peak of the 6th level martial emperor realm. Although the improvement was not much, Su Lei's cultivation speed would be astonishing and she would advance by leaps and bounds in the future. Lu Ming smiled. He was happy for this kind young lady. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded. A light pillar rushed out of Su Lei's body and went straight into the sky. The entire area was shaking violently. Lu Ming knew that the legacy had entered its final stage. The soul of the mysterious Yin Dragon would soon be annihilated. However, this was his own choice. Outside the ancestral land, the 4 family patriarchs and the others were waiting. What's going on? It's already been half a month since we entered the ancestral land. In the past, when others entered the ancestral land, it would take no more than 3 days before they came out. Why is it half a month this time? Don't tell me they all died inside. Many people were making guesses. The patriarchs of the 4 great families also had unsightly expressions. Roar. All of a sudden, a dragon's roar came from the ancestral land. Then, the vortex on the stone wall burst out with a bright light. The stone wall shook violently and exploded with a bang. How did this happen? What happened inside? The family patriarchs of the big families started to shout. At that moment, an extremely terrifying aura burst out from the 4 directions of Gusu city. The vast pressure enveloped the entire city. Then, 4 figures appeared in the air. Each figure was shrouded in brilliant holy light, and their holy might bloomed. The Saint Realm patriarchs of the 4 families have been alerted. Someone exclaimed. The 4 Saint Realm patriarchs of the 4 great families descended at the entrance of the ancestral land. What's going on? Old Ancestor Su spoke. Patriarch, I don't know what happened. Su Lei and the others have been in there for half a month and haven't come out yet. Now, such a shocking change suddenly happened. The head of the Su family said. The ancestral land has changed, let's go in and take a look. Let's go in. The Saint Realm patriarchs of the other families said one after another. Then, they stepped into the vortex and disappeared. The patriarchs of the big families also followed their patriarchs into the ancestral land. Let's go in too. And NBSP Old Ancestor Su said to the Su family head, and then the 2 of them charged into the ancestral land. The Saint Realm patriarchs and clan leaders of the 4 families saw Lu Ming and Su Lei sitting cross-legged as soon as they entered the ancestral land. But everyone's eyes were on Su Lei. The inheritance. The inheritance has been taken by her. Detestable. The Saint Realm patriarchs of the other 3 families growled, and their eyes were full of killing intent. What do you want? This is the opportunity of my Su family's disciples. Do you want to interfere? The Su family's Saint Realm ancestor said. What opportunity? This place originally belonged to our 4 great clans. Now that she has completely obtained the inheritance, the future generation of disciples who come here will not be able to obtain anything. That's right. That storage bracelet should have been left behind by the ancestral land. We must get it and split the treasures inside equally. The Saint Realm patriarchs spoke one after another. Old Ancestor Su and the head of the Su family had ugly expressions. These people were too overbearing. According to the rules of the 4 great families, when the younger generation entered this place, no matter what kind of opportunities they obtained, they would all belong to them. Of course, this included all the inheritances. But now, the patriarchs of the other families were obviously envious and unwilling to give up. They wanted to split it equally. The Saint Realm patriarchs naturally knew about the ancestral land. But in the past, when the mysterious dragon's dragon soul was still around, even they didn't dare to have any ideas. This was because there had been Sage Realm powerhouses who had thought of getting their hands on the mysterious dragon's dragon soul in the past and had been killed here. But now, they no longer had such concerns. The saints of the 3 races, do you want to go against the rules set by the 4 families? Old Ancestor Su's face was ugly. The rules? What a joke, rules are set by humans. Now, we can set new rules. The old ancestor of the Qing family, one of the 4 great families, sneered. That's right. Do you want to stop us? Hee, that's great. The other Saint Realm Old Ancestor said. Old Ancestor Su and family head Su's expressions changed. The other party's intention was obvious. If the Su family wanted to stop them, they could take this opportunity to join forces and destroy the SU family. Creak. And NBSP old ancestor Su clenched his fists and then sighed, then let's split the treasures in the storage bracelet equally between the four of us, how about that, that's more like it. However, that girl is currently receiving the inheritance. We have to interrupt her immediately and extract the inheritance. Well, split it among the four families. That's right, the benefits can't be taken by the SU family alone. The other patriarchs said indifferently. Don't you go too far. Old ancestor Su hollered. He was really furious, like a furious lion. He stared at the other three old ancestors and hollered, if we forcefully interrupt the process of receiving the inheritance, the person receiving the inheritance will definitely suffer a backlash and die. Moreover, the inheritance can't be extracted. How would you know if you don't try? The Qing family's old ancestor said casually. That's right. We'll know if it works or not after we try. Another ancestor said coldly. Their eyes were filled with coldness. What did Su Lei's life and death have to do with them? Moreover, they could not allow the SU family to obtain the complete inheritance. Otherwise, if they were to rise to power in the future, would the other families still have a place in Gusu City? They knew that Su Lei would definitely die if they interrupted her inheritance. Moreover, the inheritance could not be extracted. But their goal was to kill Su Lei. You've gone too far. Today, I won't let you touch my Su family even if I die. Old ancestor Su hollered and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. Su Lei had obtained the inheritance of the ancestral land and was the hope of the SU family. He could not let her die. And NBSP, the SU family head, stood beside old ancestor Su. Hee, old man Su, I'm afraid you're not enough. I'll deal with this old man. I'll leave the girl to you. The Qing family's old ancestor sneered. His body also emitted a shocking aura as he stepped towards the SU family's old ancestor. The auras clashed in the air, causing rumbling sounds. The Qing family's master had his eyes on the SU family's master. There's no need for the patriarch to deal with a little girl. I can do it. The head of the Hong family from the other family spoke and walked towards Su Lei. Old ancestor Su's eyes were filled with despair. The patriarchs of the four great clans were all at the initial Bright Saint realm. None of them could do anything to the other. He alone could not stop the other three great clans. The head of the Hong family revealed a sinister smile on his face as he approached Su Lei. Of course, he was still cautious, because Su Lei had accepted the inheritance of the mysterious Yin dragon. He didn't know if the soul of the mysterious Yin dragon was still there. As for Lu Ming, who was sitting beside Su Lei, he was completely ignored. In the competition half a month ago, although Lu Ming had displayed terrifying abilities, he was a third-stage half-saint and a powerhouse whose body was filled with laws. He did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. There was a cold look in his eyes. Get lost. Lu Ming spat out the word scram. Kid, what did you say? The head of the Hong family was slightly taken aback, and then he revealed a sinister smile. If you don't get lost, you'll die. Lu Ming's voice was even colder. What big words. Then I'll kill you first. The master of the Hong family was filled with cold killing intent. He sent a palm strike towards Lu Ming. Bang! At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. He suddenly pounced toward the master of the Hong family and made a grabbing motion. All the attacks and defenses of the Hong family's master were instantly destroyed. Lu Ming looked down from above, grabbed his throat, and slammed him onto the ground. Boom! The ground trembled and a huge crater was formed. The bones and armor of the master of the Hong family were broken. Not only that, Lu Ming's terrifying destructive power rushed into his body and destroyed his spiritual god. You, Blood gushed out of the master of the Hong family's mouth as he stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. Then, his head tilted to the side and he breathed his last. At the scene, everyone else was also stunned. Lu Ming had killed the master of the Hong family with one move. He was a third-stage half-saint, an expert who was affected by the laws. The master of the Su family broke out in a cold sweat. He was glad that he did not attack Lu Ming back then. Otherwise, he would most likely end up the same way. "Brat, you're looking for death." The patriarch of the Hong family came back to his senses. A terrifying aura burst out of his body, and a vast saint might pressed toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the patriarch of the Hong family took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming. A terrifying saber radiance slashed down at Lu Ming. "Stop!" The Su family's old ancestor roared and wanted to help Lu Ming. However, the Qing family's old ancestor struck out a palm towards him. He had no choice but to counterattack to protect himself. The patriarch of the Hong family's terrifying saber gleam was about to land on Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming's palm glowed and a flowing elemental water jacket covered his palm. He raised his hand and grabbed the Hong family patriarch's saber flare. The saber flare stopped in midair. "Behead him!" The patriarch of the Hong family roared. His holy power was boiling and the power of law burst out. He wanted to cut Lu Ming and his hand in half. However, the gleam of the blade remained in the air, in Lu Ming's hand. It did not fall at all. "What's going on?" The patriarch's heart trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He was a sage. How could Lu Ming block his attack so easily? Bang! Lu Ming exerted force and the other party's saber gleam shattered like glass. Then, Lu Ming used the thundering wind steps and appeared in front of the Hong family's patriarch with a single step. He then threw a punch. The flowing essence gloves glowed, and the laws of chaos burst forth. It destroyed everything as if it was a piece of rotten wood. The patriarch of the Hong family slashed with all his might, but it was shattered by Lu Ming's punch. Bang! Lu Ming's fist landed heavily on the body of the patriarch of the Hong family. The patriarch let out a blood-curdling screech as a huge hole was blasted in his body. He was sent flying far away and spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh! Following that, the black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It shot out like lightning and pierced through the glabella of the patriarch of the Hong family, nailing him to the ground. He was dead. He was dead. The patriarch of the Hong family was killed by Lu Ming just like that. At this moment, the others were all staring at Lu Ming in shock. Their eyes widened in disbelief. A saint had been killed just like that, and it had seemed so easy. They had only heard of saints being killed by non-saints in legends. However, it was happening right in front of their eyes. It made them feel like they were in a dream. The second stage of half-saint. The old ancestor of Qing family muttered. They could finally see Lu Ming's cultivation level clearly. Chapter 1666 Returning to Dragon God Valley. The second stage of half-saint. The others' hearts trembled. He was only at the second stage of the half-saint realm, but he could easily kill a master of the saint realm. This kind of combat power was too terrifying. "Let's go." After a while, the others finally reacted. They roared and retreated, trying to leave this place. "I said just now, if you don't leave, you'll die." "It's too late to leave now," Lu Ming said coldly. Light spots appeared around his body. 36 holy weapons floated in the air. The chi of combat weapons gathered and reached a terrifying level. Whoosh! The black dragon spear had long returned to Lu Ming's hands. He then flung it out and nailed a clan leader to the ground. Lu Ming gripped his sword and stepped into the void, charging toward a Saint Realm patriarch. "Kill, die!" Lu Ming shouted as he unleashed his divine sword technique. The Saint Realm Patriarch trembled. At this moment, Lu Ming's combat sword had already arrived. The Saint Realm Patriarch was easily killed by Lu Ming. Another sage had fallen. At the scene, only the Qing family's old ancestor and the Qing family's head were left. However, the two of them were being held back by the Su family's old ancestor and head. Spare me. The Saint Realm Patriarch of the Qing family was horrified when he saw Lu Ming approaching. He begged for mercy. Kill. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely cold. He used the divine sword technique once again. The Qing family's patriarch shuddered. Then, Lu Ming's combat sword slashed across. The Qing family's patriarch was killed by Lu Ming's sword while he was extremely frightened and unwilling. Then, with a flash of sword radiance, the Qing family's patriarch was also killed. Previously, it was the Qing family's patriarch who was the most arrogant. Was it possible for him to beg for mercy? At this point, the patriarchs and clan leaders of the other three great clans had all fallen here. The Su family's old ancestor and family patriarch looked at Lu Ming in shock. They were still in a daze. Dead. All the Saint Realm patriarchs and clan leaders of the other three families were dead. From the moment Lu Ming made his move to the moment he killed the experts from the three major families, it took less than a minute. Such astonishing battle prowess had simply exceeded their imaginations. Freak. He's a true freak. No wonder he dared to challenge the Divine Sun. Right now, everyone in the Azure continent thinks that Lu Ming will definitely lose and be killed by the Divine Sun. But now, it seems that's not necessarily the case. That's not the case at all. The entire Azure continent has underestimated Lu Ming. Many thoughts flashed through the minds of old ancestor Su and the Su family leader. Then, the two of them were overjoyed. The most powerful people from the other three great clans were all dead. From now on, no one in Gusu city would be a match for the Su clan. The Su clan was going to dominate Gusu city. All of this was because of Lu Ming. Thinking up to this point, the Su family's head felt waves of fear in his heart. Fortunately, he had changed his mind and decided to rope Lu Ming in. Otherwise, the Su family would have been destroyed. With a single thought, he had completely changed the Su family's fate. The Su family head's heart was extremely complicated. However, he secretly swore that he would rope in Lu Ming and treat Su Lei well in the future. Lu Ming was very calm. With a leap, he put away the storage rings of the powerhouses from the major families, as well as the saint hearts of the three saints. Then, he continued to wait. Not long after, Su Lei's body emitted a powerful aura. Then, the aura quickly converged, and Su Lei opened her eyes. Oh, old ancestor, patriarch. When Su Lei saw the Su family's old ancestor and family head, she quickly stood up and bowed. Don't be so polite, don't be so polite. Old ancestor Su quickly helped Su Lei up. Su Lei and Lu Ming were very close. He even guessed that the two of them might have a special relationship. He did not dare to let Su Lei bow to him. Su Lei stood up and was even more surprised when she saw the corpses of the experts from the other three families. Let's go. Lu Ming said. The four of them headed toward the exit, and in the next moment, they appeared outside the ancestral land. Outside the ancestral land, many people were waiting. At this moment, when they saw Lu Ming and the rest coming out, they all looked at them. Let's go back to the Su family. Old ancestor Su gave the order. Lu Ming and the rest returned to the Su family with the disciples. The disciples of the other three families waited outside the ancestral land for a long time, but they didn't see their patriarchs and family patriarchs. They became anxious. After that, they sent people into the ancestral land, only to find that the ancestors and clan leaders of the three families were all dead. As soon as this news was released, Gusu city was in an uproar. Everyone was extremely shocked. The ancestors and clan leaders of the three families were all dead in the ancestral land, while the Su family was safe and sound. Everyone knew that Gusu city was about to change. The members of the other three families were all terrified. As for the Su family's old ancestor and the Su family's head, they had started to make arrangements the moment they returned to the Su family. Now, Gusu city was about to be unified. However, this had nothing to do with Lu Ming. The next day, Lu Ming bid farewell to the Su family's patriarch and patriarch. He was going back to Dragon God Valley. "Senior brother Lu Ming, he'll go back with you," Su Lei said. Now, her mother and her clansman status in the Su family had risen, so she could naturally rest assured. "All right." Lu Ming nodded and brought Su Lei out of Gusu city. The Su family's patriarch and the rest sent them all the way to the outside of Gusu city. "Everyone, please go back." Lu Ming took out the space-breaking flying shuttle and entered it with Su Lei. The space-breaking flying shuttle shot away like lightning and disappeared in the sky. "Su Qi, it's best not to reveal the fact that Lu Ming killed a saint before the final battle between Lu Ming and the Divine Sun." And NBSP old ancestor Su sent a message to the Su family head. "I know, forefather." And NBSP the Su family head nodded. Only the two of them knew about this matter. They understood that the fewer people who knew about this, the better. If the people from the deity sect knew about this, they would most likely harm Lu Ming in advance. Now, they naturally hoped that Lu Ming would win. Lu Ming was so close to Su Lei. The stronger Lu Ming was, the more benefits the Su family would get in the future. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. Lu Ming finally returned to Dragon God Valley. "Senior brother Lu Ming, when are you going to the treasure sealing assembly?" "I'll go with you." Su Lei spoke timidly. Her voice was very soft and she sounded a little nervous as if she was afraid that Lu Ming would reject her. "All right, when I'm going to the Tsang Mountains, I'll send you a message." Lu Ming smiled. "MMH." Su Lei nodded repeatedly, her face blushing. After that, Lu Ming and Su Lei parted ways. Lu Ming returned to Cloud Dragon Valley. "Master." As soon as he entered the Cloud Dragon Valley, he heard a crisp cry. A petite figure was charging towards Lu Ming. "Fragrance." Lu Ming revealed a smile. This petite figure was naturally his disciple, Lu Xiangxiang. "Junior brother, you're finally back. During this period of time, Xiangxiang has missed you very much. She has been asking when Master will be back every day." A heroic voice rang out as Longyuan Mountain stepped over. "Second Senior." Lu Ming cupped his fists. He had already sent a message to Longyuan Mountain previously. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met Longyuan Mountain and Xiangxiang so coincidentally the moment he returned. "I'll take a spot, second senior brother, you've broken through to the Sage Realm. Congratulations." Lu Ming sized up Longyuan Mountain and was overjoyed to find that there was saint power surging on Longyuan Mountain. I've wasted so much time to break through to the Saint Realm. Your third senior brother and the others have long broken through to the Saint Realm." Longyuan Shan laughed. With second senior brother's talent, he'll definitely be able to break through the Saint Realm in one day. He'll definitely be able to do so in the future. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming had heard Tian Chui and Xuaningxin mention that Longyuan Mountain had been severely injured when they were young. It had damaged their source, which caused their cultivation to progress extremely slowly. They had been stuck at the half-saint realm and were unable to break through. It was said that when Longyuan Mountain was young, they went out to train with their big senior brother and met a strong enemy. In that battle, their big senior brother died and Longyuan Mountain was seriously injured. This was also a knot in Longyuan Mountain's heart, and also the obstacle that stopped him from moving forward. Longyuan Mountain smiled and didn't say much. "Xiangxiang, Come, let master see how your cultivation is. Lu Ming turned his gaze to Xiangxiang. More than a year had passed, and Xiangxiang had grown a lot taller. She was already more than 9 years old, and had a slender and elegant feeling. With one look, one could tell that she was a beauty. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat when he saw it. Xiangxiang, you've broken through to the spiritual god realm, that's right. She just broke through not long ago. Xiangxiang's cultivation hasn't dropped, right? Xiangxiang Bela blinked her large eyes and said. Lu Ming's lips trembled. Not only did it not fall, but it was also very fast. More than a year ago, Xiangxiang Bela's cultivation was only at the peak of the martial king realm. It had only been a year, but Xiangxiang Bela had already crossed several major realms and broken through to the spiritual god realm in one go. A 9-year-old spiritual god realm. Even with Lu Ming's state of mind, he was shocked. Ha, ninth junior brother, are you shocked? Xiangxiang is extremely talented and rare. If we don't work hard, I'm afraid that Xiangxiang will surpass us soon. Long Yuan Mountain laughed. That's possible. Lu Ming muttered and felt a sense of pressure. As her master, if he were to be surpassed by Xiangxiang Bela in the future, that would be too embarrassing. Of course, he was still very happy. Although he was under pressure, he still hoped that Xiangxiang Bela would be as strong as possible. By the way, second senior, where's master? Lu Ming asked. Master has something to do during this period of time. I don't know what it is exactly, so he'll be cultivating with Xiangxiang Bela during this period of time. Long Yuan Mountain said. Oh. Lu Ming nodded. It seemed that the Cloud Dragon Valley Master was really in trouble. Ninth junior brother, you've come back at the right time. Today, Dragon God Valley is holding the selection of the spots for the treasure fixing assembly. You should still be able to make it if you go now. Long Yuan Mountain said. Screening of the slots. Lu Ming was surprised. In the past, anyone above LV7 Martial Royal Realm and below the age of 50 could participate in the treasure fixing assembly. Why was there a need to screen this time? Ninth junior brother, the rules of this time's treasure sealing assembly have been changed. In recent years, there have been many experts and geniuses among the younger generation. As a result, there are too many people above the 7th level Martial Emperor realm. There are also many more geniuses who are stronger. Therefore, it is meaningless to have too many people above the 7th level Martial Emperor realm participate. Therefore, this time, the rules have been changed to each sect sending 20 of their strongest geniuses to participate. Long Yuan Mountain explained. Only 20. Lu Ming said. That's right. That's why the 7 elders of the Dragon God Valley will first recommend 20 people. Then, the others will challenge these 20 people. The winner will replace the other person's position and become one of the 20 people. In the end, when no one challenges, the 20 places will be determined. Ninth junior brother, let's go. You'll definitely be able to get a spot. Long Yuan Mountain said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and brought Xiangxiang Bela along with Long Yuan Mountain, flying towards a huge snow mountain. Soon, they arrived at the competition venue. The top of a large snow mountain was very flat. There was a fighting stage in the middle, and it was surrounded by people. On the northern side of the formation, there was a row of seats, and the people sitting on them were the high-level and strong people of the 7 great valleys of Dragon God Valley. On the edge of the fighting ring stood a row of people. These were the 20 people selected by the 7 great valleys. 7th senior brother, 8th senior sister. Lu Ming saw Tian Chui and Xuaningxin among the 20 people. 7th brother and 8th sister have reached the first stage of the half-saint realm. They're quite good among the younger generation of Dragon God Valley. Long Yuan Mountain said. Lu Ming nodded. More than a year ago, Tian Chui and Xuaningxin had reached the 8th level of the Martial Royal Realm. It had been a long time since then. With their talents, it was normal for them to reach the first stage of the half-saint realm. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. At this moment, someone saw Lu Ming and exclaimed in surprise. What? Lu Ming had appeared. Where is it? Immediately, many people turned to look around and their eyes landed on Lu Ming. Everyone in the Dragon God Valley knew that Lu Ming had challenged the Divine Sun. However, in the past 3 years, Lu Ming rarely appeared. Everyone was very curious about what realm Lu Ming had reached. Lu Ming pulled Xiangxiang Bela and landed in the seating area with Longyuan Mountain. Cloud Dragon Valley was one of the 7 valleys. Now that Longyuan Mountain had broken through to the Saint Realm, they naturally had the right to sit here. A cold and gloomy gaze swept toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming immediately sensed it and looked at the other party. The Master of Silver Dragon Valley. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. The Master of Silver Dragon Valley cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and turned away. Now, the challenge will continue. Who else wants to challenge? An elder of the Saint Realm presided over the battle and his voice spread across the entire arena. I'll do it. A young man rushed into the fighting ring and chose to challenge a LV9 Martial Royal Realm young man. The young man who had challenged him was also at the LV9 Martial Royal Realm. The two of them exchanged more than a dozen moves before the young man was defeated. Following that, a few more people went up to challenge him, but they were all defeated one by one. Those who could be selected by the elders of the 7 great valleys were definitely carefully selected. They were the strongest among the younger generation of the Dragon God Valley. It was not easy for ordinary people to challenge them. From the start of the challenge until now, there had already been dozens of people who had gone up to challenge, but not a single person had succeeded. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? The hosting elder asked again. I'll go up and get a spot. At this moment, Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward, appearing on the fighting ring. Everyone's heart trembled and their eyes landed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming had disappeared for too long. No one knew his current ability. Therefore, Lu Ming's name was not among the first 20 spots. Now that Lu Ming had made a move, would he be able to succeed in the challenge? During the previous treasure auction, Lu Ming swept through everyone and his combat strength was shocking. Now that such a long time has passed, it shouldn't be a problem for him to obtain another spot. That's right. It shouldn't be a problem for him to obtain a spot. I just don't know what cultivation realm he's at right now. Many people around the fighting ring were guessing. Chapter 1668 Old Dog. In the previous treasure settlement party, Lu Ming had swept the entire place with his powerful combat strength. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the LV4 Martial Royal Realm. It had been almost 3 years. What level had Lu Ming's cultivation reached? At least a high-level Martial Emperor. Huh, 9th junior brother, you're finally back. We can fight side by side again. Tian Chui laughed. In his opinion, it would be a piece of cake for Lu Ming to get a spot. 7th senior brother, 8th senior sister, how have you been? Let's have a drink after the challenge. Lu Ming said with a smile. Good, Tian Chui and Xuaningxin both smiled and nodded. Lu Ming, who do you want to challenge? The hosting elder looked at Lu Ming. Hell do. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the room and landed on a silver-robed young man. This man was obviously a proud son of heaven of Silver Dragon Valley. Who else could she pick? Humph, Lu Ming, that was then and this is now. 3 years ago, your combat strength was strong, but it may not be the same now. The young man stepped forward, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. The aura of the peak LV9 Martial Royal Realm. Moreover, since this person was chosen, his talent was naturally not bad. Even if he was not a superior Earth spiritual body, he was at least a medium Earth spiritual body. Make your move, it'll give you the chance to make your move. Lu Ming said calmly. In his opinion, the 9th level of the martial royal realm was just a formality. Arrogant. Then he'll send you down. Silver Dragon Claw. The Silver Dragon Valley's paragon bellowed. A layer of silver-white dragon scales emerged on the surface of his body. He clawed at Lu Ming, leaving a terrible mark in the air. In an instant, it was in front of Lu Ming. So powerful. Let's see how Lu Ming will crack it. Someone exclaimed. At this moment, Lu Ming stretched out a hand. He moved later but reached first. He was as fast as lightning and grabbed the other party's wrist. The other party's arm and even his entire body stopped in the air. Break! The other party's expression changed, and he suddenly roared. His entire body emitted a dazzling silver light, and a dragon's roar sounded. However, before his silver light could explode, Lu Ming swung his arm. Bang! The other party was smashed to the ground, and the fighting ring made a violent roar. With a wave of Lu Ming's hand, the other party's body was thrown out of the fighting ring like a broken sack. He fell to the ground with a dumbfounded look on his face. Many people were also dumbfounded. The Heaven's Pride expert at the peak of the 9th level martial royal realm of Silver Dragon Valley was defeated just like that. It was too easy. Lu Ming did not even move a single step. Although some people felt that Lu Ming would win in the beginning, they did not expect him to win so easily. Could it be that Lu Ming had already broken through to the half-saint realm? Humph. Humph. The master of Silver Dragon Valley snorted, his face gloomy. Ha, 9th junior brother, you're amazing. Tian Chui laughed. 9th junior brother, you're so gentle. Xuaningxin said. Lu Ming smiled. He had been merciful just now. Otherwise, the other party would have been dead. Lu Ming won this round and entered the top 20. Who else wants to challenge him? The old host asked. Wait a moment. At this moment, a voice rang out in the fighting ring. The hosting elder was stunned. He looked at one of the 20 people on the fighting ring and said, Silver Pine, do you have any questions? A young man in a silver robe stepped out with a cold and arrogant look on his face. He was the one who had called out for a moment. Elder, I don't think Lu Ming is qualified to enter the 20-person quota to participate in the treasure sealing assembly on behalf of the Dragon God Valley. Silver Pine said. Bullshit. In Zisong, what right do you have to say that junior brother Lu Ming is not qualified to participate in the Dragon God Valley's treasure fixing assembly? Everyone can see junior brother Lu Ming's strength. Tian Chui was immediately enraged as he shouted. Humph, what's so great about having some strength? In Zisong snorted coldly, his cold and arrogant expression became even stronger, and said, Everyone knows that Lu Ming is extremely daring and has offended the 3 major sects, the Deity Sect, the Sky Demon Sect, and the Yudu Sect. If he also participates in the treasure sealing assembly, we will definitely be targeted by the 3 major sections. At that time, let alone seizing the first place, it would be good enough if we don't come in last. Humph, 3 years ago in the treasure auction, we were also competed against by the 3 great sections. How did we get first place in the end? Xuaningxin said sarcastically. That was then and this is now. The treasure determination meeting is just a small matter. The treasure determination meeting is where the true geniuses are gathered. In any case, the result of his battle with the Divine Sun has nothing to do with the treasure fixing assembly, and he's bound to be killed. It's better to directly find the Divine Sun and send him to his death, so why drag us down? Silver Pine said. Zisong is right. In my opinion, why don't we just kill Lu Ming and give him to the Divine Sun to repair our relationship with the Heavenly God sect? The Master of Silver Dragon Valley said coldly from his seat. Ha ha ha, if you want to curry favor with the Heavenly God sect and become their dog, go ahead. No one will stop you. However, I'm not interested. Lu Ming suddenly burst into laughter and looked at the master of Silver Dragon Valley in disdain. Impudent, how dare you? And NBSP you. The master of Silver Dragon Valley was furious, and a powerful energy exploded from his body. The old dog is furious. Lu Ming said indifferently, his tone full of disdain. Then, he turned his head and ignored the master of Silver Dragon Valley. The master of Silver Dragon Valley was so angry that his chest heaved up and down. He wished he could kill Lu Ming with one slap. However, the experts of the 7 valleys and the other valley masters were here. Naturally, he could not do that. Many people sighed. Lu Ming was still Lu Ming. He was still so bold and direct. He called the Cloud Dragon Valley Master an old dog in front of everyone, just like 3 years ago. Everyone, you've all seen it for yourself. This kid has no respect for his elders. I suggest that we disqualify him, cripple his cultivation, and throw him into jail. The master of Silver Dragon Valley said coldly. I think 9th junior brother is right. You're clearly an old dog. As the master of a valley, you actually want to send a disciple of Dragon God Valley to the deity sect as an apology. You're really shameless. If you want to suck up to the deity sect, then leave. Just join the deity sect directly. It doesn't matter if Dragon God Valley has you or not. In the seating area, Long Yuan Shan spoke coldly. Now that he had broken through to the Saint Realm, he would be acting as the Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley. He had great power and didn't need to fear the Valley Master of Silver Dragon Valley. Your Cloud Dragon Valley is the cancer of Dragon God Valley. The Master of Silver Dragon Valley said angrily. Alright, you're an elder, what's there to argue with a junior? Let's continue watching the competition. A purple-robed old man said. The purple-robed elder was the Master of Purple Dragon Valley. That's right. Yin Long, you're already so old, yet you still want to argue with me? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the younger generation? The other Valley Master also said indifferently. The Master of Silver Dragon Valley looked even gloomier. It was obvious that the other Valley Masters were on Lu Ming's side. Ha ha ha. On the fighting ring, Tian Chui grinned. His laughter was extremely carefree, and it was particularly harsh to the ears of the Master of Silver Dragon Valley. Kneel down, Lu Ming. Not only is your participation in the treasure sealing assembly of no use, but it has also caused us to be targeted by the other 3 great sections. If I were you, I would automatically get out of the fighting stage and not participate. Silver Pine shouted and continued to attack Lu Ming. He wanted Lu Ming to be unable to participate in the treasure sealing assembly and lose all his face. Then, he would be killed by the Divine Sun. Moreover, it could suppress Lu Ming and boost his reputation. He, Yin Song, was a Heaven's Pride expert who had just risen. 3 years ago, his cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th level martial royal realm. He could not shine and could not be compared with the top geniuses. But now, his cultivation had reached the 2nd stage of half-saint and he had comprehended the laws. Moreover, he also had a superior grade earth spiritual body and powerful combat strength. Now in Dragon God Valley, his combat strength was second only to Zifeng, one of the 10 great monstrous talents. He was full of ambition and was determined to surpass Zifeng and become the new top 10 geniuses. Before that, he had to constantly establish his own prestige. Lu Ming, who was currently famous, was undoubtedly a very good choice. So you're saying that your participation in the treasure fixing assembly is very useful? Lu Ming replied indifferently. Nonsense, who in Dragon God Valley doesn't know my combat power? If I participate in the treasure fixing assembly, I will definitely help Dragon God Valley achieve great things. Silver Pine said proudly. You. Trash. He really knows how to put gold on his face. Lu Ming said indifferently. What did you just say? Yin Zisong was furious and his face was extremely gloomy. He rolled his eyes and came up with a plan. Lu Ming, I challenge you now. If you can withstand 10 moves from me and not lose, I'll admit that you're capable and you'll be eligible to participate in the treasure sealing assembly. How about it? 10 moves. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. What's wrong? You don't dare to. Yin Zisong sneered, then cupped his fists to the hosting elder and said, Elder, is this battle all right? If Lu Ming agrees to it, sure. The hosting elder said. Everyone's gaze was on Lu Ming. Did Lu Ming dare to accept the challenge from Yin Zisong? Currently, Yin Zisong was the second strongest person among the younger generation in Dragon God Valley, second only to Zifeng. If he did not have the cultivation of the second stage of half-saint, it would not be easy to take 10 moves from Silver Pine. Alright, you can make your move. Lu Ming said calmly. His expression was calm, and no one could tell what he was thinking. In his seat, the master of Silver Dragon Valley was delighted. He sent a message to Yin Zisong, Zisong, this is an opportunity. Seize it and cripple Lu Ming. Yin Taisong nodded in agreement, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Junior brother, you have to be careful. Yin Yinsong's cultivation has already reached the second stage of the half-saint realm. His spiritual body is a superior earth spiritual body. Xuaningxin quickly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming secretly, warning him to be careful. Lu Ming flashed a reassuring smile at Tian Chui and Xuaningxin. Humph, this guy wants to challenge Master. He'll definitely be beaten down by Master. Master is the strongest. Lu Xiangxiang said from the side of Longyuan Mountain. Bang! In the fighting ring, Silver Pine stepped out. The cultivation of the second stage of the half-saint realm was undoubtedly revealed. There were laws surrounding him, and his aura was threatening. Lu Ming, you really overestimate yourself. 3 years ago, your cultivation was only at the 4th level of the Martial Emperor realm. Now, no matter how fast you improve, what realm can you reach? Kneel down. Yin Zifeng sneered and strode forward, sending a palm strike towards Lu Ming. Kneel down. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly shouted. The divine sword technique in his eyes shot out and pierced into the Silver Pine's body. Ah! Silver Pine let out an extremely shrill scream. Its eyes were protruding out, and its face was twisted together as if it was suffering unbearable pain. His soul was almost torn apart by Lu Ming. Kneel down. Lu Ming shouted again and took a step forward. Boom! Lu Ming's Saint Realm's soul power went berserk and frantically pressed down on the silver. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have transformed into a god in front of Silver Pine. He was 100,000 feet tall and stood between the sky and earth. With a single thought, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and millions of corpses fell. At this moment, Silver Pine's liver and guts were torn apart. With a plop, he directly knelt down. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Silver Pine actually knelt in front of Lu Ming. Moreover, the two of them did not fight at all. There was no explosive scene. They only heard Lu Ming shout "Get down" twice and then, Yin Zisong knelt down. What was going on? Previously, Yin Yinsong had been insufferably arrogant and had looked down on Lu Ming. He had said that if Lu Ming could withstand 10 moves from him, he would acknowledge Lu Ming's strength and be able to participate in the treasure-fixing assembly. But now, he had not even made a move and he was already kneeling in front of Lu Ming. What was this? Lu Ming, what demonic art did you use? The master of Silver Dragon Valley roared from his seat. He found it hard to believe. The most outstanding talent of the Silver Dragon Valley was kneeling in front of Lu Ming just because of Lu Ming's 2 shouts. Yao arts. It's ridiculous that you're the master of a valley and a great sage, but you actually said the word demonic technique. Lu Ming sneered in response. There were thousands of secret skills on the path of martial arts. The master of Silver Dragon Valley said the word demonic skill as if he was an ordinary person who had not cultivated it. How ridiculous was that? The master of Silver Dragon Valley widened his eyes in anger, but he couldn't refute. You can't even tell with your soul power? Long Yuan Shan spoke. This old master can naturally see it, there's no need for you to say it. The master of Silver Dragon Valley said coldly. Naturally, they could tell that Lu Ming was using his soul force. He had only said the word demonic art in a moment of desperation. However, Lu Ming's soul force was too strong. It made them apprehensive. How did this kid's soul power reach such a level? It's comparable to a saint. And NBSP, damn it. The master of Silver Dragon Valley roared in his heart. He hated Lu Ming to the core. He could not control the anger in his heart when he was facing Lu Ming. Otherwise, as the Valley Master, he would not be in such a pathetic state. Buzz. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming retracted his soul force. Silver Pine felt his soul become lighter, and he panted heavily as if he had collapsed. Then, he came to his senses. He was kneeling in front of Lu Ming. Everyone's eyes were on him. Some were disdainful, and some were sarcastic. Ah, damn it, how could this be? Silver Pine's eyes were red and he was screaming madly in his heart. He was actually kneeling in front of Lu Ming. Just now, it was as if his soul had been torn apart and he had no idea what he had done. You're really a piece of trash. Lu Ming said calmly. Lu Ming. You, Silver Pine shouted. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Nest, you're so powerful. You actually spurted blood on your own. I've really learned something today. Tian Chui gloated, adding insult to injury, causing Yin Zisong to spit out another mouthful of blood. Let's go. The master of Silver Dragon Valley couldn't stand it anymore. He waved his sleeve and left. Today, he had lost all his face. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would be like a silver pine and vomit blood from anger. So wild dogs look like this after the master of Silver Dragon Valley left, the challenge continued. Since Yin Song was the one who was challenged, he still had to stay in the fighting ring. Yin Taisong could only lower his head the entire time and stand in the fighting ring in shame. The challenges continued. However, given Lu Ming's combat strength, no one dared to challenge him. In reality, no one dared to challenge those who were ranked at the top. Most of the challenges that were carried out later ended in failure. Half a day later, the challenge ended and the 20 spots were set. In Tian Chui's cave residence in Cloud Dragon Valley, Long Yuan Shan, Lu Ming, Tian Chui, and Xuanixin sat around a table and drank to their heart's content. Ha, 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 it's so satisfying today. I'm so happy to see the old dog master of Silver Dragon Valley. Tian Chui gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine and laughed. When she thought of the master of Silver Dragon Valley's defeated expression, Long Yuan Mountain and Xuanixin also revealed a smile. By the way, ninth junior brother, what realm have you reached now? Long Yuan Mountain asked. Tian Chui and Xuanixin also revealed curious expressions. Lu Ming did not hide anything. The aura on his body bloomed, and laws surrounded him. Law. This is the second stage of the half-saint realm. Amazing, amazing. Tian Chui's eyes widened. Ninth junior brother's talent is extraordinary. I, as his senior sister, have been surpassed. Xuanixin said with a smile. When they first met Lu Ming's cultivation base was far inferior to theirs. Now, he had surpassed them. Lu Ming's talent was shocking. Of course, they were also happy for Lu Ming. However, Long Yuan Mountain's face didn't show any happiness as he asked, ninth junior brother, are you confident in facing the divine child? As soon as he said this, Tian Chui and Xuan Ningxin's faces immediately became serious, revealing a trace of worry. Although Lu Ming was powerful, he was only at the second stage of the half-saint realm. The divine son had reached the saint realm a year and a half ago. In the saint realm, one could refine the saint heart and turn their vital essence into saint power. They would have a stronger control over the laws and would be much stronger than half-saints. In the second stage of the half-saint realm, it was too difficult to fight with a saint. Furthermore, the deity was not an ordinary half-saint, but a top heaven's favorite, a monster in the azure state. If the divine son's cultivation is still at the sage small perfection realm, I have a 50% chance of killing him. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said. What? 50% chance of killing him? Longyuan Mountain, Tian Chui and Xuanningshin were dumbfounded. Although they had hoped that Lu Ming would say that he was confident, they had never expected him to say that he was 50% confident in killing the divine son. Not defeat, but kill. Killing was much harder than defeating. Lu Ming was actually 50% confident that he could kill the divine son. Longyuan Shan, Tian Chui and Xuanningshin looked at each other. It seemed that they had underestimated this little junior brother. Ha ha ha, good, then senior brother will wait for junior brother to show off his divine might at the treasure-fixing assembly and kill him without leaving a single piece of armor. Tian Chui laughed heartily as he picked up the wine jar and took a few more gulps. They hadn't seen each other for more than a year, so they naturally had a lot to talk about. They drank and chatted until late at night before they left. Lu Ming spent the rest of the time in closed-door cultivation, focusing on his cultivation. The divine son had broken through to the saint realm a year and a half ago. It was very difficult to break through after reaching the saint realm. The resources and time required to break through each realm were far beyond that of the martial royal realm. However, the deity's talent was very high, and he had also received the full support of the Tianshan sect. In 1.5 years, who knew if the deity had broken through? If the divine son were to make another breakthrough, it would be very difficult for Lu Ming to defeat him. Therefore, the only way was to constantly improve his own strength. Lu Ming spent the next few days comprehending the chaos laws and cultivating the chaos sky-turning seal. He had long cultivated the chaos sky-turning seal to the peak of the 5th level. If he could break through to the 6th level, Lu Ming's combat strength would increase again. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. At this time, there was only about a month before the start of the treasure sealing convention, and it was time to set off for the Tsang Mountains. Tian Chui, Xuanningshin, Lu Ming, and Lu Xiangxiang had come together to broaden their horizons, so Lu Ming had brought Lu Xiangxiang along. Before he left, Lu Ming sent a message to Su Lei. Back then, Lu Ming had promised to bring Su Lei along when he went to the Tsang Mountains. The group of 5 arrived at the Dragon God Valley. This time, take my space-breaking flying shuttle. Xuanningshin smiled and took out a flying shuttle. It was shining with silver light and was extremely beautiful. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that Xuanningshin's space-breaking flying shuttle was by no means comparable to an ordinary space-breaking flying shuttle. The 5 of them entered the space-breaking flying shuttle, and with a swish, it shot through the sky like a stream of light. Its speed was twice that of an ordinary space-breaking flying shuttle. In just 7 days, they had arrived near the Tsang Mountains. As they neared the Grey Mountain, they got off the flying shuttle and headed towards the mountain. Boom! Boom! As they neared the Tsang Mountain, they heard a roar in front of them. Beams of bright light shot up into the sky. Someone was fighting. There were still some people watching in the void. The 5 of them approached and found that the 2 people fighting were at the 6th level martial royal realm and belonged to 2 different sections. Before the start of each treasure-fixing assembly, it was always the stage for those below the 6th level of the martial royal realm. It was very normal for them to fight with each other. The approach of Lu Ming and the group attracted the attention of others. Many pairs of eyes looked at them. That is Lu Ming. It's really him. He has finally appeared. In the past few years, he has barely appeared. More than a year ago, he only appeared once in the heavenly wind plains, and then disappeared. I originally thought that in this time's treasure sealing assembly, he would not appear. I didn't expect that he would really appear. Interesting. Lu Ming's appearance attracted a lot of discussion. Hee, Lu Ming, you really dare to show yourself. I thought you would be like a turtle hiding in its shell and not dare to come out. A sneer rang out and spread throughout the entire area. A few figures stepped in the air and arrived in front of Lu Ming and the rest. They sneered at Lu Ming. Stone crown. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. The person who spoke just now was Shi Guan of the Tianshan sect. In the last treasure settlement ceremony, Lu Ming and the others were chased by Shi Guan as soon as they arrived at the Tsang Mountains. Close to 3 years had passed, and Shi Guan had undoubtedly become even more powerful. His body was suffused with milky white holy light, and the power of laws circulated around him. The second stage of half-saint was Shi Guan's cultivation. However, Shi Guan did not have a superior grade earth spiritual body but a medium grade earth spiritual body. Lu Ming could kill him with one slap. What bad luck! I heard a wild dog barking as soon as I arrived at the Tsang Mountain. Tian Chui sneered as he laughed. Senior brother is right, and it's an ugly wild dog. Xuaningxin also called out. Tian Chui and Xuaningxin spoke one after another, causing Xiang to smile. This little girl blinked her eyes and asked curiously, "Martial uncle, martial aunt, so this is what wild dogs look like." It's the first time Xiang has seen them. The little girl was innocent and innocent. When she said that, the surrounding people couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 1671 Purchasing Treasures. Shi Guan's face was incomparably dark and gloomy. His cold eyes swept across Tian Chui and the rest as he said, "What's the use of a sharp tongue? Lu Ming, this time, there's no need for senior brother divine son to make a move. You'll lose your life in the treasure-fixing assembly, humph." With that, Shi Guan snorted coldly and left with a few disciples of the heavenly god sect. Lu Ming and the rest did not stay there. They flew directly to the Dragon God Valley station at the Tsang Mountain. It was the first time Xiangxiang Bela had come to the Tsang Mountains. Her big eyes were spinning around, full of curiosity. This was the first time that the little girl had gone out of the Lu clan for so many years. She was either in the Lu clan fort or Dragon God Valley. Xiangxiang, cultivate well. When you reach the high-level martial royal realm, they'll let you go out and wander alone. Lu Ming said. And, Xiangxiang will definitely do her best. The little girl's eyes immediately lit up and she clenched her fists. The next few days were peaceful after they arrived at the Dragon God Valley. 3 days later, Tian Chui and Xuaningxin came to look for Lu Ming. The Supreme Treasure Pavilion was about to open its doors to sell treasures again. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. The Supreme Treasure Pavilion was an emperor-level power, and its business was spread across many large provinces. There were countless treasures in the Supreme Treasure Pavilion, many of which could not be found in the Azure province. Lu Ming also wanted to buy 2 things. It was also a space-breaking flying shuttle. Lu Ming wanted to buy a higher-level space-breaking flying shuttle. The second was the dragon bone or the blood essence of a real dragon. Previously, Lu Ming had obtained a dragon valley in the ancestral land of Gusu City. However, it was obvious that the dragon bone had been dead for many years. The spiritual essence of the dragon bone had been severely lost. Lu Ming estimated that even if he devoured and refined it, it would be difficult for his spirit body to evolve. The dragon god combat body had reached the heavenly spiritual body level. Every time it evolved, it would consume a terrifying amount of energy and require a terrifying amount of spiritual essence of a true dragon. Therefore, Lu Ming needed more true dragon bone goo or blood essence. Moreover, the blood essence of the true dragon skeleton at the Bright Saint realm was no longer of much use to Lu Ming. He needed something of a higher level, which was almost impossible to find in the Azure region. When Lu Ming was in the Dragon God Valley, he had gone to the Treasure Dragon Hall to ask, but the highest level of the true dragon skeleton was only at the peak of the Bright Saint realm, and there were not many. Lu Ming was also looking forward to the opening of the Supreme Treasure Pavilion in the Tsang Mountains. The three of them headed towards the Supreme Treasure Pavilion. Just like 3 years ago, the Supreme Treasure Pavilion was packed with people. Many of them were wearing black robes and bamboo hats, afraid that others would recognize them. 3 years ago, Lu Ming and the rest were the same. However, this time, the three of them did not hide it. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, there was no need to hide it. The three of them stepped into the Supreme Treasure Pavilion and immediately attracted many pairs of eyes. Many people turned to look at Lu Ming. Clearly, many of them recognized him. Lu Ming did not care at all. With a calm expression, he, Tian Chui, and the other two started to walk around. After walking one round, they went to the third floor. Some people's eyes flickered. They followed Lu Ming and the other two to the third floor. The treasures on the third floor were of a much higher grade. Lu Ming went to a counter that specialized in selling holy weapons. A young lady smiled at him. "What saint weapon would you like to purchase?" The young woman said with a smile. "Excuse me, are there any space-breaking flying shuttles for sale here?" Lu Ming asked. "Of course we have a space-breaking flying shuttle. How many times faster do you need?" The young woman asked. The space-breaking flying shuttle that Lu Ming used in the past was of the lowest level. With this kind of space-breaking flying shuttle as a unit, it was called the space-breaking flying shuttle that could double the speed. The higher grade of the flying shuttle would be faster. For example, Xue Ningxin's flying shuttle was twice as fast as the normal flying shuttle, so it was called the double space-breaking flying shuttle. If its speed was 3 times, it would be called a triple space-breaking shuttle, and so on. Back then, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's space-breaking flying shuttle had been at least 10 times larger. The main thing about the space-breaking flying shuttle was speed, followed by defensive power. Normally, the faster the speed, the higher the value. A normal spatial piercing shuttle was worth around 5 saint weapons, and a spatial piercing shuttle that was twice as fast was worth double that. The faster it was, the more expensive it was. "I need a space-breaking flying shuttle that can travel at 5 times the normal speed." Lu Ming muttered to himself. "Of course, we have a space-breaking shuttle with 5 times the speed, please wait a moment, sir." The young woman took out a storage ring. The ring glowed, and an extremely beautiful space-breaking flying shuttle appeared. It was only the size of a palm, and it was covered with beautiful starlight. As soon as the space-breaking flying shuttle was taken out, it attracted a lot of attention. "What a beautiful space-breaking flying shuttle. I'm afraid this space-breaking flying shuttle is extraordinary." The beautiful lady said that it's a space-breaking flying shuttle that can travel at 5 times the speed. Can Lu Ming afford it? Low voices came from all around, and many people's eyes were burning with passion. Lu Ming's eyes also flashed. With the speed of the space-breaking shuttle at 5 times, it would only take him 3 days at most to travel between the Tsang Mountains and Dragon God Valley, or even less. Lu Ming was very tempted. This space-breaking flying shuttle is made of star iron. It's worth 25 bright saint weapons. Do you want it? The woman's voice sounded. I'm taking it. Lu Ming's words shocked many people. Lu Ming said he wanted 25 bright sacred weapons without even blinking. Many people were dumbfounded, and some people even had a flash of greed in their eyes. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a cold smile. If it was 3 years ago, he would definitely not dare to be so arrogant. But now? If anyone dared to have any ideas about him, he didn't mind killing a portion of them first. "Excuse me, do you sell true dragon bones here? If there is, I'll buy some and pay for it together." Lu Ming said. "I do have true dragon bones." "What level of true dragon bones do you need, sir?" The young woman said. "For those above the great saint realm, the higher the level, the better." Lu Ming said. "Those above the great sage realm." The young woman's eyes flickered. "We only have 1,500 kilograms of supreme saint true dragon bones here, and they're full of spirit. However, the price is very high. You'll need 50 bright saint weapons." The young woman was sending this sentence to Lu Ming through voice transmission. The young woman was also thinking about Lu Ming. The price must be too shocking, and she was afraid that Lu Ming would be coveted by others. 50 bright saint weapons. Lu Ming's heart stirred. In total, he would need 75 bright saint weapons. He could take out that many bright saint weapons, but he wouldn't have many left if he took them out. If he needed to cultivate the 10,000 soldier scroll in the future, where would he find so many bright saint weapons in a short time? Lu Ming thought about it and decided to use other treasures to offset it. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He took out a storage ring and handed it to the young woman. "Miss, take a look and see if the things inside can offset the dragon bone and the space-breaking flying shuttle." The young woman nodded and took the storage ring. After scanning it with her spiritual senses, her expression changed and she sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. "Could this be the corpse of an absolute saint divine beast?" Lu Ming nodded. Back then, Lu Ming had obtained the corpse of a goshawk in his bedroom in the Emperor Tsang's secret realm. It was an absolute saint. Although it had been dead for many years, the price of an absolute saint divine beast was still very high. Its entire body was filled with treasures. Chapter 1672 Kill a batch first, sir. It's hard for me to guess the exact price of this divine beast's corpse. You need to call our deacon over. Please wait a moment. The young woman said. Then, she took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message. Soon, an old man with white hair came to the counter. The elder exuded a faint holy aura. Lu Ming speculated that the elder must be in the saint realm. The old man picked up Lu Ming's storage ring and scanned it with his spiritual senses. His expression changed slightly and he began to examine it carefully. After a while, the old man sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming, "Little brother, although this absolute saint divine beast's corpse has been dead for many years and lost a lot of its spirituality, its overall price is still higher than a flying shuttle that can travel at 5 times the speed and the 1,500 kilogram supreme saint true dragon bone. Are you sure you want to trade? I'll exchange." Lu Ming nodded. The goshawk's corpse was not of much use to him, so he might as well exchange it for something useful. "All right, little brother. I won't let you suffer any losses. I'll add another 9 drops of true dragon blood essence at the great circle of the bright saint stage for you." The old man smiled and passed the other storage ring to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual senses. He realized that the space-breaking flying shuttle was already in the storage ring. Other than that, there was also a huge jade box that contained a pile of dragon bones. There was also a jade bottle. Presumably, it contained 9 drops of true dragon blood essence of a perfected bright sage. "Thank you, senior." Lu Ming kept it and cupped his fists. "No need to be so polite. Little brother, you have to be careful. I'm afraid someone will be watching you," the old man reminded. Lu Ming smiled and swept his gaze across the room. He realized that many pairs of eyes were looking at him. Although Lu Ming and the rest were making the transaction through voice transmission and the people around them could not hear what they were saying, Lu Ming had previously said that he wanted to buy a space-breaking flying shuttle that was 5 times faster. Even saints would be jealous of such a treasure. Also, a deacon of the Supreme Treasure Pavilion came after him. What exactly was the item that Lu Ming took out? He actually needed the deacon of the Supreme Treasure Pavilion to come out. Lu Ming definitely had valuable treasures on him. Many people had such thoughts, and their eyes were burning with passion. Junior brother, it seems like we're being watched again. Tian Chui said, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint. Isn't that just right? If we kill a batch before the final assembly, wouldn't it be even easier during the final assembly? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Of course, they were also communicating through voice transmission. Tian Chui and Xue Ningxin's eyes revealed a trace of malevolence. Let's go outside and stop them. All right, then Lu Ming must have some valuable treasures on him. They're ours. Lu Ming and the other two were communicating through voice transmission. The others were also communicating in secret. Then, a group of people left the treasure pavilion silently and waited at the path that Lu Ming and the rest had to take. The three of them continued shopping. Tian Chui and Xue Ningxin had both bought some items. The three of them had bought what they needed and were satisfied. They left the treasure pavilion and headed in the direction of Dragon God Valley. As soon as the three of them left the Supreme Treasure Pavilion, a group of people followed behind them silently. As expected, they followed us. Xue Ningxin sneered. I hope there are people from the Heaven God sect. Lu Ming smiled. If there were people from the Heavenly God sect, he could kill them in broad daylight. He and the Tianshan sect had long been irreconcilable enemies. If he could kill more, why not? The people behind him did not make a move immediately. They kept following him. It was obvious that they wanted to make a move only when they were far away from the Supreme Treasure Pavilion. Lu Ming and the other two flew forward unhurriedly. Soon, they saw a group of people in black robes blocking their way. The three of them stopped. The people behind him also surrounded him. You're finally here. Lu Ming, hand over your storage ring. A person in front of him coldly spoke. It's a robbery again. He's been using this trick every day. He did it 3 years ago, and now he's doing it again. He really hasn't changed. Tian Chui grinned. If you want it, then come and get it yourself. Lu Ming said calmly. Humph, Lu Ming, since you're looking for death, I'll grant it to you. There's no need to wait for you to fight the Divine Sun. I'll kill you now. Lu Ming. The person said coldly. Then, a few people stepped out and closed in on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, he's ours. Behind them, there were also people who forced their way over. Junior brother Lu Ming, do it later. Let me have some fun first. The malevolence in Tian Chui's eyes grew even stronger. Tian Chui, you deal with the front, I'll deal with the back. A layer of dragon scales began to appear on her body. She took a step forward and rushed back. Roar! With a dragon's roar, Xue Ningxin turned into a snow dragon. Her body was pure white, and she emitted a shocking cold air as she clawed out. A black-robed man at the LV9 Martial Royal Realm was killed by Xue Ningxin. Kill, die. Tian Chui shouted in front of him. A huge hammer appeared in his hand and he smashed a black-robed man who was at the peak of the 9th level Martial Emperor realm into a meat pie. Half-saint, they are half-saints. Someone exclaimed. Kill. Kill. Tian Chui and Xue Ningxin shouted, their killing intent surging like a tide as they launched a storm of attacks towards the black-clothed men. A few more people were killed in succession. So what if he's a half-saint? Kill him. Another black-robed man rushed out, exuding a shocking aura. Half-saint, they were all half-saints. Buzz. The people behind him exploded with a shocking amount of poison chi and charged toward Xue Ningxin. The powerhouses in front of him were all bathed in holy light, and their killing intent was cold. Heaven Deity Sect, you do sect, it's really you. Tian Chui and Xue Ningxin shouted. Boom! Boom! A terrifying collision resounded. Tian Chui and Xue Ningxin's combat strength was extremely strong, and their attacks were like crazy, forcing the other party to retreat. But soon after, more people joined in. This time, there were at least 100 people surrounding them, and there were still quite a few people who had yet to make a move. The people who attacked later were more powerful. Lu Ming even saw the power of law flowing around a few of them. He was a master at the second stage of the half-saint realm. Tian Chui and Xue Ningxin were besieged by 6 or 7 experts, all of whom were at the half-saint realm. Moreover, there was an expert at the second stage of the half-saint realm who was able to stop Tian Chui and Xue Ningxin. Since the Heaven Deity sect and the Yudu sect have already been exposed, why do they need to hide? Show your true form. Lu Ming stood in the air and spoke calmly, his voice spreading throughout the entire area. Humph, so what if you reveal your true form? Someone said coldly. Then, he pulled off his black robe, revealing his true appearance. Then, more and more people took off their black robes and revealed their faces. Lu Ming swept his gaze across them. Many of them were older. Most of them were middle-aged and only a few of them were from the younger generation. Looking at their clothes, they were from the Desire Poison sect and the Heavenly God sect. Lu Ming, hand over your storage ring and they'll let you live for a few more days. On the side of the Heavenly God sect, a few middle-aged burly men stepped through the air and headed toward Lu Ming. The holy light was thick. Chapter 1673 Killing one person with one strike. Lu Ming sneered. Cut the crap. If you have the ability, come and take it. How arrogant. I'd like to see how much you've grown in 3 years. A burly man in the first stage of the half-saint realm of the Tianqian sect stepped forward. A spear of divine punishment appeared and pierced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes were as cold as a knife. A holy weapon sword appeared in his palm. Lu Ming's holy weapon sword slashed out, and the sword light was shocking. The opponent's spear of divine punishment was shattered by Lu Ming's sword light. The sword light did not stop, and the man was cut in half, dying instantly. Kill. Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward and appeared in front of another middle-aged man from the Tianqian sect who was at the first stage of the semi-sage realm. Then, he swung his sword again. The man was frightened and retreated frantically. However, Lu Ming's sword radiance still cut through his body, splitting it from the middle. His spiritual god had been destroyed by Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of another powerhouse at the second stage of the half-saint realm. Die. The second stage half-saint expert roared. The laws circulated and holy light burst out, launching a terrifying attack at Lu Ming. However, when Lu Ming's battle sword slashed past, everything was illusory. The other party's attack was instantly destroyed. This person followed in the footsteps of the previous two and was killed by Lu Ming's sword. The others gasped and retreated in shock. One sword for one person, one sword for one person, one step for one person. Regardless of whether they were at the first stage or the second stage of the half-saint realm, they could not put up any resistance in Lu Ming's hands. They were killed by Lu Ming's sword one by one. At this moment, the battle here had already alarmed the people in the distance, and many people had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. It's Lu Ming. Lu Ming is being surrounded. It's the people from the deity sect and the Yudu sect. These two sects are really at loggerheads with Lu Ming. As long as they encounter him, they will fight to the death. There are so many experts. Lu Ming is finished. Many figures flew over. They were shocked to see so many experts besieging Lu Ming and the rest. Attack together. Yudu sect, attack together and kill Lu Ming. Within the heavenly divine sect, a person shouted madly. This person was still wearing a black robe that had not been taken off. Kill. Attack together. There were more than 20 experts from the Yudu sect and the deity sect. They were all half-step saints. 5 of them were at the second stage of the half-step saint realm. All of them were charging toward Lu Ming. All kinds of attacks were aimed at Lu Ming from both the front and back. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a few terrifying saber lights slashed toward Lu Ming from the left. Each saber light was filled with demonic qi. The people from the Tianyu demon sect are also here to join in the fun. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with a shocking murderous intent. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure moved and dodged the attacks from 3 sides. Then, like a goshawk soaring through the sky, he pounced towards the experts of the Tianshan sect. The combat sword in his hand slashed down. 100-meter-long sword light slashed towards the expert of the Tianshan sect. The terrifying power made the expert of the Tianshan sect extremely frightened. Join forces and block them. More than 10 half-saints of the Tianshan sect joined forces to attack. More than 10 beams of holy light gathered together and blasted toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's sword radiance cut through the holy light and killed 3 half-saints in an instant. Then, he slashed out with his sword and 2 more experts were killed. Ah, retreat, quickly retreat. The remaining people were almost scared to death. They frantically retreated. One of them took out a saint weapon, which was a small mountain, and blocked in front of him. Clang! Lu Ming's sword slashed at the hill, sending it flying and crashing into the man. The man was crushed into a meat patty by his holy weapon. In just a few breaths, Lu Ming had killed 6 half-saints of the deity sect. The people around were dumbfounded. Lu Ming's combat strength had become even more terrifying. Compared to 3 years ago, he was much stronger. A half-saint was like an ant in his hands. Kill! Following that, Lu Ming stepped into the air and charged towards the people from the Desire Poison sect. With a loud shout, the divine sword technique burst forth, and more than 10 experts from the Desire Poison sect screamed in pain. Then, the sword light flashed, and all of them were killed. Their poisonous bodies were completely useless in front of Lu Ming. Their souls were destroyed. Retreat, retreat. The remaining people, including the ones who were fighting Tian Chui and Xuaningxin, were all scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to stay any longer and frantically fled in all directions. Shi Guan, since you're here and you want to take my storage ring first, then you don't have to leave. Lu Ming fixed his eyes on a black-robed man from the deity sect and walked towards him. This person shouted and attacked together. Lu Ming immediately recognized him as Shi Guan. Shi Guan turned pale with fright and fled frantically. However, Lu Ming's speed was astonishing. He caught up with Shi Guan in a few steps and threw a punch at him. The force of his fist crushed Shi Guan. Shi Guan used all his strength to block the attack. However, he was sent flying by Lu Ming's punch. The black robe on his body burst open, revealing his true appearance. It was indeed Shi Guan. At this moment, his face was filled with shock and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Initially, he had brought an expert with the intention of snatching Lu Ming's storage ring. He had never expected that Lu Ming's combat strength would reach such a terrifying level. The first and second stage half-saints were like babies in Lu Ming's hands. They could not withstand a single blow. A large number of them were killed as soon as he made a move. They suffered heavy losses. Although there were no high-level spirit bodies among these people, Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. Now, Lu Ming wanted to kill him. He was no match for them. 3 years ago, Lu Ming was only at the LV4 martial royal realm. He could only run for his life when he was in his hands. However, he might not even be able to escape from Lu Ming now. In 3 years, everything had been reversed. Kill! Lu Ming said coldly. The combat sword appeared in his hand again and he slashed at the stone crown. No! The stone crown resisted with all its might. Stop! A loud shout came from the distance, causing the sky to rumble. However, Lu Ming's sword momentum did not stop. He slashed down with all his might. In the midst of despair, the stone crown was killed by Lu Ming. Buzz! In the distance, there was a flash of holy light. A young and handsome man appeared in the air. His eyes fell on Lu Ming, filled with murderous intent. It's Luo Shuihan. Luo Shuihan is here. This is going to be interesting. Exclamations of shock rang out in the surroundings. Junior brother, be careful. This person is Luo Shuihan, the strongest monster in the Tsang region after the Divine Sun. She's another peerless heaven's favorite of the Tianshan sect. Tian Chui and Xuaningxin came to Lu Ming's side and Xuaningxin said in a low voice. Lu Ming nodded. 3 years ago, a new peerless heaven's pride emerged in the deity sect during the Treasure Determination Assembly. At the Treasure Determination Assembly, he overpowered everyone and was second only to the Divine Sun. He was ranked second among the 10 great monsters. When the Divine Sun broke through to the Saint Realm and dropped out of the genius ranking, that person rose to the first place. That sovereign was Luo Shuihan. Luo Shuihan's eyes swept across the scene, and the coldness in her eyes grew stronger. Lu Ming's helplessness. Luo Shuihan's eyes swept across the scene. The killing intent in her eyes grew stronger when she found that Lu Ming had killed so many experts. Lu Ming, how dare you kill so many people of my heavenly god sect? What should I be punished for? Luo Shuihan said coldly. What should I be punished for? How laughable. Your people from the Tianshan sect stopped me on the way and tried to snatch my storage ring. Shouldn't I kill you? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Nonsense. How could the people of my heavenly god sect do such a thing? Luo Shuihan shouted, then turned to the rest of the people of the Tianshan sect and said, is what Lu Ming said true? Did you guys try to snatch his storage ring? There's no such thing. Lu Ming is talking nonsense. He was the one who bore a grudge against our deity sect and attacked us for no reason. The brothers from the Yudu sect can testify to this, right? A burly middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect shouted as he looked at the remaining people from the Yudu sect. That's right. That's true. Lu Ming is out of his mind. He suddenly attacked us. The Desire Poison sect's people also shouted. This was a complete lie. Lu Ming, what else do you have to say? A life for a life. Luo Shuihan said with a cold smile. What do I need to say? Do I still need to say anything to a bunch of shameless people like you? You just want to find a reason to attack, so there's no need for so much nonsense. Yes, I did it. In the future, if you see anyone from the Heavenly God sect, kill them all. Hurry up and attack. Lu Ming's face was full of disdain as he shouted. Very good, then you can die. Luo Shuihan was holy. Holy light filled the air and turned into a light belt that surrounded her body. She looked extremely holy. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was very strong, he was still not worthy of his attention. Luo Shuihan did not care about the combat strength of those who were killed by Lu Ming. He had a superior earth spiritual body and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm. He was the top of the top 10 geniuses of the Azure region. He could kill a large number of warriors at the 1st and 2nd stage of half-saint with one slap. Around them, the others looked on nervously. Many people thought that Lu Ming would not stand a chance and would be killed by Luo Shuihan. Was Lu Ming going to die in Luo Shuihan's hands before he even started challenging the Divine Sun? Bang! Bang! Luo Shuihan stepped forward, and the holy light became more and more intense. Luo Shuihan, I'll fight with you. At this moment, a voice was heard. Then, a dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. With a flash of purple light, a purple figure appeared in front of Luo Shuihan. Boom! Luo Shuihan smacked out a palm. Holy light burst out, laws circulated, and the palm power was monstrous. A dragon's roar came from the purple figure. A purple dragon claw struck out and collided with Luo Shuehan. With a shocking boom, the purple figure and Luo Shuehan were both forced back. However, Luo Shuehan only retreated 3 steps, while the purple figure retreated 4 or 5 steps. Senior brother Zifeng. Lu Ming muttered. This figure that suddenly appeared was precisely Zifeng, one of the Azure State's 10 great demon-level talents. Zifeng, you're overestimating yourself if you want to stop me. I'll kill you first, then Lu Ming. Luo Shuehan let out a long cry and charged towards Zifeng. I'm not afraid of you, kill. Zifeng shouted and also charged towards Luo Shuehan. The two of them were engaged in an intense battle. Lu Ming was dumbfounded and helpless. He had planned to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Luo Shuehan and weaken the strength of the deity sect. In this way, it would be more likely for Dragon God Valley to win first place in the treasure-fixing convention. In that case, the fragments of the prison guarding steel and the other treasure would be under the control of the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming would have a chance to get the fragments of the prison guarding steel. He was just about to make a move when Zifeng rushed over, making Lu Ming rather speechless. Zifeng and Luo Shuehan were engaged in an intense battle. Zifeng's cultivation was also at the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm. He was in the body of the law, and his spiritual body was also a superior earth spiritual body. His combat strength was powerful. Although he was no match for Luo Shuehan, it was not so easy for Luo Shuehan to defeat Zifeng. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. You killed the people of my Tianshan sect. You must die today. At this moment, an old voice came from afar. It was an old man in a white robe. He stepped on the void and flashed like a white light. He arrived at the scene in an instant. His powerful and vast aura locked onto Lu Ming in an instant. A saint's might filled the air. This was a saint. This battle had attracted the attention of the saints of the Heaven God sect. The saint of the Tianshan sect stood high in the sky and looked down. The terrifying saintly might spread out, making many people around feel a strong pressure, and they could not help but retreat. Lu Ming is finished. With the saint making a move, he's even more dead. That's right. A saint is stronger than Luo Shuehan. Many people shouted. Initial bright saint. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a disdainful smile and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Luo Shuehan had been blocked, so killing a saint was not bad. Old man, you're already so old. How dare you attack a junior? Do you think that Dragon God Valley has no one? A loud roar was heard. Then, a tall old man rushed over and stood in front of the Tianshan sect saint. His body also exuded a vast saint might. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley had arrived. The Elder of the Dragon God Valley exuded a powerful holy aura, blocking the saints of the Tianshan sect and Lu Ming behind him. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. No way, don't do this, let me do it. Lu Ming roared in his heart. He was really speechless. Previously, Luo Shuehan had been blocked by Zifeng. Now, a saint in the initial bright saint realm had come and was blocked by the Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley. It had completely disrupted Lu Ming's plan. Lu Ming, step back. With me around, this old man can't do anything to you. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley said. Lu Ming sighed. The surrounding people were also discussing. Whoa, Lu Ming is so lucky. There's an expert in the vicinity of Dragon God Valley. Otherwise, he would be finished. That's right. His luck is too good. However, he won't be able to go far by relying on luck. He will eventually encounter the Heaven's Pride experts of the Tianshan sect in the treasure-fixing assembly. Even if he doesn't die in the treasure-fixing assembly, he will still die in the battle with the Divine Sun later on. The Tianshan sect saint looked at the Dragon God Valley saint with cold eyes. However, he did not make a move. The saints of Dragon God Valley were no weaker than him. If they fought, both sides would probably be injured. Boom! On the other side, Zifeng and Luo Shuihan exchanged a blow, and the two retreated together. The difference was that Luo Shuihan was calm and composed, while Zifeng was also gasping for breath, his breath somewhat weak. Luo Shuihan's eyes showed a trace of unwillingness. It would be very difficult to kill Lu Ming today. Lu Ming, do you only know how to hide behind other people? You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. You have nowhere to hide in the treasure sealing assembly. This time, I will make sure that you Dragon God Valley people can't return. Starting from the small treasure sealing assembly in 10 days, I will let you know the consequences of offending my Tianshan sect. Luo Shuihan said coldly. She glanced at Lu Ming coldly, then turned around and left. Chapter 1675 Mistaken, let's go. Humph. The saint of the Tianshan sect snorted coldly and gave an order. He then left with the people of the Tianshan sect. As for the Yudu sect and the Tianyu demonic sect, they had also left quietly. Lu Ming, are you alright? The elder of the Dragon God Valley asked Lu Ming. Elder, I'm fine. Lu Ming answered helplessly. Yes, let's go back first. In this time's treasure sealing assembly, I'm afraid that we will still encounter the joint forces of the deity sect, the Yudu sect, and a few other sections. You must be prepared. The elder of Dragon God Valley said and then flew to the Dragon God Valley's encampment. Lu Ming, Tian Chui, Xuaningxin, and Zifeng followed. I'm afraid that Dragon God Valley will be in danger during the treasure auction in 10 days. Zifeng sighed. How many top-notch heaven's favorites from Dragon God Valley are there in this treasure auction? Lu Ming asked. The top heaven's pride level he was talking about was those at the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm with superior earth spiritual bodies. Only such heaven's pride level experts could influence the outcome of the battle in the treasure determining party. There's only one person. He's much worse than he was 3 years ago. Zifeng sighed. Lu Ming frowned. In this case, Dragon God Valley was in danger. The Tianshan sect, the Yudu sect, and the other sects would definitely target him during the treasure settlement ceremony. By then, Dragon God Valley would not have the power to resist him. It was very likely that they would not even be able to enter the top 10 and would lose the qualification to participate in the treasure settlement ceremony. Senior Brother Zifeng, I recommend a person who is enough to suppress all the other top heaven's favorites in the treasure auction. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he thought of Su Lei. Su Lei had obtained the inheritance from the ancestral land of Gusu City. Her mysterious dragon body was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming estimated that in a battle of the same level, unless one had a heavenly spirit body, they would definitely not be Su Lei's match. Su Lei's participation was enough to suppress all the heroes. He can suppress the other top-tier heaven's favorites. Zifeng's eyes brightened. There was actually such a heaven's favorite in Dragon God Valley. How did he not know? However, since Lu Ming said so, he must be confident. Alright, let's change to another person. Zifeng said. The few of them chatted and soon returned to the Dragon God Valley base. As soon as he returned to the Dragon God Valley base, Lu Ming ran into two familiar faces, the siblings, Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. Qiu Yingying was very happy to see Lu Ming. Yingying, congratulations. Your cultivation has reached the 6th level of the Martial Emperor realm. Lu Ming smiled. Qiu Yingying's breakthrough speed was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. She had already reached the 6th level Martial Emperor realm. One should know that Qiu Yingying was only an ordinary spirit body. It was shocking that she could achieve such a speed. Qiu Yingying had once obtained an inheritance in the Emperor Tsang's secret realm. Perhaps it was related to this, Lu Ming thought. All of a sudden, Lu Ming gasped and stared at Qiu Yingying carefully. Lu Ming, what are you looking at? Being stared at by Lu Ming, Qiu Yingying blushed and said unnaturally. Senior brother Zifeng, 7th senior brother, 8th senior sister, you can go back first. I have something to say to Yingying. Lu Ming said to Zifeng, Tian Chui, and the rest. Junior brother, I understand. I'll leave now. Tian Chui laughed out loud, revealing an I understand expression as he pulled Xuaningxin along and left. Zifeng smiled and left as well. I forgot I have something important to do. You guys chat first, I'll be leaving too. Qiu Hao smacked his head and winked at Qiu Yingying before flying up into the air and leaving the place. Only Lu Ming and Qiu Yingying were left. Qiu Yingying's heart started to beat wildly. She did not dare to look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming touched his nose and was rather speechless. It seemed that he had been misunderstood. Yingying, let's go to the side and talk. Lu Ming said and walked to an empty space at the side. Qiu Yingying's heart was beating even faster, like a little deer. What did Lu Ming want to say to me? Does he like me? At this moment, Qiu Yingying's mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. Yingying, the inheritance you received back then, did it include a method to cultivate the soul? Lu Ming asked when they reached the empty space. Yes, that's right. Qiu Yingying was taken aback at first, but then she nodded. It turned out that Lu Ming wanted to talk about this. It seemed that she was wrong. She did not know why, but she felt a sense of loss. As expected. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming's soul force was very strong. He had also cultivated the soul cultivation technique. When he sized up Qiu Yingying just now, he realized that Qiu Yingying's soul force was exceptionally strong. Qiu Yingying's cultivation was at the 6th level martial emperor realm, but her soul power was far beyond that. It was even approaching the 8th level. Such soul power was not something that an ordinary person could possess. Hence, Lu Ming immediately thought of the legacy that Qiu Yingying had obtained in the Emperor Tsang's secret realm. Yingying, the soul cultivation technique that you obtained, does it have any offensive techniques? Lu Ming asked. Yes, there is. Qiu Yingying collected her thoughts and nodded. Use it on me. I'll feel it, use it with all your might. Lu Ming said. Okay. Qiu Yingying nodded. She knew that Lu Ming was much stronger than her. Hence, she did not hold back. Qiu Yingying's eyes started to change. They turned pitch black. At this moment, Lu Ming realized that his surroundings had changed. It had become a purgatory. Roar! Roar! One by one, the purgatory demons charged out with furious roars and pounced on Lu Ming. It's an illusion. Lu Ming muttered. Qiu Yingying's soul attack was actually an illusion. Using one's own powerful soul power to influence the other party's soul, causing the other party to hallucinate. This kind of attack was mysterious and unpredictable, and extremely dangerous. Once a person fell into an illusion, they would be at the mercy of others. Break! Lu Ming muttered softly. His soul force trembled slightly. The surrounding scene shattered like glass and returned to its original state. Then, he saw Qiu Yingying's body tremble as she retreated. Her eyes returned to normal, but her face was a little pale. Yingying, are you alright? Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared beside Qiu Yingying. He asked with concern. Lu Ming's soul power was so powerful that with a slight vibration of his soul power, he had broken Qiu Yingying's illusion. Even Qiu Yingying herself had suffered a backlash. I'm fine. It's just that my soul force is a little shaken. Lu Ming, your soul force is so powerful. Qiu Ying said, her eyes filled with amazement. Just now, when her soul force came into contact with Lu Ming's soul force, she felt that Lu Ming's soul force was like an endless ocean. Ying, your soul attack technique is very mysterious. I have another soul attack technique here that I can teach you. It will help your soul to advance to the 8th level of the Martial Emperor realm, or even higher. That way, no one below the high-level Martial Emperor realm in the Azure continent will be your opponent. Lu Ming said. Really? Really? Qiu Ying said. Of course it's real. Look at what this is. A demonic evil crystal appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This is demonic evil crystal. Qiu Ying's eyes lit up. Lu Ming's arrangement. When he saw Qiu Ying, Lu Ming had an idea. He would increase Qiu Ying's soul force and teach her the divine sword technique. This way, Qiu Ying would be able to crush other 6th-level martial royal realm geniuses with her soul force alone. This way, if Qiu Ying were to participate in the treasure auction, she would definitely give everyone a big surprise. Ying, let's go to your room. It'll help you increase your soul power. Lu Ming said. Qiu Ying nodded. Lu Ming and Qiu Ying went to her room. Lu Ming took out a demonic fiend crystal and helped Qiu Ying refine it. With Lu Ming's help and Qiu Ying's own help, the speed of refining the demonic fiend crystals was greatly accelerated. After refining one, she took out another. Qiu Ying's soul power increased explosively. After a few hours, Qiu Ying's soul power had a breakthrough. It was now equivalent to the soul power of an 8th-level martial emperor, and it was still increasing. 3 days later, her soul force made another breakthrough and reached the 9th level of the martial royal realm. At this moment, Lu Ming finally stopped helping Qiu Ying refine the demonic fiend crystal. Qiu Ying needed some time to get used to the sudden increase in strength. Ying, how about you participate in the treasure auction 7 days from now? Lu Ming said. Me? I've wanted to participate for a long time, but I wasn't selected. Qiu Ying immediately revealed a look of anticipation. Her cultivation level was not bad, but her physique was too poor. She was only an ordinary spirit body. Even if she wanted to participate in the small treasure auction, she was already prepared to be selected. And, I'll let senior apprentice brother Zifeng know. Also, here is the divine sword art, a spirit cultivation and attack method. You take it to cultivate. Lu Ming took out a jade talisman and passed it to Qiu Ying. It was the attack method of the divine sword technique. Qiu Ying took it and scanned it with her spiritual sense, and her face revealed a happy expression. Although her illusionary attacks were profound, they didn't have strong offensive power. If she used the godly sword technique, she would be like a tiger with wings. Lu Ming, thank you. Qiu Ying smiled. Then, she seemed to have thought of something. A jade talisman appeared in her palm and she handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, this is the soul technique that I'm cultivating. It might be useful to you. Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and kept it immediately. Qiu Ying's illusion technique was indeed very useful to Lu Ming. Ying, during this period of time, you should familiarize yourself with your cultivation. 7 days later, participate in the treasure auction. Lu Ming said his goodbyes and left. Then, Lu Ming looked for Su Lei and told her that he had the intention to let her participate in the treasure settlement party. Su Lei naturally agreed. With Su Lei's combat strength, she also wanted to participate in the treasure auction. Lu Ming then returned to his room and entered the mountain and river diagram. On a mountain peak, Ming Lian's body was flowing with the power of runes. He had a jade talisman in his hand, and runes were entering the jade talisman. Meanwhile, Bubbles stood on her clone's shoulder and used the spacetime laws to help her clone refine jade talismans. Lu Ming was refining a spacetime instant teleportation talisman. There was a trace of spacetime law power sealed in it. If he crushed it, he could teleport 300 meters away in an instant. Lu Ming refined these jade talismans with the purpose of giving them to the disciples of the Dragon God Valley who were participating in the treasure-settling small meeting. He did not want to be like 3 years ago, where the disciples of the Dragon God Valley were passive and killed. Then, Lu Ming appeared on another mountain peak. With a wave of his hand, a dragon bone appeared before his eyes. He had obtained this dragon bone in the ancestral land of Gusu City. Lu Ming released his devouring power and began to refine the essence of the dragon bone. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the treasure auction. At this time, one of the dragon bones had almost been refined by Lu Ming. However, his spirit body did not improve. It was still a low-grade celestial spirit body. As expected, it's too difficult for a spirit body to evolve after attaining the heaven spiritual body. I wonder if the 1500 kilograms of Supreme Saint Dragon Bone can help my spirit body evolve. Lu Ming pondered. Then, he exited the mountain and river diagram. Lu. Senior brother Lu Ming. Lu Ming. When Lu Ming appeared in the courtyard, he realized that Su Lei and Qiu Yingying had already arrived. Su Lei, Yingying, come with me, he said. Lu Ming smiled. He brought Su Lei and Qiu Yingying and flew toward an open space in the Dragon God Valley. There were dozens of people gathered here. These people were the disciples of Dragon God Valley who had participated in the treasure hunt. In front of everyone, there were still 2 people. One was a tall and sturdy old man, precisely a Saint Realm Elder, and the other was Zifeng. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, everyone's eyes turned to him. In particular, the disciples who were going to participate in the treasure auction looked at Lu Ming with admiration. 3 years ago, Lu Ming had single-handedly helped Dragon God Valley win the first place in the party. Junior brother Lu, you're finally here. Zifeng's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Ming and he smiled. Senior brother Zifeng, Elder. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Zifeng and the Sage Realm Elder. Lu Ming, I heard from Zifeng that someone recommended you to participate in the small treasure auction. The Saint Realm Elder asked as he looked at Su Lei and Qiu Yingying. That's right, it's the 2 of them. Lu Ming pointed at Qiu Yingying and Su Lei. The Saint Realm Elder's eyes flashed with a strange light as he sized up Su Lei and Qiu Yingying. His eyes fell on Su Lei, and his eyes flashed. His body is full of qi and blood, and his vitality is as vigorous as fire. This is a superior earthly spiritual body, and his cultivation has reached the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm. I didn't know there was such a genius in Dragon God Valley. But this girl seems to be an ordinary spirit body. Lu Ming, are you really going to let her participate? When the Sage Realm Elder looked at Qiu Yingying, he was a little confused. Elder, don't worry. She will surprise you. Lu Ming smiled. Alright, then we'll switch to 2. The Sage Realm Elder said. Then, he replaced the 2 people with the weakest cultivation with Qiu Yingying and Su Lei. At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and 36 jade talismans appeared in the air. My fellow junior brothers and sisters, the deity sect, Yudu sect, and the other sects will definitely target us in this treasure determination party. It will be as dangerous as 3 years ago. Lu Ming's words caused many people's expressions to change and fear flashed across their faces. Indeed, if they were targeted by the other sects like 3 years ago, some of the weaker ones among them would be in danger. However, the Dragon God Valley had ordered them to participate, so they had no choice but to participate. When the time came, they could only try their best to stay alive. However, this time, I won't let you repeat the mistake of the 3-year period. Each of you will have one of these jade talismans. If you encounter any danger, just crush the jade talisman and your body will be transported 300 meters away. Lu Ming said. These words made all the disciples present, including the Saint Stage Elder and Zifeng, reveal a burning desire in their eyes. There was actually such a treasure. It could save his life at a critical moment. Lu Ming waved his hand and 36 jade talismans flew into the hands of the 36 participating disciples, one for each of them. Chapter 1677 Another small party, thank you, Senior Brother Lu Ming. All 36 disciples bowed to Lu Ming in thanks. Among these disciples, most of them might have entered the sect longer than Lu Ming. However, in the path of martial arts, the one with the best skills came first. In the Dragon God Valley, Lu Ming had made Yin Zisong kneel down with 2 shouts. Such a cultivation was simply unfathomable. These people naturally addressed Lu Ming as senior brother. Good, then let's go. The Sage Realm Elder was overjoyed. After he shouted, he led everyone and flew towards the location of the treasure auction. Lu Ming and Zifeng also went together. It was the same venue from 3 years ago. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, they realized that the place was already full of people. The other 12 sects had already arrived on the 13 circular platforms surrounding the fighting ring. There was only one platform that was still empty. It was platform number 10. 3 years ago, Lu Ming and the rest were on that platform. The Dragon God Valley disciples landed on the 10th platform, while the Saint Elders flew into the pavilion behind. Lu Ming and Zifeng landed on the stands behind the 10th platform. Many Dragon God Valley disciples were already seated there. 9th Junior Brother, come and sit here. Tian Chui and Xuaningxin had arrived as well. Tian Chui greeted Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Zifeng were sitting beside Tian Chui and Xuaningxin. Hehe, your Dragon God Valley is finally here. I thought you were afraid and were cowards. From the stands of the Heavenly God sect, a cold gaze swept toward Lu Ming. Luo Shuihan had also arrived. Wait a minute. My Dragon God Valley will let the Tianshan sect understand how to spell the word cowardly turtle. Lu Ming said calmly. Is that so? Luo Shuihan's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Lu Ming, you're still as arrogant as ever. Wait a minute, don't kill the disciples of Dragon God Valley because of you. There are a few beautiful women in there. It'll be a pity if you kill them. A cold voice was heard. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Mo Yang. The genius of the Tian Eudemonic sect had also come. Mo Yang, who ran faster than a dog in the heavenly wind plains. You've forgotten so quickly. Lu Ming sneered. Mo Yang's face stiffened. Back then, in the windy plains, Lu Ming controlled the hurricane and chased him all over the place. He had been brooding over this matter. Now that Lu Ming mentioned it, his face turned even gloomier. Humph, Lu Ming, you'd better pray that you don't meet me in this time's treasure sealing assembly. Oh, I almost forgot that you still have to fight the Divine Sun later on. You're dead anyway, and I can't be bothered to argue with a dead person. Mo Yang said coldly. Many people's hearts beat faster. This time's treasure auction had actually attracted so many powerhouses. A few of the 10 great demon-level geniuses had come. The treasure settlement party had yet to start, but the few evildoers and Lu Ming were already at daggers drawn. Little Qing, you didn't come. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the grandstand of the Tian Eudemonic sect and he was a little disappointed. It seemed that Xian Yanqing had not come to the Tsang Mountains yet. Otherwise, she should have guessed that Lu Ming would appear at the treasure auction. If Xian Yanqing was here, he would definitely appear and look for him. Now that he didn't appear, he probably didn't come. Junior brothers and sisters of the Tianshan sect, today, please entertain the people of Dragon God Valley. Luo Shuihan's voice was heard. Junior brothers and sisters of the Tianyu demonic sect, you must also entertain the people of Dragon God Valley later. Mo Yang also spoke coldly. On the other side, the Udu sect's people were also looking coldly at the Dragon God Valley's people. Many people were shocked. Could it be that Dragon God Valley was going to be targeted like 3 years ago? 3 years ago, Dragon God Valley produced Lu Ming. This time, who would the Dragon God Valley rely on? Moreover, it was said that there was only one top-notch heaven's favorite in Dragon God Valley. This time, Dragon God Valley would not be directly swept out of the competition and would not even be able to participate in the treasure auction, right? In the stands, many disciples of Dragon God Valley who were at the 7th level Martial Emperor realm and above looked very upset. Humph, detestable. Tian Chui gritted his teeth. Lu Ming was the only one who looked calm. Zifeng's expression did not look too good either. Not long after, a sage realm elder of the Heaven God sect appeared and announced the rules of the competition and the rewards. The reward this time was exactly the same as 3 years ago. It was still 7 royal domain pills, which made many people's eyes burn with desire. Then, he announced the start of the competition. The Heavenly God sect still occupied the first platform and was the first to send a challenger. Buzz. A youth from the Heavenly God sect leaped onto the fighting ring. A powerful aura emanated from his body. He was an expert at the LV6 Martial Royal Realm. He looked directly at the Dragon God Valley and pointed at a youth in the 4th level of the Martial Emperor Realm. He said coldly, "You, come down and accept your death." Many people were shocked. It was exactly the same as 3 years ago. The Tianshan sect sent their masters to kill the disciples of the Dragon God Valley with low cultivation. Junior brother, your life is more important. The leader of the Dragon God Valley team was a purple-robed young man from the Purple Dragon Valley. Yes. The young man from Dragon God Valley nodded and jumped into the fighting ring. Die. The young man from the Tianshan sect charged at the disciples of the Dragon God Valley. The disciples of Dragon God Valley did not linger in the battle and rushed to the edge of the fighting ring. You won't be able to escape, you'll die. The young man from the Tianshan sect attacked coldly. His speed exploded and he caught up with the disciples of the Dragon God Valley in an instant. The difference in cultivation was too great. The disciples of Dragon God Valley could not even escape. Whoosh! The young man from the Tianshan sect condensed a spear of divine punishment in his hand and stabbed it toward the disciple of the Dragon God Valley. The disciples of Dragon God Valley were dead. Such a thought appeared in the minds of many people. At this moment, a ray of light emanated from the body of the Dragon God Valley disciple and enveloped him. The next moment, his body trembled and disappeared. The next moment, he reappeared 300 meters away. He was not far from the edge of the fighting ring. The Dragon God Valley disciples rushed down the fighting ring like lightning. What a powerful life-saving spiritual talisman. Many people in the surroundings could see what was going on. On the fighting ring, the disciple of the Heavenly God sect snorted unhappily and returned to the first platform. I can't believe there's a life-saving spiritual talisman. I'm quite lucky, but there are still 35 people. Only one more person can live. Luo Shuihan said coldly. He didn't notice the surprise in the eyes of the Dragon God Valley disciples. The jade talismans that Lu Ming gave them were really useful. They immediately felt more confident and confident. Buzz. Next, it was the second platform's sect challenge. The second platform was still the Sky Demon sect. In fact, the landing platforms of the sects were almost the same as 3 years ago. A young man from the Tianyu demonic sect stepped into the fighting ring and looked at Dragon God Valley. You, come down and accept your death. The youth from the Tianyu demon sect, like the youth from the Tianshan sect, challenged a disciple from the Dragon God Valley who was at the LV4 Martial Royal Realm. Doesn't it hurt to slap your own face? Everyone understood that the people of the Tianshan sect and the Jianyu demon sect had joined forces to target Dragon God Valley. It was the same as 3 years ago. "I'll come." The Dragon God Valley disciple who had been challenged leaped onto the fighting ring and looked at the disciples of the Sky Demon sect with a provocative look. "Brat, you're very arrogant. I'll make you wish you were dead." The young man from the Tianyu demon sect said coldly. "You want to kill me? Let's make a bet. If you can't kill me, you'll have to kneel down and kowtow to me." The Dragon God Valley disciple sneered. With the Jade Talisman, he had the confidence to save his life and his courage grew. "Brat, you're looking for death." The disciples of the Jianyu demonic sect charged at the disciples of the Dragon God Valley. The Dragon God Valley disciple took a step forward and rushed to the edge of the fighting ring. However, the disciple of the Jianyu demonic sect caught up with him very quickly. A demonic blade slashed at the disciple of the Dragon God Valley. However, just like the previous battle, the disciple of the Dragon God Valley emitted a ray of light. The next moment, he had already appeared 300 meters away. He took a few steps and rushed out of the fighting ring. "I've told you that you can't kill me. So what if you're at the 6th level of the martial royal realm?" The disciple of the Dragon God Valley said arrogantly. "Damn it." The Tianyu demonic sect disciple's face was extremely cold as he returned to the platform with hatred. Another life-saving spiritual talisman. Don't tell me everyone has one. That's impossible. This kind of life-saving spiritual talisman is very precious. There are definitely not many of them in Dragon God Valley. There was a commotion all around. You people of Dragon God Valley are really willing to give up such a precious treasure to save your lives. But even if each of you has one, what's the use? You can only save your life, but you can't win. Then let's eliminate Dragon God Valley first. Luo Shuihan said coldly. He was in a bad mood. He had said that he would kill the disciples of the Dragon God Valley, but now he was saved by them one after another, which made him feel very embarrassed. "Is that so?" Lu Ming smiled faintly, his expression calm. The challenges continued, and soon it was the Yudu sect's turn. Sure enough, the Yudu sect also sent out an expert to challenge the Dragon God Valley disciple. However, the Dragon God Valley disciple still used the Jade Talisman to save his life and rushed down the fighting ring. This made everyone in the area a little dumbfounded. Could it be that everyone in Dragon God Valley would really get a life-saving spiritual talisman? However, it was useless. Even if he could survive, he would be the first to be defeated and eliminated by the 3 great sections. At that time, he wouldn't even be able to participate in the treasure-fixing assembly. 3 years ago, there was Lu Ming, and in the end, the Herculean King dominated the crowd. Who was in Dragon God Valley this time? It was said that the quality of Dragon God Valley's paragons this time was far inferior to 3 years ago. It was said that the Heaven's Pride experts in the Tianshan sect were stronger than 3 years ago. They had 4 Heaven's Pride experts who had reached the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm and possessed superior earth spiritual bodies. This was one more than 3 years ago. The Tianyu demonic sect and the Yudu sect were not any worse than they were 3 years ago. In this way, Dragon God Valley had no chance at all. The competition continued, and soon it was Dragon God Valley's turn to challenge. The difference from 3 years ago was that this time, the disciples of Dragon God Valley had life-saving spiritual talismans and could counterattack in advance. The leader of the Dragon God Valley team had sent a LV6 Martial Royal Realm expert to challenge a LV4 Martial Royal Realm expert of the Deity sect and killed him. This made the disciples of the Divine Realm sect and Luo Shuihan's faces turn ugly. They didn't manage to kill the disciples of Dragon God Valley. Instead, one of them was killed by the disciples of Dragon God Valley. Today, Dragon God Valley will be the first to be eliminated. Luo Shuihan's cold voice was heard. "Luo, can you shut up?" Before it started, you were already shouting that you wanted to entertain the disciples of Dragon God Valley and wanted to kill them. Now that you can't kill them, you want to be the first one to eliminate the disciples of Dragon God Valley. Don't you feel pain when you slap yourself like this? Lu Ming's disdainful voice was heard. Ha ha ha. Beside Lu Ming, Tian Chui, Xuaningxin, and the others burst into laughter. Following that, the rest of the people from Dragon God Valley also laughed. Chi chi chi. Luo Shuihan clenched her fists so tightly that her veins were bulging. Soon, the first round of the competition ended, and the second round began. The second round was the same as the first round. The Tianshan sect, the Jianyu demon sect, and the Yudu sect took turns to send out their experts to challenge the Dragon God Valley. However, everyone from the Dragon God Valley was given a jade talisman. In the end, none of them were killed. All of them survived. This left the people from the other sects dumbfounded. There were so many life-saving spiritual talismans in Dragon God Valley. This kind of talisman wouldn't be very useful in other places. It could only move 300 meters. If the difference in strength was too great, the 300 meters distance could be covered in a few moves. However, it was different on the fighting ring. Moving 300 meters on the fighting ring was enough to escape the fighting ring and save his life. This made the people of the three major sects feel very helpless. What made the people of the Tianshan sect want to vomit blood was that when the Dragon God Valley challenge came, they would send experts to kill a weak person of the Tianshan sect. They couldn't kill the people of Dragon God Valley, but Dragon God Valley could kill them. After that, it was the same for every round. In every round, 3 people from Dragon God Valley were defeated, but one of them was able to kill one person from the Tianshan sect. Soon, 8 rounds had passed. 24 people from Dragon God Valley had been defeated, leaving only 12 people. However, 8 people from the Tianshan sect had been killed by the Dragon God Valley. These were all Heaven's Pride figures, which made the people of the Tianshan sect feel heartache. They finally had a taste of what it was like to be hunted down by them in Dragon God Valley 3 years ago. The Tianshan sect had no way out now. They could only eliminate Dragon God Valley as soon as possible to reduce their losses. The 9th round. Buzz. A Heaven's Pride expert of the Tianshan sect leaped onto the fighting stage. His violent aura filled the entire area. The peak of the 6th level martial monarch realm. Although this person was not one of the 4 strongest people in the Tianshan sect's treasure auction, he was still one of the 4 strongest Heaven's Pride experts. He looked at Dragon God Valley. At this time, the remaining 12 people of Dragon God Valley were all at the LV6 martial royal realm. Little girl, come down. The Heaven's God Sect's paragon looked at Xiao Ying and said coldly. It's finally my turn. Xiao Ying's eyes lit up as she stepped onto the fighting ring. You also have a life-saving spirit talisman on you, right? In that case, get out of the fighting stage yourself, lest I make a move. The chosen from the Heavenly God Sect spoke. Xiao Ying's cultivation was only at the early stage of the LV6 martial royal realm. Moreover, her qi and blood were not strong, and her vitality was not very vigorous. She was clearly a person with an ordinary physique. The Dragon God Valley had actually sent a person with an ordinary physique to fight. There was really no one else. Zifeng, Lu Ming, you're actually letting a girl with an ordinary physique fight. Has your Dragon God Valley declined to such an extent? You can't even send out a decent person. Luo Shuihan said with a cold smile. He would not let go of the chance to mock Dragon God Valley. Wait a minute, don't slap your own face again. Lu Ming said indifferently. The power of the soul illusion technique. Oh. He's just an early LV6 martial royal realm martial artist with an ordinary physique. What else can he do other than using a life-saving spiritual talisman to escape? Luo Shuihan sneered. Lu Ming ignored Luo Shuihan and looked at the fighting ring. I don't know how to use a life-saving spirit talisman. Qiu Yingying said. You're not going to use your life-saving spirit talisman. The eyes of the Heavens God Sect's genius lit up. No need, because I don't need to use the life-saving spiritual talisman to deal with you. Qiu Yingying said. His words made the other party burst into laughter. Not only him, but many people from the Tianshan sect and the Tianyu demon sect also laughed. An ordinary 6th-level martial royal realm cultivator with an ordinary spiritual body actually said that he didn't need to use a life-saving spiritual talisman to deal with a Heaven's Pride expert who was at least at the middle-grade Earth spiritual body. So arrogant, so presumptuous. If you don't want to use the talisman, then go to hell. The Heavens God Sect's paragon said coldly. Holy light filled the air as he took a step forward. A sword of holy light appeared in his hand, and he slashed it towards Qiu Yingying. But at this moment, in his eyes, Qiu Yingying had changed. Qiu Yingying seemed to have disappeared from his sight, and the surrounding scene changed. In an instant, it turned into a purgatory. Countless demons charged towards the Heaven Deity Sect's paragon. How could this be? Get lost! The Heavens God Sect's paragon roared. Sword chi swept out and slashed towards those evil demons. Those evil demons were continuously killed, but more and more evil demons pounced towards him. He and the evil demon had a fierce battle. Of course, all of this was just what he had seen. At this moment, most of the people present were dumbfounded. All they saw was the Heavens God Sect's paragon charging towards Qiu Yingying. However, when he was halfway there, he suddenly stopped and let out a strange roar. Then, he started to kill in the air. And Qiu Yingying just stood there, not moving at all. The battle between the Heavens God Sect's paragons was incomparably intense. The other people at the scene were dumbfounded. What was this old man doing? Even the disciples of Dragon God Valley were dumbfounded. At the scene, only 2 people had calm expressions. One of them was Lu Ming, and the other was Qiu Hao. Qiu Hao naturally knew that Qiu Yingying's inheritance would allow her to cast an illusion. Junior brother Lu Ming, you already knew about it. Zifeng took a deep breath and looked at Lu Ming, who had a calm expression. He finally knew why Lu Ming wanted Qiu Yingying to participate in the competition. Yes, senior brother, look down. Lu Ming nodded slightly and smiled. Zhao Qi, what are you doing? Luo Shuihan shouted from the stands of the Divine Sky sect. Her face was a little hot. What was this Zhao Qi doing? However, his shout was completely useless. The Heaven's Pride expert of the Tianshan sect was still madly slashing at the air, his mouth constantly shouting things like, kill and get lost. At this moment, Qiu Yingying took a light step forward, and a limpid sword appeared in her hand as she walked towards the other party. It was as if the other party could not see Qiu Yingying at all as he randomly slashed out. However, each sword strike was unable to land on Qiu Yingying, and only landed beside her. Zhao Qi, what are you doing? Quickly retreat. Quickly retreat. The people of the Heavenly God sect shouted. But it was useless. Zhao 7th didn't seem to hear him. Qiu Yingying came in front of Zhao Qi and stabbed him with her sword. Zhao Qi had no reaction, and his dantian was pierced by Qiu Yingying's sword. At this time, Zhao Qi's random attacks finally stopped. He stared at Qiu Yingying with his eyes wide open. He looked at the long sword that had pierced through his dantian and destroyed his spiritual soul. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Buzz! Qiu Yingying's long sword shook, and Zhao 7th was sent flying far away. He was no longer breathing. The entire place was silent. Qiu Yingying's attack was too strange, and Zhao 7th's death was inexplicable. All right. After a long while, the disciples of Dragon God Valley burst into cheers. The people of the Heavenly God sect, on the other hand, had gloomy expressions. A person with an ordinary spiritual body at the early stage of the 6th level martial royal realm can do this. He can easily kill the Heaven's Pride expert of your Tianshan sect. Did you see that? Lu Ming looked at Luo Shuihan and said indifferently, his voice full of ridicule. Luo Shuihan gritted her teeth and her eyes were full of killing intent. Just now, he was still saying that a person with an ordinary spiritual body at the early stage of the 6th level martial royal realm could do nothing but use a spiritual talisman to save his life. Now, the facts had proven that he was the one who could kill the Heaven's Pride expert of the Tianshan sect. At this moment, it was a slap to his face. I told you to cut the crap. Otherwise, you'll only be slapping yourself in the face. Are you happy now? Lu Ming continued. Lu Ming, don't be happy too early. The treasure-locking party has not ended. Luo Shuihan said through gritted teeth. Then let's continue watching. Lu Ming smiled faintly. After Qiu Yingying killed her opponent, she returned to the platform. After that, the Tianyu demonic sect and the Yudu sect challenged each other. They were more cautious and eliminated 2 more people from Dragon God Valley. In this way, there were only 10 people left from Dragon God Valley. When it was Dragon God Valley's turn, they did not continue to challenge the deity sect. Instead, they turned their attention to the Tianyu demon sect and killed one of their disciples. Soon, the 9th round ended, and the 10th round began. From the 10th round onwards, no one challenged Qiu Yingying anymore, so she was left aside for now. Another 2 rounds passed, and another 6 people were eliminated, leaving only 4 people. They were the team leader, Qiu Yingying, Su Lei, and a Heaven's favorite of Ice Dragon Valley. Dragon God Valley had the least number of people. Why is this situation so similar to 3 years ago? Dragon God Valley had the least number of people in the beginning, but in the end, they reversed the situation and made a comeback. This time, will Dragon God Valley turn the tables? Many people were discussing. That's impossible. 3 years ago, there was Lu Ming in Dragon God Valley. But this time, it's impossible for another Lu Ming to appear. Although Qiu Yingying's methods are mysterious, she might be able to fight against a top Heaven's favorite. That's right. If we want to turn the tables like we did 3 years ago, we'll have to be like Lu Ming. We'll have to take turns to defeat everyone. Otherwise, there's no hope. While everyone was discussing, a new round began. This time, the Tianshan sect had sent a top expert to challenge them. He was one of the 4 strongest people from the Tianshan sect who had participated in the treasure auction. His name was Kai Ying. He was at the peak of the LV6 martial royal realm and had an upper-class earth spiritual body. Kai Ying's eyes swept across the 4 people of Dragon God Valley and finally fell on Su Lei. She said, "Come down and fight." This time, the Tianshan sect was very unyielding. They wanted to eliminate Dragon God Valley by taking turns to fight. Su Lei's cultivation was very strong, and her qi and blood were exuberant. She gave off a strong pressure. Before this, no one had challenged her. Su Lei's eyes lit up and she flew up to the fighting ring. "You. Hello, I want. Why don't we stop here?" Su Lei said timidly. These words made everyone else present look at each other. Su Lei looked very strong, but why did she look like a timid mouse? Kai Ying also smiled. In this state, no matter how strong his cultivation was, what combat power could he have? Chapter 1680. Stop at the right point, little girl, they'll give you a chance. Surrender and join my Tianshan sect in the future. Then, they'll let you go. Kai Ying said lightly. He was too embarrassed to be cruel to such a young lady. No, no. Su Lei's little head immediately shook like a rattle and said, I want surrender. I'm a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. I said we should stop here because I didn't want to kill you. What? Many people were dumbfounded. Su Lei had said, "Stop," because she was afraid that she would hurt Kai Ying's life. Many people shook their heads and laughed. Kai Ying was the top genius in this treasure auction. Unless it was the monstrous Lu Ming from 3 years ago, no one would be able to kill Kai Ying. At most, they would be able to defeat him. "Little girl, so you're pretending to be innocent to play with me. You're looking for death." Kai Ying was furious, and her eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He thought that Su Lei was completely toying with him. Buzz! Kai Ying's figure flashed and she slapped towards Su Lei. A huge khaki-colored hand pressed down on Su Lei. What Kai Ying cultivated was not the divine cultivation technique of the Tiantian sect, but another one. A dragon's roar came from Su Lei's body. Then, Su Lei followed up with a palm. Boom! Su Lei's small hand hit the big yellow hand. The big yellow hand seemed to be frozen by a cold air and shattered with a bang. Mountain-crushing fist. Kai Ying's first attack had failed, so she kept punching out with her fists. Rays of khaki-colored fist radiance, which were like mountains, pressed down on Su Lei. Su Lei's petite body seemed as if it would be drowned at any moment. Some people in the Dragon God Valley couldn't help but feel nervous. But at this moment, a river of profound yin appeared on Su Lei's body, exuding a terrifying chill. The Xianin River surrounded Su Lei's body. Her palms rotated in the air, and a terrifying cold current burst out, shattering the mountain-like fist radiance. Then, Su Lei took a step forward and rushed towards Kai Ying. She struck out with her palm and the mysterious Yin River turned into a mysterious Yin dragon. It flew out and destroyed everything. Kai Ying's pupils contracted rapidly as she punched out with both her fists. However, wherever the mysterious Yin dragon passed by, all her attacks were destroyed. Kai Ying was shocked. He took a step forward and instantly set up 18 yellow walls in front of him, trying to block the attack of the mysterious Yin dragon. The mysterious Yin dragon let out a long roar and turned back into a mysterious Yin river. The river became bigger rapidly and the water was overflowing. It flooded down and drowned Kai Ying in the river. "Collect." The next moment, Su Lei spoke softly and kept the mysterious Yin river. She then saw Kai Ying standing stiffly on the fighting ring. There was no breath on his body. He was dead. Kai Ying was dead. She was killed by Su Lei. Bang! At this moment, Kai Ying's body shattered like ice. Hiss hiss hiss. Everyone in the audience gasped and looked at Su Lei with shock. Su Lei, who looked timid and harmless, had actually killed Kai Ying. Kai Ying was a top-notch expert with a superior earth spiritual body. Su Lei had actually killed him. All right. The Dragon God Valley burst into cheers, while the Tiantian sect was dead silent. Luo Shuihan's face was so dark that it was about to drip water. A heaven's favorite with a superior grade earth spiritual body had died just like that. It was a heavy loss. A heaven's favorite with a superior grade earth spiritual body had the potential to become one of the top 10 geniuses in the Azure region. It was extremely rare. It was also because the Tiantian sect had become stronger and stronger in the past few decades. It had the aura of the top sect in Sangzhou. Therefore, it had received many heaven's favorites. For other sects, it was already very good to have one or two. Could it be that Dragon God Valley is going to make a comeback like 3 years ago? Many people had this thought. Su Lei could even kill the most powerful heaven's pride expert. She really had the power to turn the tide. The heaven's favorites from the other sects looked at Su Lei with fear and seriousness. In the Dragon God Valley, many people looked at Lu Ming with admiration. They knew that Su Lei and Qiu Yingying were recommended by Lu Ming. However, they did not expect that they were so talented. There was a smile on Lu Ming's face. Even spirit bodies of the same level had differences in strength. Su Lei's mysterious dragon body was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying physique. I told you to stop there, you. You just don't listen. Su Lei muttered softly. Although her voice was soft, it still spread to the entire scene. Many people were speechless when they heard it, but the people of the Tianshan sect wanted to vomit blood. In the beginning, who knew that Su Lei was so strong? Su Lei muttered a few words and returned to the platform. Senior brother Lu Ming, It's alright, right? Su Lei looked at Lu Ming and asked timidly. Yes, that's right. But Su Lei, you can't be soft-hearted when dealing with your enemies. If you don't kill them, they will kill you and even your family. Do you understand? Lu Ming said. Yes, Su Lei understands. Su Lei nodded. This made the hearts of the disciples of the Tianshan sect, the Jianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect sink. We're going to change our tactics. The leader of the Tianyu demon sect said. The leaders of the Heaven God sect and the Desire Poison sect had ugly expressions. They muttered to themselves for a moment before helplessly nodding their heads. In the beginning, they had wanted to use a tag team battle to eliminate Dragon God Valley in advance. But now, Dragon God Valley had Su Lei who could kill a top Heaven's Pride expert. This was troublesome. If they fought them one after another, they would probably lose their lives. At that time, he wouldn't even be able to participate in the treasure trade fair. They could only walk the same path as 3 years ago and eliminate a few weak sects to maintain their position in the top 10. This really made them vomit blood. In the beginning, they had come in a menacing manner and wanted to destroy Dragon God Valley first. But now, they had no choice but to follow the same path as 3 years ago. There was nothing more ironic than this. The disciples of the three sects, especially Luo Shuihan and Mo Yang, looked even gloomier. Could it be that things would really develop like they did 3 years ago? Many people thought so. If that was the case, the three major sects, including the Heavenly God sect, would lose a lot of face. After that, the Jianyu demonic sect began to send people to challenge the weaker sects, and it was Dragon God Valley's turn to continue hunting the paragons of the three major sections. But the three sects had no choice but to accept it. Round after round. After many rounds, the three weakest forces were finally eliminated by the combined efforts of the Deity sect, the Sky Demon sect, and the Yudu sect. The top 10 had been born. After the top 10 were born, the Tianshan sect, the Jianyu demon sect, and the Yudu sect were finally going to take action against Dragon God Valley. Let's take turns to defeat Dragon God Valley. The eyes of the paragons of the three sects burned with fire. The Tianshan sect first sent a top sovereign to challenge the sovereign of the Ice Dragon Valley and defeat him. Then, the Jianyu demonic sect sent a top sovereign to fight with the leader of the Dragon God Valley team. The battle was extremely intense, but in the end, the man from the Jianyu demonic sect was stronger. He came prepared and knocked the leader of the Dragon God Valley team out of the fighting ring. In this way, only Qiu Yingying and Su Lei were left in Dragon God Valley. One shout to kill one person. It was becoming more and more similar to the situation 3 years ago. However, this time, could Qiu Yingying and Su Lei, two girls, withstand the wheel battle from all sides? Soon, it was the Yudu sect's turn. That Qiu Yingying should be skilled in soul spirit attacks. With a powerful soul spirit, she can create illusions. As long as you remain unmoved and attack with your poisonous insects, you should be able to deal with Qiu Yingying. Luo Shuihan sent a message to a heaven's favorite of the Yudu sect. The Yudu sect's elite's eyes lit up. He cupped his fists at Luo Shuihan to express his gratitude. Humph, Lu Ming, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you found someone who's good at soul power. Watch her die this time. Luo Shuihan looked at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Sensing Luo Shuihan's gaze, Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint cold smile. Buzz! The Heaven's favorite from the Desire Poison sect leaped onto the fighting stage and directly challenged Qiu Ying. Qiu Ying stepped onto the fighting ring and stood at the side, not moving. The two of them stood there facing each other. The chosen from the Desire Poison sect emanated a poisonous aura, as well as countless poisonous insects that flew out and circled around him. However, the Heaven's favorite of the Yudu sect did not make a move. Instead, the poisonous gas around him began to surge towards Qiu Ying. At this moment, Qiu Ying's eyes turned pitch black, like two deep wells. They were pitch black and unfathomable. At this moment, the Heaven's favorite from the Desire Poison sect found that the scene around him had changed. It had become a purgatory of Azura, with countless demons brandishing their demonic weapons and charging at him. An illusion. This is all an illusion. The Desire Poison sect's Heaven's favorite silently told himself that he would stand still and let those evil demons slash at him. Those demons rushed past like phantoms. It's useless. It's an illusion. The young man from the Desire Poison sect was overjoyed. He activated his Jin Yuan and constantly released poisonous gas to the front. At this moment, he was under an illusion and could not see where Qiu Ying was. However, as long as the fighting stage was filled with poisonous gas, Qiu Ying's ordinary spiritual body in early LV6 Martial Emperor realm cultivation would not be able to resist for long. At this time, Qiu Ying stepped out and walked towards the Yudu sect. Many people were watching nervously. Previously, a Heaven's Pride expert of the Heavenly God sect was killed by Qiu Ying in this way. This time, would it be the same as last time? Qiu Ying arrived in front of the Yudu sect's Heaven's Pride expert and thrust her sword out. However, at this moment, the poisonous insects that were flying around the Yudu sect's Heaven's favorites suddenly turned into a sword and attacked towards Qiu Ying. Qiu Ying's expression changed, and she quickly blocked with her sword. Her body trembled, and she was sent flying. At the same time, wisps of poisonous gas crawled up Qiu Ying's body and corroded his protective True Yuan and domain. Her move is useless now. The poisonous insects of the Desire Poison sect can sense her aura and attack on their own. This woman is dead for sure. In the stands, Luo Shuihan laughed and showed a proud look. Aren't you afraid of being slapped in the face again? Lu Ming glanced at Luo Shuihan indifferently. She's skilled in soul power and can create illusions. Don't think that I can't see through it. However, illusions are useless now. With her own cultivation, she's dead. Luo Shuihan sneered with a confident expression. However, at this moment, the situation on the fighting ring suddenly changed. Kill, die. Qiu Ying shouted. Two pitch-black sword lights shot out from her eyes and pierced into the Yudu sect's paragon's body. The Desire Poison sect's chosen let out a blood-curdling screech as the poison within his body erupted. However, in the next moment, he fell straight down onto the battle stage. Dead. The chosen of the Desire Poison sect had died, just like that. How did this happen? Everyone was shocked. All they saw was Qiu Ying's cry, and the Heaven's favorite of the Yudu sect was dead. This was a top-tier Heaven's favorite. Bang! Luo Shuihan smacked the seat with his palm, shattering it. His face was burning. He had just said that Qiu Ying was dead, and in the next moment, the Yudu sect's Heaven's favorite was dead. This was like a slap on his face. Luo Shuihan, want your face swell? He asked. Lu Ming smiled contemptuously. All of this was within Lu Ming's expectations. Qiu Ying's current soul power was too strong. It was equivalent to the soul power of a 9th-level martial emperor. Before this, Qiu Ying had only used her soul force, which was equivalent to a LV7 martial emperor realm expert. Just now, Qiu Ying had directly burst out her strongest soul force and used the divine sword technique. The heaven's favorite from the Yudu sect was unable to resist it at all, and his soul was directly destroyed, dying on the spot. In this competition where the strongest was only at the 6th level of the martial royal realm, Qiu Yingying was undefeatable. 3 years ago, when Lu Ming participated in the treasure sealing assembly, his soul power was far from being as strong as Qiu Yingying's now. His contemptuous voice made Luo Shuihan's face turn red. As for the heaven's favorites from the deity sect, Sky Demon sect, and Yudu sect, they were all silent. She could kill a top-tier heaven's favorite with a single shout. How could they fight? Was there any use in a tag-team battle? Was he going to die? With the opponent's soul power, how many times could he launch such an attack? They had no confidence at all. Qiu Yingying kept the other party's storage ring and returned to the platform, and the competition continued. There were only 2 people left in the Dragon God Valley, but no one dared to challenge them. Soon, it was Dragon God Valley's turn. Su Lei stepped onto the fighting ring directly. Her eyes were fixed on a top genius of the Tianqian sect. The Heaven's Pride expert of the Tianqian sect had a serious expression on his face. After stepping onto the fighting ring and exchanging 2 moves with Su Lei, he actually wanted to rush off the fighting ring and did not dare to continue fighting. The river of mysterious Yin. Su Lei copulated, and the river of Xian Yin swept towards the other party like a huge wave. No. The other party was extremely frightened. He burst forth with holy light to resist with all his might, but the result was death. He had been frozen to death in the river of mysterious Yin. The Tianqian sect had already lost 2 top-notch heaven's favorites. Damn it! What do we do? What should we do if this goes on? The 2 women from Dragon God Valley are perverts. We can't defeat them. The Heaven's God sect, the Sky Demon sect, and the Yudu sect's paragons were all panicking. Being targeted by Su Lei and Qiu Yingying, only death awaited him. This was especially so for the remaining peak experts of the 3 sections. They were the most afraid. With their talent, they didn't want to die here. Lu Ming, I will make the Dragon God Valley pay with their blood at the treasure auction. On the stand, Luo Shuihan said coldly. Then she got up and left. He didn't want to see what would happen next. The result seemed to be already decided. The remaining people of the 3 sects had lost the courage to fight and only wanted to save their lives. Of course, he could save his life, but it would be very embarrassing. Humph. Mo Yang also stood up and left after Luo Shuihan. Sure enough, when it was the Tianqian sect's turn to challenge, they sent out a top expert. However, they did not challenge Dragon God Valley, but instead challenged a top expert from the Tianyu Demon sect. Then, the 2 of them exchanged a few symbolic moves before they both left the fighting ring. This caused everyone to look down on him. Many people laughed, especially the disciples of the Dragon God Valley, who were not stingy with their ridicule. Goodbye, Xian Yinjuan. The Tianqian sect and the Tianyu Demon sect were obviously doing this to save their own lives. They wanted to save the lives of the most powerful heaven's favorites. Otherwise, another top heaven's favorite would die during the Dragon God Valley challenge. Then, when it was the Tianyu demonic sect's turn to challenge, they also sent out a top-notch heaven's pride expert to challenge another top-notch heaven's pride expert from the Tianqian sect. The 2 of them exchanged a few moves before falling off the battle platform. In this way, the top geniuses of the Tianqian sect and the Tianyu Demon sect had all failed. Haha, what are they doing? Is this a child's game? On the grandstand, Tian Chui laughed out loud, his voice reverberating throughout the entire arena. Senior brother, you don't know this. These people bully the weak and fear the strong. When they see someone who is easy to bully, they will bully them in all kinds of ways. They have a high and mighty appearance. When they see that they are not a match, they will be afraid to die. In order to save their lives, they will use any means possible. Xue Ningxin said. No wonder Mo Yang and Luo Shuihan ran away so quickly. They probably can't sit still anymore. Tian Chui said with a grin. As the two of them echoed each other, the people of the Tianshan sect and the Tianyu demon sect were so angry that they almost vomited blood. But he couldn't refute a single word. This was simply too embarrassing. This time, the faces of the few sects could be considered to have been completely lost. It was even more embarrassing than 3 years ago. 3 years ago, they could still fight. But this time, they didn't even dare to fight. I have something to do, I'll be leaving first. I'll be leaving too. At this moment, some of the disciples of the Heavenly God sect and the Jianyu Demon sect who were at the LV7 Martial Royal Realm and above could no longer sit still. They stood up and left one after another. It would be too embarrassing if he continued to stay. As for the people of Dragon God Valley, they were all very comfortable. They felt that their hearts were clear and their thoughts were clear. This time, no one from the Dragon God Valley died, but they killed so many Heaven's Pride experts of the Tianshan sect, forcing the other party to not even dare to fight. It was so satisfying. More people knew that it was Lu Ming. All of this had happened because of Lu Ming. If Lu Ming had not taken out his life-saving talisman, a group of them would have died when the three sects started to target them. Moreover, Su Lei and Qiu Yingying were also brought in by Lu Ming. He had never expected that Su Lei and Qiu Yingying would be so terrifying. This time, he had ruthlessly smacked the faces of the three sects, Tianyu Demon sect and Yudu sect. The competition continued. When it was the Yudu sect's turn, they no longer had any top geniuses. The only one had died at the hands of Qiu Yingying, and they had randomly sent out a genius to challenge the other sections. There was no longer any suspense in the next challenge. Every time it was Dragon God Valley's turn to challenge, one of the three sects, including the Tianshan sect, would be killed. As a result, the three great sects had no desire to continue fighting. They directly challenged each other, and every time, both sides would suffer heavy losses. Their goal was to survive. In this way, the Tianshan sect, the Jianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect were the first to be eliminated. This process was very similar to 3 years ago. However, this time, the remaining Heaven's favorites from the other sects could not do anything to Su Lei and Qiu Yingying. 3 years ago, Lu Ming was alone and his cultivation was only at the 4th level Martial Emperor realm. They could take turns to fight him. However, this time, Su Lei and Qiu Yingying were 2 people and they could take turns to rest. The effect of taking turns to fight in a chaotic battle was not great. In the end, those Heaven's favorites were helpless and could only tell Qiu Yingying and Su Lei that they were just sparring. They were defeated by the 2 of them. The following matches seemed very boring, because there was no longer any suspense. In the end, only Su Lei and Qiu Yingying were left on the fighting ring. After 3 years, Dragon God Valley had won the treasure auction again without losing a single person. This had never happened in history. The face of the Sage Realm Elder of the Heavenly God sect was as black as charcoal. After giving the 7 royal domain elixirs to Su Lei and Qiu Yingying, he left with his disciples. The Tianyu demonic sect and Yudu sect did the same, leaving with their tails between their legs. The Saint Realm Elder of Dragon God Valley walked out and couldn't stop smiling. The battle ended with the Dragon God Valley's complete victory. The disciples of the Dragon God Valley returned to their encampment with joy. Junior brother Lu Ming, you must be careful in the treasure ceremony 7 days from now. Mo Yang and Luo Shuihan might target you. Zi Feng said somewhat worriedly. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled. Everyone returned to their rooms to prepare for the treasure sealing assembly that would be held in 7 days. Lu Ming also walked towards his room, but before he reached his room, a disciple of the Dragon God Valley came to report to Lu Ming that someone wanted to see him. Lu Ming was a little curious. He did not know who it was. There was a quiet bamboo forest in the back mountain of Dragon God Valley. When Lu Ming stepped into the bamboo forest, his eyes flashed. In front of him was a woman in a white dress. She stood in the bamboo forest with a peerless face, like a fairy from a painting. Xian Yinjuan. Although Xian Yinjuan and Xian Yinqing looked almost the same, Lu Ming could still recognize them at a glance. Lu Ming did not expect that the person looking for him would be Xian Yinjuan. Long time no see, Xian Yinjuan. Lu Ming stepped forward and said indifferently. Ever since the Tianshan sect and the other sects went to the continent of the Divine Ruins to recruit disciples, Xian Yinjuan was chosen by the Tianshan sect and came to the Yuan continent. They had not seen each other for nearly 6 years. Xian Yinjuan had arrived in the Yuan continent 2 years earlier than them. All these years, Xian Yinjuan had not appeared. Why did he appear now to look for Lu Ming? It has indeed been a long time. I already know about the Divine Wilderness continent. Xian Yinjuan said with a smile. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he stared at Xian Yinjuan. You have sent people to the Divine Wilderness? That's right, but don't worry, I did not interfere with the matters of the Divine Wilderness continent. The Divine Wilderness continent is too small, a small piece of land, not enough to fight for. It's also good for the Xie family to end up like that. Xian Yinjuan muttered. Oh. Did you come to find me just to tell me this? Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief and asked. Of course not. I'm looking for you because of the godchild. I want to tell you a secret. Xian Yinjuan said. Lu Ming's eyes flickered but he did not say anything. He just stared at Xian Yinjuan. Lu Ming, let me tell you. The Divine Sun has broken through to the Mastery Bright Saint realm not long ago. Xian Yinjuan continued. Oh. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Divine Child had indeed broken through. Furthermore, the Divine Child has also cultivated a secret technique that can increase one's combat power for a short period of time if it is unleashed. Xian Yinjuan continued. Why are you telling me this? Lu Ming asked. Why would Xian Yinjuan suddenly be so kind as to tell the Divine Child's secret? One should know that Xian Yinjuan was also a member of the Tianshan sect, and she was the Tianshan sect saintess. When Lu Ming first came to the Yuan continent and entered the Emperor Tsang's secret realm, Xian Yinjuan even ordered people to kill him. Now, he was so kind to remind him and tell him the Divine Sun's secret. Naturally, Lu Ming had doubts in his heart. It's still the same words. The Divine Wilderness is too small. It's just a corner of the world. Today, it can be compared to the entire Azure continent, or even the entire Yuan continent. At this moment, Xian Yanjin's eyes were burning with passion. In order to do all of this, I must first control the Tianshan sect. However, with the Divine Child around, it will be even more difficult for me. The start of the treasure sealing assembly Lu Ming finally understood. Xian Yinjuan was so ambitious. She wanted to control the Tianshan sect. However, in order to control the Tianshan sect, he had to get rid of the deity first. The deity was the most popular candidate for the next head of the Tianshan sect. With the deity, it would be more difficult for Xian Yinjuan to control the Tianshan sect. She wanted to use Lu Ming to get rid of the Divine Sun. That was why she came to tell him this secret. I'm only a half-saint now, while the Divine Sun has already reached the great achievement of Bright Saint. I'm afraid I'm no match for the Divine Sun. Even if you tell me this, I'm afraid it's useless. Lu Ming stared at Xian Yinjuan and said. To be able to come out from a remote small family in the Divine Wilderness continent, unify the Divine Wilderness, create the Dragon Alliance, and even kill all the experts in the Divine Ruins continent, Lu Ming, I believe that a Divine Child will not be difficult for you. Xian Yinjuan said. After he finished speaking, he smiled flirtatiously and turned to leave. This woman had great ambitions. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. However, he had to admit that Xian Yanjin's information was very useful to him. The Divine Sun had actually broken through to the upper tier of Bright Saint and knew a secret technique that could unleash his combat power for a short period of time. When Lu Ming's cultivation was still weak, he had come into contact with many secret skills that could allow him to unleash his combat strength in a short period of time. However, those secret skills and methods were only useful when his cultivation was low. At his current cultivation level, those secret skills were useless. In this case, Lu Ming was mentally prepared. Otherwise, if the other party suddenly exploded, it would be dangerous. Great achievement of Bright Saint. There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes. He then returned to his room. After entering the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming took out a pile of dragon bones and began to devour and refine them. Lu Ming had bought this pile of dragon bones from the Supreme Treasure Pavilion. They weighed 1,500 kilograms, and the spiritual essence was well preserved. Time passed day by day, and very soon, the time for the treasure sealing assembly was about to arrive. As for Lu Ming, he had finally refined all the 3,000 gene of dragon bones. It's still not enough. Lu Ming sighed slightly. After refining all the 1,500 kilogram Supreme Saint Dragon Bones, Lu Ming's spirit body did not evolve. It was still a low-grade celestial spirit body. The evolution of the heavenly spiritual body required the essence of a true dragon, which was beyond his imagination. A huge amount of essence energy was stored in Lu Ming's body, but it had not accumulated to the point of evolution. In the future, he would need to refine more true dragon essence before the energy would burst out and evolve. It's almost time for the treasure sealing assembly. Lu Ming got up and exited the mountain and river diagram. As soon as he got out of the mountain and river diagram, he met Tian Chui, Xuaningxin, Su Lei, Zhou Yingying, and Qiu Hao. Of course, there was also Lu Xiangxiang. Ninth junior brother, you've finally come out of seclusion. The treasure sealing assembly is about to begin, let's go and meet up with the others. Tian Chui said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The group of them flew towards an empty space. When they arrived, they realized that there were already many people there. In the middle of the open space were the participants of the treasure sealing assembly. Lu Ming, Tian Chui, and Xuaningxin flew down and joined the rest. Junior brother Lu Ming. Zifeng nodded at Lu Ming kindly. There were others who also greeted Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled in response. Of course, there were also cold gazes on Lu Ming, like silver pine trees. They were surrounded by disciples of Dragon God Valley, and even elders. Second senior, and third senior. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the room and he noticed that his second senior brother, Long Yuan Mountain, and third senior brother, Yang Tianzong, were both present. The two of them nodded and smiled at Lu Ming. At this moment, a purple-robed elder walked through the air. Beside him were a few other elders, all of whom exuded a vast aura. The master of Purple Dragon Valley. Someone exclaimed. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He did not expect the Valley Master of Purple Dragon Valley to make a personal appearance. Among the 7 valleys of the Dragon God Valley, the Purple Dragon Valley was undoubtedly ranked in the top 3. The Valley Master of the Purple Dragon Valley was also a rare master in the Dragon God Valley. He'll be leading this time's treasure fixing assembly. You must do your best to fight for the glory of Dragon God Valley. Whoever contributes in the treasure fixing assembly will be heavily rewarded by the sect. Of course, if you're faced with a life and death crisis, I hope you'll put your lives first. Do you understand? The master of Purple Dragon Valley landed in front of them and said loudly. Understood. Everyone responded. All right, let's set off now. After the Purple Dragon Valley master finished speaking, he and several other elders took to the air. Lu Ming and the others followed by a large number of Dragon God Valley disciples. They were all there to watch. The location of the treasure-fixing assembly was at the peak of the Tsang mountain. There was a huge fighting ring here, surrounded by rows of seats. It was so huge that it could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people at the same time. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, a few sects had already arrived. Dragon God Valley chose a random seat and landed. There were thousands of people, but they only occupied a small area. Following that, the other sects descended one after another. Their numbers were huge, and each sect had thousands of people. The only exception was the Life and Death Sword sect. All of them added up to less than 100 people. The Life and Death Sword sect had few people to begin with. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. The sound of breaking air rang out as the sects arrived one by one. The Tian Yu Demon sect, the Tian Shin sect, etc. The moment the Tian Yu Demonic sect arrived, Lu Ming's gaze turned to them. Then, a look of disappointment flashed across his face. She didn't see Xian Yinqing. Mo Yang looked at Lu Ming coldly, a sinister smile on his face. In the direction of the deity sect, Luo Shuihan was also looking at Lu Ming, her eyes cold. What? Lu Ming saw Xian Yinjuan but was a little surprised. Xian Yinjuan was sitting in the audience's seat and not the contestant's seat. Xian Yinjuan, are you not participating? 7 days ago, when Lu Ming met Xian Yinjuan, he had a vague feeling that Xian Yanjin's cultivation was very profound. He was at least at the half-saint realm and might even be stronger than Lu Ming. However, Xian Yinjuan concealed it very well and Lu Ming could not tell his exact cultivation. With such a cultivation base, he actually didn't participate. Lu Ming felt a little strange. Every time, only 10 sects would participate in the treasure auction. The other 3 top sects had already been eliminated in the treasure auction, but there were still a large number of people who came to watch. Other than the 13 top sects, there were also people from some smaller sects and factions who came to watch. This was the biggest event in the Azure continent that was held once every 3 years, so it naturally attracted many people. That is, the Son of God is here. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Everyone looked over. The Son of God was dressed in white and bathed in holy light. He looked like the Son of God as he stepped through the air. His body did not exude a strong aura, but it gave people a strong pressure. He stood in the sky above the fighting ring, looking down at everyone arrogantly like a god. Lu Ming, I hope you can pass the treasure sealing assembly. The divine child looked at Lu Ming and spoke indifferently. The world of formations. Lu Ming's gaze also turned to the divine son. He sneered, don't worry, after the treasure sealing assembly ends, I will kill you. How arrogant. Lu Ming, you won't have the chance to fight with senior brother divine son. The fixed treasure meet will be the day of your death. Luo Shuihan laughed out loud, her face full of contempt. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not continue speaking. There was no point in saying more. The remnant didn't say anything else. He took a step forward and appeared on the grandstand of the Tianshan sect. After that, another old man rose into the air and stood in the sky above the fighting ring, overlooking the entire scene. This old man was the judge of this assembly. He was from the Puyuan family. The Puyuan family had been eliminated during the small treasure determination meeting. The judgment of each treasure determination meeting was made by the eliminated sect's people. This was more fair and would not favor any side. This old man's name is Puyuan Gui, and I am the judge of this time's event. Now, I will first announce the rules of the treasure fixing assembly. This time's treasure fixing assembly is different from the past because the rules have been changed. Puyuangui's voice resounded throughout the area. The meeting will be divided into 2 rounds. A total of 10 sects will participate, and each sect will send 20 people. The first round will be the selection. The 10 great sects will enter 10 different array worlds and hunt demonic beasts. Some of these demonic beasts have a wind core in their bodies, while some don't. Your goal is to hunt for a wind core and rank them according to the number of wind cores. Only the top 80 will enter the second round. Piyuangui explained. The crowd understood the moment they heard it. In the first round, only 80 people would advance, and the rest would be eliminated. The second round will be the points competition. 80 people will take turns to fight. Everyone will have to fight with others, regardless of whether they are from the same sect or not. The winner will get 1 point. In the end, the sect with the most points will be the champion of this time's treasure-fixing assembly. That sect will have the right to control 2 ancient treasures until the next time. I will announce the specific rules of the second round when the second round begins. Piyuangui continued to speak and roughly explained what happened in the second round. It's actually a points match. Zifeng's eyes moved. This way, the sect that has more people in the first round will have an advantage in the second round. Lu Ming said. The more people who entered the second round, the higher the probability of obtaining points, and the total points of that sect would naturally be higher. Now, I'll open the formation, open. Piyuangui said. Then, a powerful aura emanated from his body. With a wave of his hand, Saint Power surged, and 10 light doors suddenly appeared in the sky. There are 10 formation worlds inside. These 10 formation worlds are almost exactly the same and the difficulty is the same. Now, every sect will enter a formation world and hunt for the wind core. From now on, you only have half an hour. Piyuangui announced. Buzz. 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 As soon as Piyuangui finished speaking, the participants from the 10 sects rose into the air one after another. Each sect had 20 people. The group randomly chose a door and rushed in. Dragon God Valley chose the nearest door and the 20 people rushed in. The next moment, they found themselves in a grassland. At a glance, the grassland was boundless. The world here was a world of arrays and not real. Everything here was fake. Only the core of wind was real. Their target was the core of wind. Roar. Not far away, a wind wolf was staring at them and howling. Demonic beast, see if there's a wind core. A LV9 Martial Royal Realm expert rushed out and pounced on the wind wolf. The wind wolf howled and stomped its feet. Its body was like a gust of wind as it rushed out. The disciple of Dragon God Valley missed. Where are you going? The man felt embarrassed after missing and continued to pounce on the wind wolf. However, the wind wolf's body was like the wind, and its speed was astonishing. For a moment, the disciple could not take it down. What a fast speed! Are all the demonic beasts here this fast? Some people's faces turned ugly. If the demonic beasts here were all so fast, then it would not be so easy to hunt for the wind core. We only have half an hour. Let's move quickly. Zifeng opened his mouth. Well, at most form groups of several people. This way, the hunting speed will be faster. Lu Ming said. If the speed of the demonic beasts here was so amazing, then the speed of one person hunting for the wind core would definitely not be as fast as the speed of several people working together. Alright, let's find someone to join forces and set off quickly. Zifeng instructed. Lu Ming was naturally with Tian Chui and Xuaningxin. Zifeng and the 2 Purple Dragon Valley's disciples were together. The others also found people to join hands and flew into the distance in groups of 3 to 5. This array world was extremely vast, as if it had no end. Everyone scattered in the array world and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming, Tian Chui, and Xuaningxin flew forward at an extremely fast speed. In no time, they had already covered a distance of several thousand miles. There are a few demonic beasts down there. Xuaningxin looked down. Kill. Tian Chui raised his giant hammer and swung it towards the demonic beasts. Boom. The giant hammer struck the ground, causing the earth to shake and dust to fill the air. Buzz! Buzz! A few figures rushed out from the smoke and dust. It was the demonic beasts. Their bodies were like the wind, and their speed was astonishing. They actually all dodged Tian Chui's attack. "You're running really fast, watch me." Tian Chui waved his hand and the giant hammer in his hand flew out like a lightning bolt. Like a meteorite, it smashed onto a demonic beast. The demonic beast was crushed by the huge force and exploded. However, the other demonic beasts had already fled far away. Lu Ming used the thundering wind steps and chased after a demonic beast in a flash. In a few breaths, he caught up to the demonic beast and threw a punch. The demonic beast was torn into pieces, turning into energy and dissipating. "There's no wind core." Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. There was no core of wind among the demonic beasts. Then, Lu Ming walked over to Tian Chui and saw him saying with a bitter face, "Ninth junior brother, there's no wind core. Have you found it?" "No, I didn't." Lu Ming shook his head. Piyuangue said that some demonic beasts don't have a wind core, while some do. It seems that the probability of having one is not high. Xuaningxin said. The demonic beasts here are fast, and the chances of them having a wind core are not high. Moreover, we only have half an hour. If this continues, it will be very difficult to hunt enough wind cores. Tian Chui said. It's fine. I have an idea. Let's go find the demonic beasts first. Lu Ming said. Then, the three of them continued flying in search of demonic beasts. There was no lack of demonic beasts on the prairie. In a short while, they saw a few demonic beasts. The 9 seals of the Gate of God. Lu Ming cast the 9 seals of the Gate of God and 9 sealing gates appeared, freezing the demonic beasts in place. Tian Chui and Xuaningxin rushed over and dealt with the demon beasts in a few moves. Distributing the core of wind. I've found the core of the wind. Tian Chui laughed out loud. After killing one of the monster beasts, a piece of crystal dropped. The crystal was sparkling and translucent, with green energy swirling around it. This was the core of wind. The core of the wind had a special mark. It could be seen at a glance whether it was brought out from here. Let's continue. Lu Ming said. Following that, they continued to search for demonic beasts. Lu Ming cast the 9 seals of the divine gate to seal the demonic beasts, while Tian Chui and Xuaningxin were responsible for killing them. The 3 of them split the wind cores they obtained equally. The demonic beasts here, other than their astonishing speed, were not very strong in combat. Tian Chui and Xuaningxin could easily kill them. However, the number of demonic beasts with a wind core was very small. On average, there was only 1 in 10 demonic beasts with a wind core, which greatly increased the difficulty of obtaining it. However, with the cooperation of Lu Ming and the other 2, they were very fast. When they encountered demonic beasts, they did not need to waste any time. Lu Ming had sealed them while Tian Chui and Xuaningxin took action. They could deal with the demonic beasts in an instant. 10 minutes later, the 3 of them had killed hundreds of demonic beasts and obtained 30 wind cores. Each of them had 10. Roar! 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 Roars came from ahead. The 3 of them perked up and continued forward. Soon, a large group of demonic beasts appeared in front of them. They were wind leopards that were even faster than wind wolves. This group of wind leopards numbered in the hundreds, and they galloped across the grassland in a mighty formation. So much. I'm rich. Tian Chui's eyes lit up as he grinned. Roar! Roar! The group of wind leopards had also discovered Lu Ming and the other 2. With a few loud roars, the wind leopards scattered in an uproar. Their speed was shocking, and they flew in all directions like hundreds of lightning bolts. There were too many of them. Even if Lu Ming cast the 9 seals of the Gate of God, he would not be able to seal many. Bubble, I'm counting on you. Lu Ming muttered. Pow Pow had already appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. With a wave of its claws, the space in front of it rippled like water. Then, all the wind leopards stopped in mid-air, not moving at all. Kill! Tian Chui and Xuaningxin were extremely excited as they charged towards the wind leopards. As for Lu Ming, he flew up as well. With a wave of his hand, streams of spear radiance shot out and killed the wind leopards one after another. The wind leopards in the air were fixed in place and then exploded. In the air, pieces of wind cores appeared, crystal clear and bright. In an instant, hundreds of wind leopards were all killed by them, and they obtained dozens of wind cores. Ha ha ha, cool, this is too cool. Tian Chui was incomparably excited as he swung his huge hammer around. Xuaningxin was also smiling. Killing wind leopards like this was indeed very cool. The two of them glanced at the bubble on Lu Ming's shoulder and did not say much. They naturally would not probe into Lu Ming's secret. Junior brother, let's go find a large group of demonic beasts to hunt. Tian Chui's eyes were sparkling. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Immediately, the 3 of them flew through the air, specifically choosing to hunt large groups of demonic beasts. Usually, when they saw 1 or 2 demonic beasts, the 3 of them wouldn't stop at all. They would only stop to kill when they saw more than 10 demonic beasts. There was no lack of demonic beasts in this grassland. Not long after, they encountered another group of demonic beasts. There were more than 100 of them, and their speed was astonishing. With so many demonic beasts, it would be impossible to kill all of them if they were encountered by other people. They could only kill a portion of them. These demonic beasts were too fast. They were fleeing in all directions, so it was difficult to kill all of them. However, Lu Ming and the rest were different. Lu Ming had bubbles. Bubbles cast the space-time law and froze the demonic beasts, allowing them to kill them. Their efficiency had greatly increased. Half an hour was too short, and it passed by very quickly. Lu Ming and the other 2 were flying when the space trembled. They felt their bodies tighten. The next moment, they were back at the place where they had just entered. The other disciples of the Dragon God Valley were also there. Time's up so quickly. I've only managed to get a few wind cores. Me too. Some of the Dragon God Valley disciples sighed. Some of the unlucky ones didn't manage to obtain any wind cores after continuously killing demonic beasts. After half an hour, they only managed to obtain a few. Senior brother Zifeng, how many pieces did you get? Someone asked Zifeng. I obtained 31 pieces. Zifeng said. He then looked at Lu Ming. Junior brother Lu Ming, how's your harvest? Our harvest is not bad. Lu Ming nodded and said, Senior brother Zifeng has obtained more than 30 wind cores. It seems that if you want to enter the top 80, you don't need too many wind cores. 20 is enough. Let's distribute them. Distribution. The others looked at each other. Most of them didn't even have 20 pieces, so how were they going to distribute them? Lu Ming, Tian Chui, and Xuaningxin looked at each other. Then, with a single thought, a huge pile of wind cores appeared in the air. The others from Dragon God Valley were stunned. All of them were dumbfounded. It was too much. Lu Ming and the other 2 added up to a few hundred pieces. This. So many. Zifeng was also tongue-tied. Lu Ming smiled. The 3 of them had obtained a total of more than 280 pieces. The 3 of us will each take 30 pieces. The rest will be distributed to those with higher cultivation so that more people from Dragon God Valley can enter the second round. Senior brother Zifeng, you can divide it. Lu Ming said. After that, he, Tian Chui, and Xuanningsin each took 30 pieces, leaving behind 190 pieces. He didn't need a lot of wind cores, as long as he could enter the second round. The key was that more people from Dragon God Valley could enter the second round. The more people who entered, the higher the chance of getting more points in the second round. Even one more point could determine the outcome of the battle. This time, Lu Ming had to help Dragon God Valley get first place and control the two ancient treasures. Only then would Lu Ming have a chance of getting the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. All right. Zifeng nodded and started to distribute. He didn't assign the cores to those with lower cultivation levels. Instead, he assigned the cores to those with higher cultivation levels. In the end, only 5 people didn't get their cores, and these 5 people had the lowest cultivation levels. The others, including the one he had obtained, each had about 20 wind cores. According to the number of wind cores that Zifeng had obtained, 20 pieces should be enough. The 5 of them didn't complain. They had the lowest cultivation, so even if they entered the second round, it would be difficult for them to get points. Alright, let's go out. Zifeng said. Then, everyone flew towards the light door in the sky. The next moment, they appeared in the sky above the fighting stage. At the same time, the other sects also walked out of the light door. Now, take out your cores of wind. One by one, I will record them according to the number. In the end, the 80 people who get the most cores of wind will enter the second round. Peyuangui said. Let's go first. Luo Shuihan said and stepped out first, followed by the other disciples of the Tianshan sect. 15 people advance, alright, take out your wind core. Peyuangui said. Luo Shuihan waved her hand, and 43 crystal wind cores appeared in the sky. 43 pieces, not bad. Breaking the origin was just a point. Beside him, someone was recording the number of wind cores Luo Shuihan had. Luo Shuihan's face was cold and arrogant. He didn't believe that the others had more wind cores than him. Following that, the other disciples of the Heavenly God sect began to take out their wind cores. The second person had a much smaller number of wind cores, only 25. However, the next 10 people each had 20 wind cores. However, when it came to the 11th person, that person shook his head, indicating that he didn't. Starting from the 11th person, the 10 people behind him all shook their heads and retreated to the side. It seems that the core of wind of the Tianshan sect has been redistributed and concentrated in the hands of the 10 people with the strongest cultivation. Zifeng said. Lu Ming nodded. It was obvious that they were not the only ones. The other sects had also been allocated their wind cores. The ones with weaker cultivations were given to those with stronger cultivations. They hoped that more people could enter the second round. As expected, most of the sects that followed had already been allocated. Only those with strong cultivation bases had wind cores, while those with weak cultivation bases didn't even have one. Of course, it was impossible for every sect to have as many wind cores as the Tianshan sect. The top 10 people would each have more than 20 wind cores. Some sects would have at least 10 wind cores in the top 10. One by one, the sects went up. Luo Shuihan looked at Lu Ming and the others. She sneered, "What's wrong? Why don't you go up and check your wind core? Aren't you ashamed to see others? We have too many cores of wind. We're afraid of scaring you." Tian Chui grinned. "Too many. You really are shameless." Luo Shuihan laughed in disdain. "Let's go up." At this time, Zifeng opened his mouth and stepped forward, coming in front of Peyuangui. He waved his hand, and a pile of wind cores appeared in front of him, a total of 31 pieces. Huh, only 31 pieces. Zifeng, among the monstrous talents of the Azure region, you are ranked last. Luo Shuihan sneered. Indeed, the other geniuses who went up to count previously all had more than 30 pieces, with purple maple the least. It wasn't that the wind cores that Zifeng himself had hunted were inferior to the other geniuses. It was obvious that some of the other geniuses had most likely taken some wind cores from other disciples, which was why they had more. As for Zifeng, he didn't take it from anyone else in the Dragon God Valley. He had the same thoughts as Lu Ming and the rest. It was fine as long as the quantity was enough. Zifeng smiled faintly and ignored Luo Shuihan. Then, Lu Ming stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, 30 wind cores appeared. Luo Shuihan's eyes narrowed, and then she sneered, 30. It seems that the wind cores obtained by many Dragon God Valley disciples are all in your hands, right? Lu Ming glanced at Luo Shuihan indifferently. His eyes were full of ridicule and contempt, which made Luo Shuihan even more unhappy. Following that, Tian Chui and Xuaningxin stepped forward respectively. Each of them took out 30 wind cores, which shocked the others. Luo Shuihan's face became even gloomier. It seems that the Dragon God Valley has gathered all the wind cores in you. It's not wise to give so many wind cores to 2 people in the first stage of the Semisage realm. It seems that the Dragon God Valley will be at the bottom this time. The others were moved. It seemed that this was most likely the case. Dragon God Valley had gathered most of their wind cores in the hands of Lu Ming and the others. That was why they had so many wind cores. Otherwise, they wouldn't believe that Tian Chui and Xuaningxin, who were both in the first stage of the half-saint realm, could obtain 30 cores of wind. What an idiot! Tian Chui said contemptuously, which made Luo Shuihan's eyes turn cold. Tian Chui, he actually dared to call him an idiot. You guys are looking for death. Luo Shuihan's eyes flashed sharply. Then, the other people of Dragon God Valley stepped forward and took out their wind cores. 26, 25, 23. In the end, there were a total of 15 people from Dragon God Valley, including Lu Ming and the rest. They had taken out more than 20 wind cores. Luo Shuihan was stunned, and so were the others. This. How is this possible? Someone cried out in disbelief. This was especially true for the Heaven's favorites from the other sections. They were in disbelief. They knew how fast the demonic beasts were and how hard it was to catch them. Dragon God Valley could actually obtain so many wind cores. Luo Shuihan's face had turned red. We don't have many wind cores in Dragon God Valley, but only 15 people have obtained more than 20 wind cores. There are still 5 senior and junior brothers who didn't get any. I'm ashamed, I'm ashamed. Tian Chui deliberately stared at Luo Shuihan and sighed. Puchi. Some of the onlookers laughed out loud, especially the people from Dragon God Valley. Tian Chui was obviously mocking Luo Shuihan. Some people just like to splash. Others don't want to bother with them, but they stick their faces close to them all day long to get beaten. Do they like the feeling of being slapped so much? Lu Ming's words were more direct and full of sarcasm. Luo Shuihan's face was extremely gloomy, and her body was trembling with anger. Taking a deep breath, Luo Shuihan finally calmed down. She snorted and said, "It's just luck. When you enter the second round, you'll have to rely on pure strength. At that time, let's see how you all die. Luo Shuihan, remember your words." Lu Ming responded indifferently. For a moment, the Dragon God Valley and the Tianshan sect were at daggers drawn. Both parties retreated to the side and waited quietly. Not long after, everyone was counted, and Po Yuangue began to announce the rankings. Po Yuangue had only announced the top 80. Without exception, the top 15 of Dragon God Valley had all entered the second round. They had become the sect with the most number of people. The Heavenly God sect, which had the second most people, only had 10 people. The sect with the least number of people only had 4 people in the second round. There were a total of 10 sects and 80 spots. On average, each sect only had 8 spots, and Dragon God Valley had 15 spots, which was far beyond the average level. Lu Ming's ranking was at the 9th place, second only to Zifeng. Of course, the crowd did not think that Lu Ming's combat strength would be enough to rank 9th and compete with the top 10 geniuses of the Azure region. The number of wind cores didn't represent anything. Tian Chui and Xuaningxin both had 30 wind cores, tied with Lu Ming in the rankings. There were also many people from Dragon God Valley who had more than 20 pieces, ranking in the 10th or 20th place. Luck. Many people thought that Dragon God Valley must have been so lucky to have obtained a large number of wind cores. After the announcement, everyone returned to their seats and waited for the second round to begin. Peyuan looked around and began to announce the specific rules of the second round. As mentioned before, the second round of the competition would be a rotation battle. Everyone would have to fight against the others one by one. Each victory would give 1 point. In the end, the sect with the highest total score won. Luo Shuihan's revenge. However, there were still some other rules in the process of the competition. For example, the problem of admitting defeat. Before the start of the competition, one could admit defeat. However, once one admitted defeat, they would lose their qualification to continue the competition. They would be eliminated in advance, but they could still keep their points. For example, if a person had already obtained 5 points and encountered an undefeatable opponent, he could take the initiative to admit defeat before the battle began. This way, he could keep his 5 points, but he would lose the qualification to compete in the later rounds. Once the battle started, they could not admit defeat. Once the battle started, the battle would only end when one was defeated, rushed off the fighting stage, or killed. Once the battle started, one couldn't admit defeat. However, if one rushed down from the fighting ring, it would be considered a failure. Not only would they keep their current points, but they could also continue to fight. It was the same for those who were defeated or knocked off the fighting ring. However, if he was killed, his points would return to 0. In other words, no matter how many points a person obtained, once they were killed, they would get 0 points. Therefore, the best choice was to save his life without taking the initiative to admit defeat. Moreover, unlike the treasure auction, the use of saint weapons was not prohibited. This was because the participants of the treasure auction were all powerful. Many of them were half-saints, and they could only display their power with holy weapons. However, there was one important point. The person who won the competition would receive an extra reward. Therefore, this first place was especially important. 10 points could often determine the outcome of the battle. The Tianshan sect had won many consecutive victories, and this first place had played an important role. Alright, I've finished explaining the rules. Now, let's begin the second round. I'll draw lots randomly. Whoever I draw will fight. When everyone has fought, the round will end. Peyuangue spoke and took out a box. Inside the box were the names of the 80 people who had entered the second round. Peyuangue drew 2 names. Dragon Weapon, Luo Shuihan. Peyuangue called out their names. Many people were shocked. They didn't expect that it would be Luo Shuihan's turn in the first match of the second round. Luo Shuihan stood up, took a step forward, and appeared on the fighting ring. In the Dragon God Valley area, a young man stood up with an unsightly expression. Long Bing was one of the 15 people from Dragon God Valley. Long Bing's face turned pale. He did not expect to meet Luo Shuihan first. However, there were 80 people in total, and 15 from Dragon God Valley. The probability of meeting an expert was indeed very high. Long Bing, you are no match for Luo Shuihan. Go up and admit defeat. Zifeng warned the dragon soldier. Dragon soldier nodded and then jumped onto the fighting ring. Looks like I'm in luck. I've met someone from Dragon God Valley in the first round. Luo Shuihan laughed, and a sharp light flashed in her eyes. Now, let the competition begin. Peyuangue announced. Just admit defeat. Luo Shuihan said lightly. A look of struggle flashed in Long Bing's eyes. If he admitted defeat, he would not be able to get a single point in the treasure sealing assembly. In the second round, Dragon God Valley would reward them with a large number of contribution points for every point they got. It was the same for the other sections. He was not willing to admit defeat. Bang! The dragon soldier stomped his feet and rushed to the edge of the fighting ring. As long as he rushed off the fighting ring, he could continue the rest of the competition even though he had lost this round. He was at the first stage of the half-saint realm, so it was still possible for him to get points later. Not good. The moment they saw that Dragon Soldier did not admit defeat but wanted to rush down the fighting stage instead, the expressions of Zifeng and the rest changed drastically. He didn't admit defeat. Once he attacked, he would lose the chance to admit defeat. Huh, you actually don't admit defeat. Then he'll send you on your way. Luo Shuihan was overjoyed. Her body was bathed in holy light. Her body moved like a ray of holy light, rushing toward Dragon Soldier. Almost in an instant, she caught up with Dragon Soldier. With a wave of his hand, a palm print of holy light struck toward the dragon weapon. Dragon Soldier's face turned pale. He changed his direction and rushed to the other side. You can't escape. A cold light flashed in Luo Shuihan's eyes. She formed a spear of divine punishment in her palm and shot it out. Puchi. The spear of divine punishment pierced through one of Dragon Soldier's legs. Dragon Soldier's leg exploded. He screamed and fell to the ground, his face full of despair. Luo Shuihan took a step forward and appeared in front of Long Bing. Her eyes were cold as she said, "Against me, you actually don't admit defeat. Only death awaits you if you think that you're lucky." With a wave of his hand, a ray of holy light cut off one of Dragon Soldier's arms, and blood splashed everywhere. Ah, Luo Shuihan, kill me if you want, but don't insult me. The Dragon Soldier roared. Bang! Luo Shuihan stepped on Dragon Soldier's face and said coldly, "Do I need you to teach me whether I want to kill or not? You people of Dragon God Valley are all so bold to offend me. You all deserve to die." Puchi. Another beam of holy light cut off the other arm of the Dragon Soldier. Damn it, Luo Shuihan. If you want to do it, do it. Zifeng roared loudly, like a violent dragon. The rest of the people from Dragon God Valley were also furious. The killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes grew colder. Luo Shuihan did this on purpose. She could have killed Dragon Soldier in one move, but she tortured him in this way. She was taking revenge on Dragon God Valley and Lu Ming. If you want to blame someone, blame Lu Ming. He doesn't know what's good for him. Luo Shuihan laughed and stomped on the ground. Dragon Soldier's body exploded. Luo Shuihan looked at Lu Ming with vengeful pleasure and said with a smile, "So what if there are many people from Dragon God Valley who have entered the second round? No matter how many people there are, we can just kill them all. Luo Shuihan, you'd better admit defeat when you meet me. Otherwise, you'll die a miserable death." Lu Ming said, his voice as cold as a knife. He had to kill Luo Shuihan. "You want to kill me? I'll be waiting for you," Luo Shuihan said coldly. Then, he jumped off the fighting ring. The first round of the competition ended just like that. Junior brothers and sisters, if you encounter someone with a huge difference in cultivation in the following matches, you must admit defeat immediately. Don't try to get lucky. Zifeng transmitted his voice to the other Dragon God Valley geniuses who were participating in the competition. Everyone nodded in agreement. The difference in cultivation was too great, so it was impossible to rush down the fighting ring. The second match, Zifeng vs. Lu De. Puyuangui's voice sounded. "It's my turn in the second round." Zifeng got up and stepped into the battle stage. "I'm really unlucky. In the Heaven Seat King area, a young man stood up with an unsightly expression. It was indeed unlucky to meet one of the top 10 geniuses in the first round. Junior brother, just admit defeat. The Heaven Seat King's genius warned. Lu De stepped onto the fighting ring. When Payuangoe announced the start of the fight, Lu De directly admitted defeat. If he admitted defeat, he would be eliminated in advance. He would not be able to participate in the following matches. In this way, only 78 people were left out of the 80. In theory, each of the 80 people would have to fight their way through, and in the end, each person would have to fight 80 battles. In reality, it was impossible to fight that many battles. In the process of the competition, there would be people who would constantly admit defeat or be killed. Therefore, the number of people would get smaller and smaller. The further it went, the fewer people there would be. Chapter 1688 Killing a person. Lu De admitted defeat. Zifeng obtained 1 point and returned to the stands. Next, Payuangoe continued to draw lots, and the competition continued. In the third round, the cultivation of the two geniuses was not much different. The second stage of the one-man half-saint realm and the first stage of the one-man half-saint realm. In fact, those who could enter the second round had the lowest cultivation, and almost all of them were at the first stage of the half-saint realm. Moreover, many of them had superior earth spiritual bodies, and a few of them had medium earth spiritual bodies. These were the top heavens favorites of the Azure Continent's 10 great sects, and every single one of them was very strong. In this battle, the first stage half-saint tried his best to rush out of the battle platform. The two were one level apart in cultivation, so they couldn't completely crush each other. The last person in the first stage of the half-saint realm rushed out of the battle platform after paying a small price. This way, he could at least continue to compete in the future. The matches went on one by one, and soon, there were more than 30 matches. Some people admitted defeat, and some were killed. All those who met one of the top 10 geniuses admitted defeat. The gap was too big, and they could only admit that they were unlucky. In Dragon God Valley, there were also a few people who admitted defeat. However, Tian Chui and Xue Ningxin's luck wasn't too bad. The opponents they met were of the same level as them. They were all in the first stage of half-saint. Among those of the same rank, Tian Chui and Xue Ningxin were undoubtedly the strongest. Thus, the two of them had each defeated their opponent, obtaining 1 point. What caught Lu Ming's attention the most was Luo Xiang from the Life and Death Sword sect. This opponent, who had once competed with him in the Emperor Tsang's secret realm, was now extremely terrifying. The second stage of half-saint. Moreover, his spiritual body had actually become a superior grade earth spiritual body. After 15 years of nurturing the sword soul is now nourishing the spirit body, causing it to evolve. What a terrifying cultivation method. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Lu Ming's cultivation could be described as advancing by leaps and bounds in the 100-clan battlefield, but Luo Xiang's cultivation speed was not any slower than his. It was truly shocking. Furthermore, Luo Xiang's combat strength was also unfathomable. A first-stage half-saint from the Yudu sect wanted to rush down the fighting ring, but he was killed in a flash of sword light. This person is very strong. Even Zifeng furrowed his brows, revealing a grave expression. Lu Ming, fight the tiger's roar. At this moment, Payuangui's voice was heard. It was Lu Ming's turn. Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward, appearing on the fighting ring. Lu Ming's opponent was a young heaven's favorite from the demon fort. He was at the first stage of half-saint. Roar! The tiger roared and transformed into his true form. It was a huge demonic tiger. His eyes were filled with ferocity as he said, Lu Ming, although you're quite powerful, I'm not afraid of you. Let's fight. Back then, Lu Ming had gone on a killing spree outside the Supreme Treasure Pavilion and had easily killed the experts at the second stage of the half-saint realm. However, those people's spiritual bodies were not of high levels. Hu Xiao, on the other hand, was a superior grade earth spiritual body. After the judge announced the start of the match, the tiger roared and pounced on Lu Ming. His claws were like blades as he grabbed at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was even faster. In a flash, he appeared in front of Hu Xiao and threw a punch. The punch landed on Hu Xiao's lower jaw. Hu Xiao's huge body was sent flying. He rolled a few times on the fighting ring before he could get up. After getting up, Hu Xiao didn't dare to continue fighting. He broke into a run and rushed down the fighting ring. Lu Ming stood there and did not stop him. He watched as Hu Xiao rushed down the fighting ring. The Demon Castle and Dragon God Valley had a good relationship. There was no need for Lu Ming to kill the other party. Moreover, Lu Ming could not reveal too much of his combat strength at the moment. Otherwise, how could he lure the people of the Tianshan sect later on? It seems like Lu Ming's combat strength is only average. He's just a little faster, but his attack power isn't that strong. One punch only injured Hu Xiao, not killed him. That's normal. Demonic beasts have strong defenses to begin with. Lu Ming's cultivation level isn't that high either. As expected, there were people in the surroundings discussing. Lu Ming smiled and returned to the stands. He had obtained 1 point. The competition continued. Very quickly, the 40 matches of the 80 people were all over. After this round of competition ended, of the 80 people, only 60 people were left to continue participating in the following competitions. The other 20 people were either killed or directly admitted defeat. In fact, 9 of the top 10 geniuses of Zhangzhou had participated in this time's treasure-fixing assembly, because the other one was from one of the 3 sects that had been eliminated long ago. 9 monsters had made 9 people admit defeat. There were also others who admitted defeat or were killed. After 1 round, there were only 60 people left. In the end, the number of people would become even fewer. In this round, 1 person from Dragon God Valley was killed and 3 had admitted defeat. There were 11 people left. Of these 11 people, 8 had won and obtained 8 points. With this score, they were temporarily ranked first among the 10 great sections. The second place was the Heaven Deity sect with only 6 points. It's just a temporary lead. Well, kill all those with points later and see what their ranking is. In the area of the Heavenly God sect, Luo Shuihan said in a cold voice. Next, Peyuangui put the remaining 60 names into a box and started to draw lots again for the second round of competition. Lu Ming, sure you. Peyuangui reported his name. I didn't expect that I would be the first person to fight in the second round. Lu Ming smiled and stepped onto the fighting ring. At the same time, a young man from the Tianshan sect's area jumped onto the fighting ring. It's actually a disciple of the Heaven God sect. I've been waiting for this day. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold glint. You're not admitting defeat? Lu Ming asked. Why do I need to admit defeat to you? Do you really think you can kill me? Sure you, the heavens chosen from the Heavenly God sect, sneered. Lu Ming smiled and did not say much. Begin. Peyuangui announced. As soon as Peyuangui finished his words, Shiryu moved and rushed to the edge of the fighting ring. He believed that he was not Lu Ming's match, but it was not a problem for him to rush down the fighting ring. He had already gotten 1 point, and he didn't want to waste it. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a smile. He moved and approached Shiryu in an instant. The black dragon spear appeared in his hand and enlarged rapidly as he swept it at Shiryu. Shiryu was shocked. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so fast. A milky white sword appeared in his hand. It was undoubtedly a holy weapon. He slashed at Lu Ming. Clang! The combat sword and the black dragon spear collided. Shiryu's body trembled and he slid back a dozen meters. Lu Ming's body also swayed. Lu Ming, your combat strength is only a so-so, fight. Seeing that Lu Ming had only pushed him back a dozen meters and that Lu Ming himself had wobbled, Shi Ye's confidence was boosted. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He held the black dragon spear and fought with Shi. Of course, this was just a big battle that Lu Ming had deliberately created. He still had to fish for more fish later on. If he revealed his powerful combat strength all of a sudden and killed the other party, the other people from the Heavenly God sect would not dare to fight Lu Ming and would admit defeat immediately. Therefore, of course, Lu Ming had to perform well. After exchanging more than a dozen moves with Shi, he then pierced Shi Ye's dantian with his spear and killed him. The Heaven's Pride experts of the Tianshan sect are nothing more than this. Lu Ming held the long spear and looked at Luo Shuihan provocatively. Chapter 1689 Clash of Monsters. Damn it. Luo Shuihan's face darkened. The Son of God, on the other hand, was expressionless. Good job, junior brother. After Lu Ming returned to the grandstand, Tian Chui laughed heartily. After that, the competition continued. This round was much more intense than the first round. Many people had obtained points and would not give up easily unless they encountered the top 10 geniuses. Only then would they admit defeat. One match after another. Without a doubt, the top 10 geniuses had admitted defeat without even making a move. In this round, Xue Ningxin's luck was not good. She had met Wang Jian, one of the top 10 geniuses, and had no choice but to admit defeat. As for Tian Chui, his luck wasn't bad. He had met another person of the same rank and defeated his opponent, obtaining 2 points. When all 30 matches in the second round ended, another 16 people were eliminated, leaving only 44 people who could continue to participate in the competition. As for Dragon God Valley, there were still 7 people, and they were still in first place. Then, the third round began. Lu Ming did not know if his luck was good or bad this round. He actually encountered another person at the first stage of the semi-sage realm. His opponent did not admit defeat. As soon as the battle began, he rushed to the edge of the fighting ring. Lu Ming did not pursue him and let his opponent rush off the fighting ring. In this way, Lu Ming easily obtained 3 points. Zi Feng, of course, also won, also obtaining 3 points. However, Tian Chui's luck had come to an end. In this round, he had also encountered one of the 10 great monstrous talents, and it was Mo Yang. Tian Chui directly admitted defeat, causing Mo Yang to coldly snort. Tian Chui had mocked Mo Yang many times. If Tian Chui did not admit defeat, Mo Yang would definitely kill him. After the third round of the competition ended, there were only 30 people left. As time went on, the number of people would get smaller and smaller. So, in theory, each of the 80 people would have to fight 80 battles, but in reality, there was no need to fight so many battles. The fourth round only had 30 people to battle. These 30 people could be said to have very strong cultivation. All the first stage half-saints had been eliminated. The remaining ones were in the second stage. Of course, the others did not know Lu Ming's exact cultivation level as he had been using the illusionary breath technique to conceal it. Piyuangui continued to draw lots. This round of battle was undoubtedly even more intense. Many people had similar cultivation levels, so they naturally wouldn't admit defeat easily. The battle was extremely intense. Perhaps it was luck, but the top 10 geniuses still didn't meet each other in this round. Instead, they each defeated their opponent. In this round, Lu Ming encountered an opponent at the second stage of the semi-sage realm. Naturally, the opponent would not admit defeat. He fought with Lu Ming. Lu Ming deliberately entangled himself with the opponent for dozens of moves before he finally knocked the opponent off the fighting ring. When this round ended, there were only 26 people left. Dragon God Valley was still in the lead. Humph, that Lu Ming won't be arrogant for long. Someone from the Heavenly Divine Sect said unhappily. Then, the 5th round, the 6th round. Slowly, the number of people decreased. After the 8th round ended, there were only 18 people left. Lu Ming's luck was surprisingly good. He had not encountered any of the top 10 geniuses and had won all the way, obtaining 8 points. And the top 10 geniuses did not meet each other. At this moment, the 9th round began. Wang Jian and Mo Yang. At this moment, Peyuangui's voice rang out, causing many people's hearts to tremble. Finally, was the top 10 geniuses going to clash? The main event was here. Now, there were only 18 people left, including 9 of the top 10 geniuses. They would definitely meet. The next part was the truly exciting part of the treasure sealing convention. Before this, the top 10 geniuses had all swept the others and each of them had obtained 8 points. However, some people's points would stop increasing, while others would continue to increase. The gap between the total points of the 10 great sects would widen. Wang Jian and Mo Yang stepped onto the fighting ring and looked at each other. Mo Yang, 3 years ago, you were no match for me. This time, you are no match for me either. Wang Jian said as sword chi shot up into the sky from his body. Wang Jian was the peerless genius of the Jiuxiao sword sect. He was extremely powerful and his swordsmanship was unparalleled. 3 years ago, before Luo Shuihan had risen to power, Wang Jian had been ranked second among the top 10 geniuses and had competed with the Divine Sun. Unfortunately, 3 years ago, not only had he been defeated by the Divine Sun, but he had also been defeated by Luo Shuihan, dropping to 3rd place. How would you know if you don't fight? I will defeat you in this battle. I'll go. Mo Yang said. Demonic chi surged from his body like a demonic god. When the judge announced the start of the match, the two of them moved at the same time. Sword quaking the 9 heavens. World Devil Howl. The two of them were old rivals. The moment they attacked, they used their full strength. There was nothing to test. They fought intensely. Laws filled the battle stage. Booming sounds rang out continuously, and terrifying collisions occurred. All around, everyone was watching intently. Many people were shocked and amazed by the two's combat strength. However, Lu Ming lost interest after looking at it for a while. He had seen this level of battle power many times in the 100-clan battlefield and had no interest in it. Mo Yang and Wang Jian exchanged more than 100 moves. In the end, Wang Jian gained the upper hand and defeated Mo Yang, continuing his victory. Of course, Mo Yang had been defeated, but he could still continue to fight. Mo Yang's face was cold as he returned to the stands, and the competition continued. After the next 2 matches, another heavyweight showdown came. It was another battle between the top 10 geniuses. Zifeng versus the Heaven Seat King's monstrous genius, Wang Zizong. This great battle could be said to be evenly matched. The two people fought fiercely for several hundred moves. In the end, Zifeng won by a slight move and obtained victory. Lu Ming, Lu Yuan. Peyuangui's voice sounded. Lu Yuan, a member of the Heavenly God sect. Lu Ming was finally energized. He took a step forward and appeared on the fighting ring. Finally, he had encountered another heaven's favorite of the Tianshan sect. Lu Yuan stepped onto the fighting ring and stood opposite Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it seems that senior brother Luo Shuihan doesn't need to do anything. You'll die by my hands. Lu Yuan's gaze was cold. His entire body emitted a cold metallic luster, and his aura was extremely powerful. Lu Yuan's combat strength was very strong. He also had a superior earth spiritual body. His cultivation had reached the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm, where the laws could affect him. In the Azure region, he was second only to the top 10 geniuses. In fact, out of the 18 people left, 9 of them were geniuses, while the other 9 were second only to the top 10 geniuses. They were all top geniuses and were eyeing the top 10 geniuses covetously. "You talk too much nonsense," Lu Ming said calmly. "Kill." When the judge announced the start of the match, Lu Yuan roared and charged at Lu Ming. The metallic luster on his body became even more intense. It was as if he had turned into a piece of metal. What he cultivated was not the core cultivation technique of the Tiantian sect, the sacred light technique. It was only because his spiritual body did not match the requirements, but it was still extremely terrifying. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and it collided with Lu Yuan's. Clang! It was as if two pieces of iron had collided. Lu Yuan's body trembled and he took a few steps back with loud bangs. Of course, Lu Ming also took a few steps back symbolically. Chapter 1690 Killing Lu Yuan. Not bad, you can take one of my punches. Again. Lu Yuan roared and took a step forward. His body was like a mountain of metal as he charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's essential core was infused into the flowing element gloves and he began to fight Lu Yuan. They exchanged dozens of moves in the blink of an eye. This Lu Ming is so powerful. He can actually fight with Lu Yuan. It's indeed shocking. Could it be that Lu Ming did not use his full strength just now? Look, Lu Ming's aura has been completely revealed. He's at the second stage of the half-saint realm. He's really at the second stage of the semisage realm. It's amazing that a second-stage semisage has such a strong combat strength. Many people in the surroundings exclaimed in surprise. Previously, it was not a big deal that Lu Ming could defeat a second-stage half-saint sovereign because he had to use dozens of moves to defeat his opponent. But now, Lu Ming was actually able to fight Lu Yuan. Everyone was shocked. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. Damn it! Lu Yuan roared in his heart. He actually could not take down Lu Ming. He started to feel anxious. It's almost time. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then, he formed hand seals with both hands and 6 sealing gates appeared, sealing Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's movements immediately stiffened. Not good. Lu Yuan turned pale with fright. Kill. Lu Ming took out his black dragon spear and thrust it at Lu Yuan's dantian. Puchi. The black dragon spear pierced into Lu Yuan's dantian. Lu Yuan let out an unwilling roar before he died. Lu Yuan is dead. Many people were shocked. What a powerful sealing technique. So Lu Ming is skilled in sealing techniques. I know. He had been hiding it all along and deliberately fought with Lu Yuan. Then, he suddenly used the Book of Sealing to freeze Lu Yuan, who was caught off guard, and then killed him in one fell swoop. Indeed, this is Lu Ming's tactic. Lu Yuan was too careless. Many people discussed and felt that Lu Ming had died due to his own carelessness. Lu Ming. In the stands, Luo Shuihan's eyes were as cold as a knife. Lu Ming had actually killed Lu Yuan. In this case, the Tiantian sect was at a disadvantage. Once Lu Yuan died, his points would be reset to 0. This would be extremely disadvantageous to the total points of the Heavenly God sect. Originally, among the remaining 18 people, the Tiantian sect was in a very advantageous position. This was because of the remaining 18 people, 3 of them were from the Heavenly God sect. In addition to Luo Shuihan, there was another Heaven's favorite who was almost the same as Lu Yuan. Furthermore, a genius like Lu Yuan would not be killed even if he faced the top 10 geniuses. If he wanted to rush off the fighting ring, even the top 10 geniuses would not be able to kill him. At this rate, the points of the deity sect would soon surpass that of the Dragon God Valley sect. At that time, as long as he killed Lu Ming, even if he did not kill Lu Ming, as long as he won the first place, he would get 10 extra points. The deity sect would be the first place for sure. However, he did not expect that Lu Yuan would be killed by Lu Ming due to his carelessness. In this case, the Tianshan sect was a little mysterious. Lu Ming must die. Luo Shuihan thought to herself. Luo Shuihan, it's your turn next. I'll send you to accompany Lu Yuan. Lu Ming pulled out the bloody spear and pointed it at Luo Shuihan. Then, he returned to the stands. The competition continued. The next match piqued everyone's interest again. Luo Xiang was going to fight a monster. Luo Xiang had displayed a terrifying combat strength before. Once he used the life-death sword art, no one could defeat him. It was amazing that he could reach this stage as a half-saint. Now, facing one of the top 10 heaven's favorites, what would he do? However, when the battle began, everyone's jaws dropped. The sword light swept across and completely suppressed the monster. In just a dozen or so moves, the monster was in a dangerous situation and almost had his throat cut by a sword. In the end, in a state of injury, he used all his strength to rush down the fighting ring. Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes. He had defeated one of the top 10 geniuses at the second stage of the half-saint realm. This kind of combat strength was really amazing. So strong, I'm not his match. Zifeng revealed a bitter expression. The other geniuses all looked at Luo Xiang's proud figure on the fighting ring with solemn expressions. How did the Life and Death Sword sect produce such a person? Luo Shuihan's expression was the ugliest. If Luo Xiang was already so strong, then after breaking through the law tank, wouldn't he be no match for him? Wouldn't the number one genius of the Azure continent have to be replaced? No, I have to find an opportunity to get rid of this Luo Xiang. Luo Shuihan's eyes flashed with coldness. She could not let anyone take away her throne as the number one genius of the Azure continent. Luo Xiang's sword technique is sometimes fast and sometimes slow, changing unpredictably. Could it be the legendary law of fast and slow? Lu Ming's eyes revealed a look of deep thought. Lu Ming had once obtained part of the 9 dragons' memory fragments. Naturally, his knowledge was far above others. He could tell that the law Luo Xiang had comprehended was most likely the law of speed. There was no doubt that the 10 strongest laws were the strongest in the world. However, below the 10 ultimate maxims, there were some maxims that were also extremely terrifying. They far exceeded ordinary maxims. The fast and slow maxims were maxims at this level, which were only inferior to the 10 ultimate maxims. After Luo Xiang, it was Luo Shuihan's turn to fight with another sovereign. That heaven's favorite was second only to the top 10 geniuses, but in the hands of Luo Shuihan, he had no power to fight back at all. He was madly suppressed by Luo Shuihan. In the end, he did not even manage to escape from the Colosseum and was killed by Luo Shuihan. After killing her opponent, Luo Shuihan's cold eyes looked at Lu Ming, full of provocation. Lu Ming had only killed Lu Yuan due to his carelessness. On the other hand, Lu Ming had completely crushed and killed his opponent with his terrifying strength. Lu Ming smiled faintly and ignored Luo Shuihan. Junior brother Lu Ming, Luo Shuihan's combat strength is even more terrifying than it was 3 years ago. If you're not confident in fighting him, just admit defeat. Zifeng sighed. Luo Shuihan's combat strength was so terrifying that even he could only save his life. He had no chance of winning. My master won't lose. If that Luo Shuihan meets my master, shall definitely be beaten to a pulp. Xiangxiang Bela was unhappy. She pouted and looked at Lu Ming. In Xiangxiang Bela's eyes, Lu Ming was the strongest and would not lose to anyone. All right, your master is the strongest. Zifeng said with a bitter smile. Humph, of course. The little girl finally smiled. This girl. Lu Ming touched Xiangxiang's little head lovingly. The following matches were all extremely intense. The remaining participants were all top-tier Heaven's favorites from the Azure region. Naturally, no one admitted defeat. The battle was extremely intense. When this round ended, there were only 16 people left. Dragon God Valley was still in the lead. A new round began. The first battle was Zifeng against Wang Jian. In fact, at this point, they no longer used the method of drawing lots, because some people had already fought. If they drew lots, if they drew the same two people again, wouldn't they have to fight again? There was no need for that. Next, it was entirely up to Pengui to rank himself. Zifeng fought with all his might, but unfortunately, he was ultimately no match for Wang Jian and was defeated by him. Lu Ming, Luo Shuihan. Pengui's voice sounded. Lu Ming vs. Luo Shuihan. Lu Ming and Luo Shuihan. After hearing the two names, many people's eyes lit up. Lu Ming had finally met Luo Shuihan. Many people were guessing whether Lu Ming would admit defeat directly. After all, if he did not admit defeat, Luo Shuihan would not let him go. Have we finally arrived? You've come earlier than I expected. That's good. Now that I've dealt with Luo Shuihan, I don't have to hide my strength anymore. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He had been hiding his strength to wait for Luo Shuihan. Otherwise, Lu Ming could easily kill these so-called geniuses with one punch. But in that case, Luo Shuihan would not dare to fight with him and would admit defeat directly. Ha ha ha, I've finally met Lu Ming. Luo Shuihan was overjoyed. Senior brother Luo, you must kill Lu Ming and avenge senior brother Lu Yuan. I don't think there's any hope. Lu Ming will be scared witless when he meets senior brother Luo. He won't have the courage to fight. He'll definitely admit defeat at the first moment. You're right. After all, being a coward is better than being killed. The disciples of the Heavenly God sect spoke one after another. Their voices were very loud and spread throughout the entire place. Junior brother, don't fall for their goading. Zifeng's expression changed as he said. The people of the Heavenly God sect were clearly saying this for Lu Ming to hear. They were afraid that Lu Ming would admit defeat directly. Senior brother, don't worry. Lu Ming smiled and stepped into the fighting ring. Luo Shuihan did the same. Lu Ming, you should just admit defeat. If you don't, you'll only die. Luo Shuihan said coldly, her eyes full of disdain. Luo Shuihan, you don't have to use such a lowly method to goad me. But I'll do as you wish and won't surrender. Lu Ming said indifferently. Is that so? Luo Shuihan's eyes flashed with joy. The others were also shocked. Lu Ming did not surrender. Was he going to fight with Luo Shuihan? Could he save his life in the hands of Luo Shuihan? Some people from Dragon God Valley looked worried. Lu Ming, I believe that this is more than your combat strength. In the area of the life and death sword sect, Luo Xiang was carrying a long sword on his back. His whole body was like an extremely sharp battle sword as he stood there and muttered. Begin. At this moment, Pengui's voice was heard. Kill. As soon as Pengue finished his words, Luo Shuihan shouted. Holy light burst out and a holy weapon spear appeared in her hand. She jumped high and then stabbed at Lu Ming. The long spear pierced through the air at an extremely fast speed. In an instant it was in front of Lu Ming and was aimed at his heart. Luo Shuihan would not have stabbed Lu Ming's dantian at the beginning. If she did, his spiritual god would be destroyed and Lu Ming would be dead. Luo Shuihan would not kill Lu Ming so easily. She wanted Lu Ming to suffer and die in despair. Only then could she vent her hatred. Seeing that the long spear was about to pierce through Lu Ming's heart, many people's hearts were in their throats. Lu Ming, why aren't you dodging? Could it be that Luo Shuihan was so fast and powerful that she had locked onto Lu Ming and made it difficult for him to dodge? Many people had the same thought. At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the spear's tip. Many people did not even see how Lu Ming did it. Then, Luo Shuihan's spear stopped in the air, only a hair's breadth away from Lu Ming's chest. However, he couldn't pierce through it. Kill, die. Luo Shuihan shouted. Holy light burst out and laws circulated. She gathered all her strength and poured it into the spear. The spear shone and stabbed toward Lu Ming. However, it did not move at all. The long spear did not move at all. Lu Ming's hand was like the hand of a god, unmoving like a mountain. How is that possible? How is that possible? Luo Shuihan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She was screaming in her heart. It was unbelievable. She thought she was dreaming. He had used all his strength to launch an attack, but Lu Ming had managed to grab hold of it with one hand. He could not move at all. At this moment, the other people present were also dumbfounded. What was Luo Shuihan doing? Why was it fixed there? Is this all you have? What a disappointment. Lu Ming stared into Luo Shuihan's eyes and said indifferently. Looking at Lu Ming's eyes, Luo Shuihan's heart trembled and a chill ran through her body. At this moment, he knew that Lu Ming had been hiding his combat strength. Lu Ming's actual combat strength was simply abnormal. He was not his match at all. Retreat, retreat, retreat. At this moment, there was only one word in Luo Shuihan's heart. However, it was too late. Buzz. The long spear in his hand buzzed. A terrifying force flowed from Lu Ming's hand along the long spear and into his body. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Buzz. Lu Ming held Luo Shuihan's spear, turned the spearhead, and caught up with her. He thrust the spear, piercing through her heart and nailing her to the fighting ring. Ah, ah! Luo Shuihan screamed. Her body twisted violently and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the heart was a vital point, Luo Shuihan's spirit body would not die in a short time. As long as she was treated well, she would recover soon. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they looked at this scene in disbelief. Luo Shuihan was nailed to the fighting ring by her own spear. How did this happen? In Lu Ming's hands, Luo Shuihan was as weak as a baby. He was the #1 genius in Sangzhou. Although he was referring to the #1 genius below the sage state, it was still shocking enough. However, in Lu Ming's hands, he was simply trash. At this moment, they all knew that Lu Ming must have been hiding his strength. He was waiting for Luo Shuihan, deliberately hiding his strength to wait for her. Many people had the same thought. It was ridiculous that the people of the Tianshan sect and Luo Shuihan herself had goaded Lu Ming not to admit defeat. It was ridiculous. It was probably what Lu Ming wanted. Boom! 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 At this moment, in the stands of the Tianshan sect, one figure after another suddenly stood up, and a shocking aura burst out from their bodies. They were all experts of the Saint Realm. Their hearts trembled, and it was difficult for them to calm down. Luo Shuihan was defeated. At that moment, the Son of God's expression finally changed. His eyes were filled with holy light and sharp. Lu Ming, let me go. Luo Shuihan shouted. Let go of you, what a joke. Lu Ming's vital essence condensed into a knife and cut down. One of Luo Shuihan's arms flew out, making her scream in pain. I'll return the favor to you for treating my Dragon God Valley disciples so badly. Lu Ming said coldly. His essential core was like a blade, slashing down again. Blood splattered everywhere, and Luo Shuihan's other arm also flew out. "No, Lu Ming, don't kill me. Spare me." Luo Shuihan was finally scared and started to beg for mercy. Chapter 1692 Spear pointed at Son of God. Luo Shuihan screamed and began to beg for mercy. Before this, not even in his dreams would he have thought that it would end like this. 3 years ago, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the LV4 martial royal realm. How did he become so powerful 3 years later? Even he, the #1 genius of the Azure continent, could not fight back. He couldn't figure it out, but now, he only wanted to live. In the past, when he was killing others, he acted high and mighty, looking down on others as if they were ants. But now that it was his turn, he finally understood how terrifying he was. Let you off? Is that even possible? Don't you think it's too funny? Lu Ming said indifferently, his voice filled with disdain. Elder, save me, save me. Luo Shuihan cried out to the elders of the deity sect for help. Lu Ming, you'd better let him go. An elder from the heavenly god sect spoke. The aura that was emitted from this elder was extremely shocking. The vast saint might was constantly spreading out, filling the sky with a heavy pressure. This was definitely a terrifying expert, far beyond the ordinary bright saint realm. This was a supreme saint. Huh, what a joke. You were defeated in the treasure auction, and now you're threatening me. You're a great sage, but you're really shameless. In the Dragon God Valley area, the Purple Dragon Valley Master stood up. He also exuded a terrifying aura, which was opposite to the supreme sage of the Tianshan sect. The aura between heaven and earth became even more oppressive. The face of the supreme saint of the heavenly god sect darkened. He also knew that as a great saint, he had gone too far by interfering. But Luo Shuihan was very talented, second only to the divine sun. If he didn't die, he would definitely reach the saint realm in the future. He might even reach the supreme saint realm or even the absolute saint realm. After so many years, how many absolute saints did the heavenly god sect have? There weren't many absolute saints in the entire Azure continent, and they had all been accumulated over the years. It was definitely a huge loss to be killed by Lu Ming. Buzz! The black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. The spear's radiance was shocking. Luo Shuihan, it'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. Luo Shuihan was almost scared out of her wits. She struggled madly and screamed. Lu Ming, you'd better think twice. The supreme saint of the heavenly god sect said coldly. Think thrice. I only need to think twice before killing someone. Why do I need to think twice? Yes, Lu Ming replied. The black dragon spear pierced through Luo Shuihan's dantian and destroyed her spiritual god. Luo Shuihan let out an unwilling roar. Her eyes were as wide as a dead fish's. Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that her life would come to an end like this, killed by Lu Ming here. Senior brother divine child, avenge me. Luo Shuihan roared one last time, and her life was extinguished. Luo Shuihan was dead. The supreme saints of the Tianshan sect and the other sages all exuded a shocking aura. They looked at Lu Ming coldly, but in the end, they restrained their aura and sat down. This was the treasure sealing assembly, and all the sects were present. If they broke the rules, they would be jointly suppressed by the other sections. Luo Shuihan is dead. Many people murmured, still in disbelief. Even the other geniuses were the same. They were somewhat dumbfounded. The #1 genius of the Azure region, the mountain that weighed down on the heads of all the conquerors of the Azure region, the insurmountable mountain, had been easily killed by Lu Ming. It made them feel that it was unreal. How could this be? How did this happen? Mo Yang mumbled to himself, as if he had been struck dumb. Luo Shuihan had been killed just like that. What about him? What could he do against Lu Ming? Thinking of this, he shivered. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so powerful? I knew you were hiding your strength, but it's still beyond my expectations. Luo Xiang murmured. His eyes were full of battle intent, but in the next moment, he retracted it. Master is the most powerful. I knew Master was the most powerful. In the Dragon God Valley area, Lu Xiangxiang cried out. She didn't seem surprised at all. In her heart, it was as if everything had happened. All right. All right, my judgment is not even as good as a little girl's. Zifeng smiled bitterly. Ha ha ha, senior brother Zifeng, that's because you don't understand Lu Ming. In the future, after getting to know him for a long time, it won't be strange no matter what he does. Tian Chui laughed out loud. Tian Chui, Xuaningxin, Longyuan Mountain, and the others all knew what was going on. Previously, Lu Ming had said that he had a 50% chance of killing the Divine Sun. It was only natural that he would be able to kill a mere Luo Shuihan. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming put away Luo Shuihan's storage ring and holy weapon spear. These were his spoils of war, so he would not be polite. Then, with a shake of the spear, Luo Shuihan's body flew out of the fighting ring. Buzz! As he pointed the black dragon spear, everyone's hearts trembled. That was because Lu Ming was pointing in the direction of the Divine Sun. Son of God, just you wait. You're next. Lu Ming pointed his gun at the Divine Sun, his killing intent cold. I will send you down to accompany Luo Shuihan. The Son of God spoke. As he opened and closed his eyes, a terrifying holy light flashed. Everyone in the surroundings was suddenly filled with anticipation. He was looking forward to the battle between Lu Ming and the Divine Sun. Previously, most people had thought that Lu Ming was not qualified to fight with the Divine Sun at all. They thought that he might have been killed by the Divine God sect during the treasure auction. Even if they were lucky enough to pass the treasure-fixing assembly, they would not have the slightest hope against the Divine Sun. But now, they suddenly felt a strong sense of anticipation. Lu Ming had killed Luo Shuihan with a flip of his hand. He was unfathomable. Who knew if Lu Ming had hidden his strength? Perhaps he could really fight with the Son of God. Buzz! The black dragon spear in Lu Ming's hand shook and the blood on it flew away. He then put the black dragon spear away and returned to the stands. Now, let the competition continue. Piyuangui announced. The competition continued, but the rest of the competition was already boring. The people watching were not in the mood. They were all looking forward to the battle between Lu Ming and the Divine Sun. The person who was fighting didn't have the mood. With Lu Ming around, did they still have any hope of competing for the first place? With Lu Ming's combat strength, he could completely sweep away all the other sections. In addition, Dragon God Valley had Zifeng. Moreover, due to their numbers, they had been leading in points. How could the other sects compete in this way? They could no longer see any hope, so their fight was just a formality. Soon, this round ended and they entered the next round. Lu Ming, Mo Yang. When he heard Piyuangui's voice, Mo Yang's face turned pale. Lu Ming and Mo Yang stepped onto the fighting ring, facing each other. Mo Yang, you said earlier that you would kill me. Wait a minute, you won't admit defeat right away, will you? I don't think you, Mo Yang, are that gutless, right? Lu Ming said. You, Mo Yang gritted his teeth, his face alternating between green and white. He had intended to admit defeat. However, after hearing Lu Ming's words, he admitted that he was gutless. Lu Ming was deliberately embarrassing him. Begin. Piyuangui announced. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and the fighting ring rumbled. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Mo Yang shouted. Chapter 1693 Battling the Son of God. As soon as Peyuan returned to one announced the start of the match, Mo Yang immediately shouted that he had admitted defeat. He did not dare to delay at all for fear of being killed by Lu Ming in an instant. Lu Ming stopped in his tracks and said in disdain, "You really don't have the guts. Where did the arrogant aura that you had when you said you wanted to kill me go?" Mo Yang's face turned red, and he wished he could find a hole to hide in. He lowered his head and returned to the stands without saying anything. Now, the more he spoke, the more he would only humiliate himself. He was filled with hatred, but he did not have the courage to fight Lu Ming to the death. "Ninth junior brother, I've already expected this outcome. He's just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong," Tian Chui said. "That's right. The words of this kind of person are like farts," Xuaningxin said. Squeak. Mo Yang gritted his teeth so hard that he almost broke them. "Lu Ming, he'll let you be arrogant for a while. You'll still die at the hands of the Divine Sun later. I'll bear with you for now. In the future, I'll kill all these people from Dragon God Valley." Mo Yang roared in his heart. The competition continued. There was no longer any suspense in the rest of the competition. Anyone who encountered Lu Ming would admit defeat immediately, including those from the top 10 geniuses. Junior brother Lu Ming, I admit defeat. I'm not your match." Later on, Zi Feng also encountered Lu Ming and directly admitted defeat. Lu Ming ran into Luo Xiang at the back. Lu Ming had thought that Luo Xiang would fight him. He did not expect Luo Xiang to shake his head and say, "Lu Ming, let's spar if we have the chance in the future. I'm not your match now." With that, he directly left the fighting ring. In this way, Lu Ming swept away all his opponents. All the matches of this time's treasure sealing assembly have ended. When Peyuan Gui made the announcement, the Dragon God Valley cheered. When Dragon God Valley won, there was no need to calculate the score. They all knew that Dragon God Valley had won. Lu Ming had defeated everyone alone. With the 10 points he had earned, there was no doubt. Dragon God Valley has won first place in this treasure auction. The 2 ancient treasures will be kept by Dragon God Valley. We will compete for them in 3 years. Peyuan Gui announced. Now, give me the 2 treasures." The master of Purple Dragon Valley stood up and looked at the supreme saint of the deity sect. The supreme saint of the heavenly god sect was extremely unwilling and his face turned ugly. He had brought the 2 treasures with him, but he had never thought of handing them over. This was because with the lineup of the heavenly god sect, it was certain that they would obtain the first place this time. He had never expected that the boy, who was at the LV4 martial royal realm and boasted shamelessly about challenging the deity 3 years ago, would be so powerful. He had killed Luo Shuihan and defeated the others, helping Dragon God Valley to win the first place. Now, he had no choice but to hand it over. "Damned little bastard, you're dying but you still won't die in peace." The great sage of the heavenly god sect roared in his heart. In his opinion, Lu Ming would definitely be killed by the Divine Sun. There was no doubt about it. There was no other possibility. However, even if Lu Ming was dead, it was an undeniable fact that Dragon God Valley had won first place and controlled 2 treasures for 3 years. "What's wrong? You're dilly-dallying, don't you want to hand it over?" The Purple Dragon Valley master sneered. "Hand it over then. I don't think you can figure out anything in 3 years." The great sage of the heavenly god sect said coldly. It had been so many years. One of the 2 treasures was said to contain the secret of becoming a sovereign. However, after so many changes in the sect, no one had managed to figure out the reason. He didn't believe that Dragon God Valley could figure out anything in just 3 years. He took out a storage ring and threw it to the Purple Dragon Valley master. The master of Purple Dragon Valley took it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He smiled. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was not particularly interested in the other treasure. What he wanted was the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. Boom! The sky buzzed as a powerful pressure descended. The Son of God stepped into the air and his body bloomed with holy light. His eyes were cold as he stood above the fighting ring and looked down at Lu Ming. Many people were shocked. Were the Divine Sun and Lu Ming going to make a move? Lu Ming, they'll give you time to recover. The Son of God said coldly. There's no need to recover. I can fight now. Lu Ming's gaze swept toward the Divine Sun. He rose into the air and stood opposite the Divine Sun. Without a doubt, at this moment, Lu Ming and the Divine Sun had become the focus of the scene. Is the war finally about to start? Someone muttered. In fact, many people had come to the treasure sealing assembly specifically to watch the duel between Lu Ming and the Divine Sun. Do you think Lu Ming can fight the Divine Sun? It's very difficult. The Divine Sun entered the Sage Realm a year and a half ago, while Lu Ming is only in the Half-Saint Realm. Moreover, he's only in the second stage of the Half-Saint Realm. The difference is too great. It's impossible to cross over. It's almost impossible for anyone who isn't a saint warrior. Moreover, the other party is a Divine Sun, stronger than an ordinary saint. Lu Ming has no hope. Many people discussed and some sighed. They felt that Lu Ming could not possibly be a match for the Divine Sun. Go, Master, beat him up. Lu Xiangxiang waved her little fists. On Longyuan Mountain, Yang Tianzong, Tian Chui, Xuaningxin and the rest looked on quietly, their eyes revealing a trace of worry. The Son of God's body glowed with holy light, and even his eyes turned into milky white holy light. He said coldly, Lu Ming, although your combat strength is not bad, he'll let you understand the difference between a non-saint and a saint. Bang! The Divine Sun stepped forward like the son of a god. Holy light burst forth, and a powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. Then, he slapped out a huge holy light palm print. Saint power surged and laws circulated. It was terrifying to the extreme. He only used the power of an initial bright saint. You're really looking down on me. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He did not dodge but threw a punch. Lu Ming's fist glowed, and the shadow of a steel could be vaguely seen flashing by. Boom! An earth-shattering boom was heard. The huge holy light palm print was shattered by Lu Ming's punch. Lu Ming dashed past the holy light and charged at the Divine Sun. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. He had directly destroyed the Divine Sun's attack and took the initiative to attack the Divine Sun. Could it be that Lu Ming really had the combat strength of a sage? Thinking of this, many people widened their eyes and held their breath, staring at the scene without blinking, afraid of missing the crucial scene. The Son of God's eyes turned cold, and his hands glowed with holy light. They were like two milky white saint stones, crystal clear and holy. Buzz! 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 His palm continued to strike at Lu Ming. It was extremely terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. Lu Ming's palm was flowing with chaos laws as he used the prison-suppressing heaven technique. He was fearless as he continued to bombard the area. Thump! Thump! Boom! A dense series of collisions rang out. Lu Ming and the Divine Sun collided more than 100 times in an instant. Every time they collided, a dull boom rang out in the sky. The two figures crossed each other like two streams of light. Some of the weaker cultivators could not even see clearly. Thump! The last attack forced the two of them to retreat. However, Lu Ming only took 3 steps back, while the Divine Sun took 9 steps back. The Son of God was at a disadvantage. Many people's hearts trembled, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Chapter 1694 Peak Battle, this is impossible. Everyone in the heavenly god sect was roaring in their hearts. They could not accept this. In their hearts, the divine son, who was invincible in the same realm, was forced into a disadvantageous position by a half-saint with his cultivation of the saint realm. This was simply a fantasy. How is that possible? How is that possible? Mo Yang shook his head repeatedly and roared in his heart. All this while, he had not taken Lu Ming seriously. He thought that he could easily crush Lu Ming. But he didn't expect that this time, it completely subverted his imagination. Previously, Lu Ming had easily killed Luo Xuehan, which made his heart tremble. He did not even dare to fight Lu Ming and admitted defeat. He thought that Lu Ming would die at the hands of the divine son. However, he now realized that Lu Ming had not used much of his strength earlier. Now, he was actually able to suppress the divine son. Why is he so strong? Why am I not the stronger one? Who is Lu Ming? What right does he have to have such combat strength? Mo Yang roared in his heart. He was extremely jealous. Lu Ming, you really didn't let me down. However, this is still far from enough. In the area of the Tianshan sect, Xian Nianzhen's eyes flickered as he murmured in his heart. On the other hand, the people at Dragon God Valley were cheering. Son of God, is this your true power? It doesn't seem to work. Lu Ming's slightly mocking voice was heard. The Son of God's eyes were filled with surprise. Lu Ming, your combat strength has indeed exceeded my expectations. It's a pity that you've met me. You're destined to die. Bang! The Son of God stepped forward. The saint light on his body became even more intense. It turned into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. Bang! Bang! Then, the divine son strode towards Lu Ming. With each step, his aura grew stronger. In the end, the divine son's aura was so powerful that it was shocking. It was several times stronger than before. Great mastery of Bright Saint. In Dragon God Valley, the Purple Dragon Valley Master could not help but exclaim. What? The divine child has already reached the great mastery of the Bright Saint stage. So fast, the greater mastery of Bright Saint is several times more powerful than the lower mastery of Bright Saint. Lu Ming is finished. The divine son's cultivation is too high. Lu Ming is no match for him. It's a pity. Lu Ming is indeed extremely powerful. It's rare to see him like this since ancient times. If he's given a few more years, he might be able to fight against the divine son. The heavens are jealous of geniuses. The time left for him is too short. Many people sighed. Some shook their heads, but some were gloating, hoping that Lu Ming would be killed. Yin Zisong and the others from the Silver Dragon Valley looked ferocious, hoping that Lu Ming would be killed. The strength that Lu Ming had displayed this time was too shocking. If Lu Ming was not killed, they would not have a place in Dragon God Valley in the future. Huh, Lu Ming, you're going to die in the end. Mo Yang laughed in his heart, but his face was filled with ferocity. Buzz! A small, snow-white pagoda appeared above the Son of God's head. It was rapidly growing in size. At the same time, a combat sword appeared in his hand. It was covered in holy light. Without a doubt, these were all holy weapons. Buzz! The small snow-white tower grew to the size of a mountain and pressed down on Lu Ming. With the cultivation of a divine son in the upper tier of the Bright Saint, he was extremely powerful when controlling a saint weapon. At this moment, light spots appeared on Lu Ming's body. A holy weapon flew out from each light spot. There were a total of 36 holy weapons, floating around him. The others were dumbfounded and almost bit their tongues. 36 holy weapons. Lu Ming had taken out 36 holy weapons at once. Most of the people were dumbfounded. Most people had never touched a holy weapon before and had only seen others use it. But now, Lu Ming took out 36 holy weapons at once. It was really infuriating to compare people. What's the use of having many holy weapons? The Son of God coldly spoke. The giant pagoda glowed and pressed down. The battle weapon chi of the 36 holy weapons around Lu Ming connected with each other and gathered on a huge cauldron. Go! Lu Ming waved his hand and the huge cauldron enlarged rapidly, crashing toward the giant tower. Boom! It was as if two mountains had collided. The sky shook violently. After the cauldron and the giant pagoda collided, they were evenly matched and retreated together. Kill! The Son of God wielded a long spear and charged at Lu Ming. The long spear pierced through the air, making a terrifying whistling sound. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He grabbed the black dragon spear beside him, gathered the chi of the combat weapon, and circulated the law, then charged at the divine sun. The light collided in the void, and the force swept in all directions. Experts like the Purple Dragon Valley Master set up a defensive light curtain with a wave of their hands. Otherwise, those below the Saint Realm would have died if they were hit by the chi. Great Saint Light Technique. The Son of God howled. The holy light on his body became even more dazzling. In the end, it turned into a holy light armor that covered the Son of God. The Son of God's power became even stronger. The spear of divine punishment pierced through the void. It was indestructible. The divine child started to suppress Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and activated his divine sword technique. Two pitch-black rays of light burst out from his eyes and rushed into the divine sun's glabella. The divine sun's glabella emitted a bright light, but he only trembled slightly as if nothing had happened. Lu Ming's current soul force was equivalent to an initial bright saint, while the divine sun was a greater bright saint. He most likely had a soul defense technique. Lu Ming's divine sword technique had little effect on the divine sun. Chaos! Lu Ming muttered. A Chaos Empyrean seal appeared in his left hand and he threw it at the divine sun. The Chaos Sky-turning seal rapidly grew in size and pressed down, causing the Son of God's expression to turn grave. He controlled the giant tower and crashed it into the Chaos Sky-turning stamp. The spear of God's punishment in his hand did not stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the black dragon spear in his hand and met the attack head-on. Boom! The giant pagoda was sent flying, but the Chaos Sky-turning seal also disappeared without a trace. Again. Another Chaos Empyrean seal was formed in Lu Ming's hands and he charged at the divine sun. Lu Ming condensed the Chaos Empyrean seal and used the 10,000 soldiers' art to fight the divine sun. For a moment, the two of them were actually evenly matched. The battle ended in a draw, and they constantly collided in the void. It was extremely intense. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation. He was only at the second stage of the half-saint realm. Back then, in the 100-clan battlefield, Lu Ming, his second body, and Bubbles had killed a perfected bright saint with just a few moves. However, that was only the combination of the three. If Lu Ming was alone, he could only slightly suppress the existence of the Enlightenment Saint, but he would not be able to kill him. Now, Lu Ming had 36 holy weapons sealed in his body. After cultivating in seclusion in the Dragon God Valley for more than a month, he had finally cultivated the Chaos Sky-turning seal to the 6th level. With Lu Ming as the main body, his overall combat strength was much stronger than it had been in the 100 Tribes battlefield. However, the saints outside were stronger than the saints in the 100 Clan battlefield because they could use the laws more smoothly. Moreover, the Divine Sun was a monster of the Azure region. He was the #1 genius of the Azure region and was indeed very powerful. Therefore, even though Lu Ming had used all his strength, he could only fight to a draw with the Divine Sun. Chapter 1695 Primary and secondary bodies appearing together. Lu Ming and the Divine Sun engaged in an intense battle. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of moves. At this moment, everyone at the scene was no longer shocked but numb. They were numb to Lu Ming's combat strength. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded their imagination. They had never heard of a person in the second stage of the half-saint realm being able to fight a saint in the upper tier of the bright saint realm. Furthermore, the opponent was a monstrous figure. Everyone's attention was focused on the final outcome of this battle. Everyone held their breath and clenched their fists tightly. They watched nervously without blinking. They understood that this battle was destined to be recorded in the history books of the Azure continent. It could be called a pinnacle battle. Lu Ming's main body was surrounded by 36 holy weapons and he held the Chaos Empyrean seal in his hand. He looked like a god of war. The divine sun had a giant floating tower above his head and held the spear of divine punishment in his hand. He was covered in holy light armor and looked like the son of a god. The two of them fought in the air and exchanged more than a dozen moves. At this point, the son of God's heart started to get a little anxious. Given his realm, he was already shocked to the core that he could not take down Lu Ming even now. Lu Ming must die. If this goes on, there'll be no match for him in a few years. An idea that even the divine son himself found hard to accept popped up in his mind. However, he knew that it was the truth. That was why he had to kill Lu Ming today. Holy light sword. The son of God shouted. A snow-white combat sword flew out from his forehead. As soon as it appeared, sword chi shot up into the sky and stirred up the wind and clouds. Great saint weapon, damn it! The Purple Dragon Valley Master shouted angrily. The others in Dragon God Valley were also shocked. The divine child had actually refined a great sage weapon. A great saint weapon was much stronger than an ordinary bright saint weapon. It was the exclusive saint weapon of a great saint. Originally, Lu Ming and the divine son were evenly matched. However, with the great saint weapon, the balance was probably going to be broken. Holy light sword, slash. The son of God put away the spear in his hand and wielded the holy light sword. With a slash, a terrifying sword light was sent flying towards Lu Ming. Boom! This sword struck the Chaos Sky-turning seal that was bombarding him. The Chaos Sky-turning seal trembled violently and then exploded in the air. Then, the divine son stepped forward with his sword and slashed at Lu Ming again. The black dragon spear in Lu Ming's hands swept out horizontally, sweeping towards the other party. Clang! The holy light sword struck the black dragon spear, causing it to shake violently. Lu Ming could feel a terrifyingly sharp aura surging towards him, and he could not help but retreat. The holy light sword did not stop and continued to slash at him. With a single thought, Lu Ming used the surrounding holy weapons to block in front of him. They were all defensive weapons. Boom! Boom! The holy weapons trembled, and a few of them were sent flying. Lu Ming had to retreat to block the opponent's attack. The divine son had taken out his great saint weapon and his combat strength had increased greatly. Lu Ming was already at a disadvantage. Kill! The son of God wielded his sword and charged at Lu Ming again. Lu Ming's holy weapon danced around him as he activated the chi of his combat weapon to fight his opponent. After the series of battles, Lu Ming stopped using the Chaos Sky-turning seal. Although the power of the Chaos Sky-turning seal was strong, the consumption was too great. If he continued to use it, he would definitely run out of genuine yuan. Kill! The divine son bellowed. His killing intent was wild as he launched a storm of attacks at Lu Ming. It was already a great humiliation to him that he had not killed Lu Ming since the start of the battle. He had to kill Lu Ming as soon as possible. Lu Ming used the 10,000 soldiers' art to block it, but his figure kept retreating. He was being suppressed by the divine sun. Buzz! After Lu Ming blocked the divine sun's sword, he soared into the sky. You want to leave? You can't, kill him. The divine sun said coldly. He rose into the sky and charged at Lu Ming. Who said him leaving? Lu Ming's voice was heard. At this moment, Lu Ming's glabella glowed and a figure walked out. Second body inscription. As soon as his second body appeared, the Tai Chi formation disc floated in the air, and a Tai Chi diagram crushed down toward the divine sun. At the same time, Lu Ming's main body attacked as well. He looked down from above and became one with his spear, turning into a dazzling spear light that swooped down toward the divine sun. The Tai Chi disc array had the power to seal and destroy. It floated above him, trying to seal and destroy the divine child. Buzz! The attack from Lu Ming's main body arrived, and the spear's gleam pierced the space between the divine sun's eyebrows. Holy light burst forth from the divine sun's body. With a loud roar, he slashed out with his sword, cutting Lu Ming's spear light. Boom! The Son of God's body fell. Kill! Ming Lian's second body controlled the Tai Chi formation disc and continued to suppress the Son of God. At the same time, he activated the law of formation Tao. Countless runes spread out, forming a sword that slashed down at the Son of God. Lu Ming's main body continued to attack. The main body and the second body joined forces, not giving the Son of God any chance to breathe. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Why were there two Lu Mings at the scene? How audacious! You're actually fighting two against one. You've already broken the rules. The supreme sage of the heavenly god sect shouted with a cold look in his eyes. Are you blind? I can't tell. The two Lu Mings have the same aura. They're clearly the same person. This is just a secret technique. Although the Purple Dragon Valley Master was also shocked, he sneered and retorted the supreme sage of the heavenly god sect. That's right. It's just a secret technique. Two people are actually one person, just like a clone. What's wrong with that? If you're so capable, ask the divine child to use a clone too. Tian Chui spoke. Humph, the elders are talking, and it's your turn to interrupt, you little brat. You don't know your place. The great sage of the heavenly god sect waved his sleeves and turned his head away coldly without saying a word. Indeed, the aura of Lu Ming's main body and his second body were exactly the same, and so were the soul fluctuations. They were clearly the same person, just like a clone, but they were many times more brilliant than a clone. It was unbelievable that two bodies could cultivate different cultivation techniques and comprehend different laws. No matter what, since it was the same person, it was not against the rules. And asking the divine child to use a clone was a joke. A clone's strength was only a few % of the real Bodhis. Furthermore, using a clone technique at this time would only weaken the real Bodhis battle prowess, which was not a wise decision. Lu Ming took the main body and then the second, launching a series of attacks. His attacks were like a storm, not giving the divine sun a chance to catch his breath. The situation had completely reversed. Now, it was the divine sun who was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming kept on attacking. Could it be that the divine child is going to lose? No way, if he's not a saint, he's going to kill a saint. Oh my God, this is too terrifying. Many people couldn't hide the shock in their hearts and exclaimed. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to force the divine child to this extent. No wonder I lost to you in the divine wilderness continent, and the Xie family lost to you. However, this is not enough. The divine child still has a secret technique that he has not used. Xie Nianzhuan murmured in surprise. Lu Ming's main body and secondary body continuously launched attacks. They coordinated with each other and their power increased greatly. Son of God, is that all you've got? Looks like you'll be the one to die today. Lu Ming said. Although he said that, he did not dare to be careless at all. He was on full alert. Chapter 1696. Law Tank Xian Yanqing had told him that the deity had a secret skill that could greatly increase one's strength for a short period of time. He had to be on guard. Lu Ming, you're looking for death. You forced me to use the holy explosion technique. The Son of God roared. Boom! At that moment, the Son of God's body glowed with holy light. The holy light armor covering his body actually exploded, turning into holy light and entering the Son of God's body. At that moment, the deity's aura skyrocketed and actually rushed towards the peak of a bright saint. What? The divine child still has a secret technique. What a terrifying secret skill. His aura is starting to skyrocket. It's so strong, and it's still rising. His temperament has changed. Many people cried out in alarm. Roar. At this moment, the Son of God let out a beast-like roar. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was filled with ferocity. The pure white holy light on his body was no longer pure, but mixed with a trace of blood. Lu Ming, die. The Son of God roared as he slashed out with his sword. The Taiji diagram was instantly shattered and dissipated in the air. At the same time, the sword light was different. It slashed at Lu Ming's long spear. Lu Ming's body trembled violently as he felt an irresistible force coming at him. His body was sent flying into the air. Kill! The Son of God roared. He took a step forward and charged forward. His sword light shook the sky, as if it could destroy everything. Countless runes appeared on the second body, which turned into all kinds of weapons and flew toward the divine sun. At the same time, the Tai Chi disc array lit up, and another Tai Chi formation diagram appeared. Then, the Tai Chi formation diagram split into two, turning into a pair of yin-yang fish swords that slashed toward the divine sun. Bang! 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 The Son of God's swordlight easily destroyed the various weapons condensed from the secondary Bodhis array Dao laws. The swordlight then struck the yin-yang fish sword. Buzz! Buzz! Sparks flew in all directions, and the sword chi was unrestrained. The yin-yang fish sword was sent flying. Buzz! In the sky, a huge chaos sky-turning seal pressed down on the Son of God. Behind the chaos sky-turning seal, Lu Ming swooped down with his 36 saint weapons, aiming for the Son of God. Holy light slash, break! The Son of God roared and slashed out with his sword. A beam of holy light sword chi shot up into the sky. It was as if it had split the world in two and slashed at the chaos sky-turning seal. Zzzzzzzzz. When the sword light struck the chaos sky-turning seal, an ear-piercing sound was heard. The sword light was actually breaking the chaos sky-turning seal at a rapid speed. Bang! In the end, the primal chaos sky-turning seal exploded. The sword radiance did not stop and collided with Lu Ming, who was behind the primal chaos sky-turning seal. The terrifying vibrations continued to ring out. The saint weapons around Lu Ming were sent flying one by one. Lu Ming's body was once again sent flying into the sky. What powerful strength! Lu Ming was also a little shocked. After the Son of God used the secret skill, his strength increased by several times. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. Instead, his eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. Battle! 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 Lu Ming did not retreat. Instead, he closed in. His main body turned into his second body, and he charged at the divine sun at the same time. All kinds of attacks were launched at the divine sun continuously. The Son of God wielded the great saint sword and slashed out with a sword light, destroying Lu Ming's various attacks. Then, the combat sword slashed out continuously. Beams of dazzling sword gleams surged toward Lu Ming. Bang! 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 The explosions continued. Lu Ming's various attacks were destroyed and he was forced to retreat. Kill! The Son of God transformed into a beam of sword light and shot into the sky, heading straight for Lu Ming's body. Clang! 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 The sword radiance bloomed and the holy weapons that surrounded Lu Ming were sent flying one by one. One of the shields even had a crack after being cut by the sword. Lu Ming, you're dead meat today. The Divine Sun said coldly as he continued to attack Lu Ming. Whoosh! A sword gleam almost split Lu Ming's body in half. Lu Ming did not call for Bubbles to help. Bubbles was a spiritual beast and was not within his combat power. If he were to call Bubbles out, the supreme sage of the Tiantian sect would probably interfere. He could only rely on himself. Buzz! Lu Ming's main body retreated quickly while his second body stepped forward. He controlled the Tai Chi disc array and pressed it down on the Divine Sun. Clang! The Son of God's sword struck the Tai Chi formation disc. The formation disc trembled and was sent flying. It wasn't that the Tai Chi formation disc wasn't strong, but that his second Bodhi's cultivation was limited, and it couldn't unleash much of its power. Kill! The Divine Child charged at Lu Ming's main body again, as if he had his eyes fixed on it. Lu Ming tried his best to resist but he was no match for him. He was in danger and was almost cut in half at the waist again. He dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Lu Ming is already at his wit's end. He has used all his strength. That's right. He's strong enough, but he's no match for the Divine Child. He's going to die here. What a pity. It was obvious that Lu Ming had used all his strength since the beginning of the battle. Unfortunately, he was no match for the enemy. Lu Ming's body was swept by the sword ray and a bloody gash appeared, blood flowing out. Lu Ming, you have no chance. The Divine Sun bellowed, his attacks like a storm. Lu Ming was in danger. However, despite being in danger, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. He exerted the law of chaos to the extreme and fought the Divine Sun. At the same time, he refined his secondary body and launched continuous attacks at the Divine Sun. The Law Tank. Divine Child, I'll use you to break through the Law Tank. In the midst of danger, Lu Ming was exceptionally calm. He was highly concentrated and his essential core and the laws of chaos were circulated to the extreme. The more dangerous it was, the more it could stimulate one's potential. A ray of sword light pierced through Lu Ming's shoulder. However, Lu Ming's spiritual body was powerful. It contained a wisp of chaotic qi, which was not weaker than a medium-grade celestial spiritual body. His spiritual body immediately squirmed and sealed the wound. The destructive power of the sword qi was worn out, so it did not cause too much damage. The body of law, the body of law. This word kept appearing in Lu Ming's mind. His mind seemed to have entered a mysterious state. The state of life and death. Facing the fatal threat of the Divine Child, Lu Ming finally entered that state again. Buzz. At this moment, an invisible wave rushed into Lu Ming's body from the sky. That is. The laws of nature are in the tank. Someone shouted. He's broken through. Lu Ming has broken through. He's actually breaking through in the middle of a great battle with the Divine Sun. Unbelievable. He's about to break through the nomological tank. Is the situation going to be reversed again? Everyone was shocked. The experts of the Heavenly God sect stood up. Their auras exploded and their hearts trembled. The body will need some time to adapt to the laws. Son of God, kill him now. The great sage of the Heavenly God sect roared. Lu Ming, be careful. The Purple Dragon Valley Master also shouted to warn Lu Ming. Everyone knew that this battle had reached a critical moment. If Lu Ming's body had gotten used to it, he would have turned the tide and killed the Divine Sun. Lu Ming's combat strength was already terrifying enough. If he made another breakthrough, he might really be able to defeat the Divine Sun. Furthermore, the divine child's secret technique could greatly increase his strength for a short period of time, but that was only for a short period of time. There was a time limit, and if one side lost while the other side gained, the divine child would definitely die. That was why the opportunity to become the godchild was now. Other people are other people, I am me, Lu Ming, you don't have the chance. Kill. The divine son shouted and raised his combat strength to the maximum as he charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming retreated rapidly. Now that the laws of chaos were in his body, Lu Ming indeed needed some time to get used to it. This period of time was the most dangerous period for him. You can't escape. The Son of God gave chase. Whoosh! Whoosh! A pair of yin-yang fish swords slashed toward the divine son. Get lost! The divine son combat sword slashed out and sent the yin-yang fish sword flying. He seemed to have noticed the difference between the main and secondary body. He stared at Lu Ming's main body and ignored the secondary body. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air being pierced rang out as the second body took out 21 phoenix feather flying swords. They formed a sword formation and attacked the Son of God. Get lost, get lost. The Son of God's battle sword swept across, and the sword chi broke through the air. All the phoenix feather flying swords were sent flying. However, at this moment, Lu Ming moved and appeared in front of his main body, blocking it. At the same time, he waved his hands at high speed. In the air, countless runes appeared, and one after another, large formations appeared. All kinds of defense, trap, bind, attack, all of them rushed towards the divine son. Now, the secondary Bodhi's main purpose was to stall for time. If you want to stall for time, break. The Son of God's hair stood on end as he swept his combat sword across, breaking through the formations one by one. The second body took a few steps forward. With each step, countless runes appeared. One after another, large formations appeared in the air. Although these arrays couldn't harm the Son of God, it would be good if they could delay him. The second Bodhi's hands kept moving, and runes appeared one after another. They were opened by the second body, and all kinds of formations flashed in the runes and fell toward the divine son. These inscription scrolls were all made by him. As for Lu Ming's main body, he retreated quickly and tried his best to adapt to the law tank. Kill! The Son of God let out a long howl. His sword light swept across, and countless formations collapsed. A sword light stabbed at Ming Lian's second body at a terrifying speed. Ming Lian waved his hand, and dozens of layers of defense appeared in front of him. However, these layers of defense were like paper under the sword light. They couldn't withstand a single blow and were instantly penetrated. The sword light pierced through the clone's chest, leaving a large hole that was bright from the front and back. Master! In the stands, Lu Xiangxiang cried out sorrowfully. Junior brother Lu Ming. Tian Chui, Xuaningxin, Longyuan Shan, and the others all clenched their fists tightly, their veins bulging. Everyone at the scene was staring at the battle. The battle had entered a critical moment. This battle was more exciting than anyone had expected. In the beginning, many people had thought that this would be a battle without any suspense. They thought that the divine son would be able to kill Lu Ming easily. However, when the battle between the two of them truly began, it was beyond everyone's imagination. This battle was full of suspense. From the beginning, no one could have predicted the outcome. The two of them kept using their trump cards and carried out a peak battle. Even now, no one could guess who would win in the end. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, and they seemed to have forgotten to breathe. Some of the young men were so excited that they were trembling. A battle. This was a battle between geniuses. In a clash between geniuses, the difference between them was too great. Ming Lian's chest was pierced through and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. However, his eyes were still calm. He took a step forward and dense runes filled the air again. The formation appeared. A golden mental energy fire burned between his brows, and the array Tao laws circulated around his body. Above his head, the Tai Chi array diagram gave off a brilliant light. Another Tai Chi formation appeared and turned into the yin-yang fish sword. The Divine Sun's attacks were relentless. Streaks of terrifying sword radiance slashed out. Each sword radiance could easily kill an initial bright saint. All the formations were swept away. Buzz! Buzz! The yin-yang fish sword was sent flying. It quickly dodged, but it was still hit by the sword light, and one of its arms flew out. However, Ming Lian's secondary body still stood firmly in front of Lu Ming's main body, resisting with all its might. Ah, get lost! The Son of God roared madly. There was a time limit to his secret skill's explosive power, and he couldn't afford to delay. However, the methods of refining the secondary body were endless. He retreated as he fought and blocked in front of Lu Ming's main body. He could not rush over for a while. Ming Lian's clone was hit by the sword light again. This time, it was even more serious. His waist was cut open, and he was almost cut in two. Die! The Divine Sun hollered, planning to destroy Lu Ming's body completely before killing his main body. You're the one who's going to die. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the second body and threw a punch. Boom! This punch landed on the sword light around him, causing it to tremble. The Son of God's body trembled as he felt a storm-like power surging over, causing him to retreat. This figure was Lu Ming's main body. How is that possible? The body needs to adapt to it. How can you adapt so quickly? The Son of God cried out in disbelief. It had not even been a minute and Lu Ming had already adapted to it. Others are others. I am me. Son of God, you are the one who will die today. Lu Ming said coldly. With a wave of his hand, he kept Ming Lian's clone into the mountain and river diagram. Although Ming Lian's second body was severely injured, he would recover after a period of rest. Lu Ming had indeed gotten used to it. The laws of chaos coursed through every muscle and cell in Lu Ming's body. He felt that he was extremely powerful now. Initially, Lu Ming could not have gotten used to it so quickly. However, he had refined a wisp of chaos chi and there was chaos chi in his body. The law of chaos was very similar to the chaos chi. That was why Lu Ming could adapt to it so quickly. Freak, he's really a freak. He's different in every way. Someone sighed. So what if you've adapted? So what if he had stepped into the nomological tank? If you don't become a saint, you'll still be an ant. Kill! The Son of God roared and charged at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and destroyed his opponent's sword gleam. Then, two jet-black sword gleams shot out from his eyes and entered the Divine Sun's glabella. Ah! The Son of God screamed as his body trembled. With Lu Ming's breakthrough to the third stage of the half-saint realm, the laws were in his body and his soul force had also improved. It was now equivalent to the soul force of a great bright saint, which was equivalent to that of a divine sun. If he used the divine sword technique, it would naturally have a great impact on the divine sun. The 9 seals of the gate of God. Lu Ming formed a series of hand seals, and 9 sealing gates appeared, surrounding his body in the middle. Then, a huge chaos sky-turning stamp appeared and pressed down on the divine sun. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, Lu Ming had improved in all aspects and his combat strength had soared. Break! The Son of God endured the intense pain in his soul and let out a loud cry. He slashed out sword light after sword light, destroying the 9 sealing gates. However, the chaos sky-turning stamp had already come down, and the Son of God could only block it with his sword. Boom! The Son of God's body trembled violently as he retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.